Just as he saw Ling Lan was about to turn around and leave, he quickly grabbed her wrist to stop her. Ling Lan looked at him and then at her wrist with a confused expression. She didn't understand what he was doing. "Regiment Commander, I met some difficulties recently." Li Lanfeng grimaced painfully as if he was being tortured. Ling Lan couldn't bear to see him like this, so she asked, "What is it?" "I love someone but I don't know how the person feels about me," Li Lanfeng said to Ling Lan with tears that could be clearly seen around his eyes. Ling Lan was surprised. She didn't expect someone so calculative as Li Lanfeng would love someone. He couldn't even tell if the other party loved him. Should she laugh at him? Is it Luo Chao or Han Shuya? They had only interacted with these two ladies for most of their lives. Did he fall in love with one of them after interacting with them? Well, if it was true, it was good news to her ears. She felt pity for Luo Chao and Han Shuya's situation as they were basically stuck with the title of Ling Lan's fiancés for life. With such a scary title, most wouldn't dare to have other thoughts about them. Only bold people like Li Lanfeng would dare to steal them away from her. "Don't you know they are my fiancés?" Ling Lan pulled a cold face. She must first ascertain how much Li Lanfeng loved her younger sisters before giving her consent. If he was hesitant, she wouldn't give him a chance to even confess. She wouldn't allow her younger sisters to get hurt. Li Lanfeng felt bitter when he saw the anger on Ling Lan's face. "Are you angry because you think I love one of your fiancés? How much do you love them?" Li Lanfeng was unhappy about the assumption made about him, but he didn't want Ling Lan to continue to misunderstand. Hence, he hurriedly shook his head. "It's not them. How can I love them? They're like my younger sisters." Ling Lan felt that it was a missed opportunity for her dear sisters to live a happy married life. At the same time, she was curious. What kind of woman was able to move the heart of this monster? Who is it? Ling Lan was eager to hear more gossip. "The person I love is someone from our Mecha clan, but I feel shy to admit who the person is before knowing how the person feels about me. I just want to know how I should win over the person's heart." Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan with anticipation. "Why are you asking me?" Ling Lan glared at Li Lanfeng when she heard him dodging her question and ruining her fun. "Because you have two fiancés, so you must be an experienced person in the field of love. Who else can I look for if not you?" Li Lanfeng told himself that he must get Ling Lan's answer. Yes, it is true that she had two fiancés, but they didn't love her in that kind of way. Plus, what would she know about chasing someone? Damn it. At least Li Lanfeng knew the feeling of being in love. She didn't even know what it felt like. This was the thought Ling Lan had in her mind, but she couldn't say it to Li Lanfeng. She looked at Li Lanfeng's eager eyes. This depends on how much you love the person. Little Four, give me some books on love." Little Four heard her plea for help, so he quickly threw various books on chasing love, being a love guru, and pleasing your partner at her. "How much do you love the person?" Li Lanfeng didn't understand. Different levels of love require different methods to implant a seed of love into your special someone. Ling Lan repeated a sentence she saw in the book. "It all depends on how shameless you are. The more you love the person, the more shameless you have to be, right?" Li Lanfeng fell into deep thought because of her enlightening words. That's not entirely right. However, if you're not shameless enough, you'll not be able to get the girl. Ling Lan read the sentence from the book as it was. Plus, it made quite a bit of sense to her. If the man didn't chase after the girl, was the girl supposed to chase after him? Only when you put in effort would you treasure what you gained in the end. The same goes for love. However, this doesn't apply to a woman like her. Ling Lan felt that if she liked someone, she might have to kidnap him home. After thinking through Ling Lan's enlightening words, Li Lanfeng's eyes suddenly shined brightly. He smiled and asked, "What if that person dislikes me?" Ling Lan stared into Li Lanfeng's eyes. "If you wore your mask, she might not like you. However, if you reveal your face, no one will be able to dislike you. Lanfeng, believe me when I say that." Even she was unable to resist the lure of his face, and she was the strongest person she knew. Well, there might be people who just didn't like his kind of face. She would lit a candle for Li Lanfeng if the girl he liked was one of those people. "Only woman." Li Lanfeng muttered quietly. "What did you say?" Ling Lan wasn't sure if she had heard correctly since Li Lanfeng spoke in a very soft tone. "Nothing." Li Lanfeng gathered his thoughts. "I just want to know how to seduce. I mean chase the person." Li Lanfeng suddenly raised his eyebrows and showed Ling Lan a cheeky smile. What methods do you have? Don't tell me you don't know. Your fiancés didn't just drop from the sky. Ling Lan had never felt so frustrated before. She never expected Li Lanfeng to think of her as a Casanova because of her fiancés. Furthermore, her fiancés indeed really did drop from the sky figuratively. However, Ling Lan couldn't tell him the truth. She looked through the love books Little Four gave her and tried to find a suitable answer. She needed to come up with a concrete solid plan so that Li Lanfeng could live a happy life. Ling Lan sighed. It was so difficult being a regiment commander. Not only did she have to train her comrades, she needed to worry about their future too. Maybe you can confess to her first. Ling Lan was a straightforward person. Li Lanfeng turned hesitant. Well, the person currently has someone else. If I confessed directly, I would most probably be rejected. Ling Lan creased her brows. You want to be a homewrecker? Li Lanfeng seemed flustered. No, it's not confirmed yet. Nothing was confirmed if Ling Lan wasn't married yet. Ling Lan's expression softened. Although she was close with Li Lanfeng, she would still look down on him if he decided to be a homewrecker. I believe that I'm more suitable than the person's current partner, Li Lanfeng said earnestly when he saw Ling Lan's expression turning soft. Gender was an issue but he didn't care. He believed he could get what he wanted in the end. Ling Lan left for only 2 days but he was already missing her terribly. He didn't have the mood to eat, work or do anything productive. He just wanted to stay in bed and relish in their past memories. When he received Ling Lan's message to come to the virtual world, he had been waiting in the virtual world ever since 10 p.m. last night. He didn't want to waste even a second of time when in the presence of Ling Lan. The time they spent apart made him realize that if he lost Ling Lan, he wouldn't be able to live normally. He would be like a dead person walking on the surface of the planet. He had been living like a dead person for 13 years. He only felt alive after meeting Rabbit in the virtual world when he was 13 years old. He yearned for the hope and warmth Ling Lan gave him. He couldn't bear to let go of it. He didn't want to fall into that deep dark room all alone again. He had no path of retreat now. He could only walk on this path of self-destruction. But he really wanted to continue on this path even if it meant the end of him. Since Ling Lan gave him hope for his life which made him alive, why couldn't he continue on this path? Ling Lan's connivance caused his greediness for her love to grow. It destroyed every rational thought in his mind. I'm sorry, Ling Lan. I want to try accepting my fate at least once. If I didn't try my best for at least once, I wouldn't be able to give up. In the past, I hated my Phoenix Thrall fate. Yet, now, I wish that it is true. I wish that you're the king in my Phoenix Thrall fate. If it is you, I won't mind accepting my fate. Ling Lan could tell that Li Lanfeng was serious about his newfound love. She didn't really know what love should feel like, but based on her understanding of Li Lanfeng, he would either not love or love with all his heart. If his love wasn't reciprocated, he would be crippled. Ah! This is so troublesome. Ling Lan scratched her head in her mindscape. She didn't want her strategist to be crippled because of love. Don't you know how hard it is to groom a trustworthy and capable strategist? She had 2 advisors in her mecha clan, Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng. Han Jijian was more forthright while Li Lanfeng was more scheming. They complemented each other perfectly, making them the best combination of advisors. She would be really hard-pressed to find another combination of strategist as perfect as them again, as none of them could be easily replaced. I have prepared my heart for this love. Li Lanfeng had already decided to give it his all. Little Four, what do we do now? Ling Lan frowned deeply in her mindscape. Boss, I'm also clueless. I have not evolved enough to know what love is. Little Four felt helpless too. He was evolving quickly but the difficulty of Boss's problem seemed to be evolving at a faster rate than him. Little Four suddenly felt the urge to evolve quickly to understand the weird emotion called love. After experiencing helplessness of the situation, Little Four realized he wasn't competent enough for his role as the #1 follower of Boss. He clenched his tiny fists as he told himself that he must evolve faster. Luckily, the 10 instructors of the learning space didn't know Little Four's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have charged out from the learning space together to prevent him from having such thoughts. They wouldn't be able to handle it if Little Four evolved too quickly. What do I do now? Li Lanfeng is still waiting for my answer. Li Lanfeng was usually frustrating but this smitten Li Lanfeng was even more frustrating. She and Little Four were completely helpless about his problem. How was she able to think of a way to help Li Lanfeng chase his future wife when she never had any experiences herself? How about telling him to go slowly? Little Four couldn't bear to see Ling Lan scratching her head until her hair turned messy. Ling Lan's eyes immediately lit up. She patted Little Four's head. Not bad. Ling Lan guiltily looked at Li Lanfeng and coughed in embarrassment. Cough, how about you chase after her slowly? Chase slowly, Li Lanfeng went into deep thought. Yes, chase slowly. Constantly appear in front of her and seduce her in whatever ways you can. Ling Lan speed read through the book about seducing women in her mindscape. She read from the book. Create an ambiguous atmosphere and tease her occasionally. Of course, you must do all these discreetly. Otherwise, the person you love will pounce on you. Ling Lan was reading a different book now. She flipped the book so quickly that she didn't notice the cover page. The title was A Woman's Way of Love. When Ling Lan said those words, she quickly felt that something wasn't right. She closed the book and read the cover. Damn it, this is the wrong book. Ha! She didn't forget to throw the book at Little Four's forehead. Little Four bared his teeth to display his anger. Ling Lan glared at him and signaled for him to look at the title of the book. Little Four stuck out his tongue when he saw the cover. After he teased Ling Lan, he quickly shrunk into a corner and no longer dared to act so flippantly. Sob, he didn't do it on purpose. He was in too much of a hurry just now, so he made a mistake. Li Lanfeng was listening attentively to what Ling Lan was saying. When she mentioned about seducing the other party and making them pounce on him, his eyes lit up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ling Lan asked with uncertainty. She didn't even know what she was saying. Would Li Lanfeng understand her? Yes, I understand perfectly. Li Lanfeng smiled. The smile was so bright that Ling Lan's heart started to waver. Fortunately, Ling Lan from birth always had a face that couldn't display emotions, which stopped Li Lanfeng to realize how seductive his face was against Ling Lan. Thus, Li Lanfeng would have to continue suffering from his requited love. That's good. Ling Lan was satisfied with her explanation. He was able to understand her even when she didn't understand her own words. Ling Lan felt extremely happy that she was being so knowledgeable about love. She read through more books about love and started teaching Li Lanfeng about love. Whether it was useful or not didn't matter to her. All in all, Ling Lan wanted Li Lanfeng to slowly confess to the person he liked. She felt that if Li Lanfeng continued pestering the lady, with the help of his face and her fabulous love advice, he would have a high chance of success. Even she wouldn't be able to handle it if Li Lanfeng kept seducing her with that face of his. Li Lanfeng smiled happily as he listened to Ling Lan's advice. After Ling Lan had satisfied her ego and left the virtual world, he retracted his smile. Chase slowly and naturally, all these are useless. The only useful thing is seduction. Ling Lan, no matter how straight you are, I'll make you gay. I can't be the only one going to hell. That is unfair, especially after receiving such good advice from you. Li Lanfeng gave an evil smile. Li Lanfeng immediately left the virtual world. If he wanted to seduce Ling Lan, he had to wait for her to come back first. The most important matter now was to handle the small fries in Base Nebula. He had already wringed them dry of their intel about the organization behind them, leaving them essentially useless to him now. He and the rest of Ling Tian didn't realize that there were so many spies in Base Nebula. Without this baiting plan, they would have never known how broad the influence of the spies was. In one of the mecha clans they were suspicious of, more than half of the soldiers were spies. No, spy was not the best word to describe them. These people were soldiers from the Federation who got lured or brainwashed by their enemies. Hence, turning into spies who leaked out various information of the Federation. However, in the overall big picture, these people were just a small matter. The worst thing was the people who were controlling them behind the scenes. Based on the clues they found, many departments in the military were involved. It seemed that some higher authorities were part of their enemies too. This wasn't something they could handle. That was why they didn't expose that one powerful faction. They were only in charge of keeping an eye on the grassroots factions. As for the more powerful faction, Li Lanfeng knew that Ling Lan had asked his father for help. There were some things Li Lanfeng wouldn't ask. No matter how safe the virtual world was, there might be loopholes. Some things shouldn't be talked about. Prince Ling won't be fighting in the challenge. What is happening? This was the thought going through most people's heads. Is it because he is incapable of fighting? Or is he confident in the abilities of his subordinates? The people that were anticipating the fight with the Ling family and the Lan family were puzzled. This Ling Lan seems like a smart person. This was the comment by some of the more intelligent people. He made a good move. The Ling family is able to retreat now. Interesting. The mastermind behind the chess game felt pity but excited. The outcome was just like what they had expected. It was no surprise that Ling Lan was a no-show. The mastermind was confident in the plan. He didn't get flustered when something unexpected happened. Instead, he felt excited. He felt that he could finally play a chess game that was worth playing. However, there will be some changes in the conference. The assistant beside him reminded. He hoped that the man wouldn't forget about their 100-years-old plan because of his playfulness. It's all right. That sly old fox, the first marshal, isn't someone we can fool. Even if the Ling family and the Lan family are at loggerheads, he will still team up with Ling Xiao if he is able to benefit from the cooperation. The mastermind sneered. Lan Yu doesn't care about his family. If not, he wouldn't have sent his grandsons to the battlefield when 4 of his sons had died there. In the end, none of his grandsons came back. But he managed to get what he wanted because of that. The assistant respected the first marshal for his ruthlessness. That's why I said that we can't fool him. The mastermind frowned. Lan Yu has no weakness. Everyone thought that the Lan family was his weakness, but it was just a shield he pushed out. He could forsake it any time he wants. Among the 3 great marshals and the 10 great generals, he's the hardest to deal with. Who's the easiest to deal with then? The assistant was curious. Everyone thinks it's Ling Xiao. The mastermind smiled. Maybe it is because he has too many weaknesses. Any one of them is enough to give him a fatal blow. But, because of this, no one knew which weakness they should make use of. However, in reality, he is another kind of figure that is hard to deal with. So, he is not easy to fool too. The assistant didn't expect this conclusion. The mastermind thought for a moment and sighed. From the looks of it, yes. Even if we found so many weaknesses, we can't find the chance to really harm him. Who is harder to deal with? Him or Lan Yu? Of course it is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has many enemies, both within the Federation and outside the Federation. Many people want to get rid of him because he has ruined the future of everyone in his generation. They will jump at any mistake he makes and attack him together. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he can't fight with everyone. He will be dead. Moreover, the first marshal is now old. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, is at the prime of his age. Yet, he still hadn't reached the peak of his career. Everyone can tell who they should place their focus on. Once Ling Xiao gains enough power to control the Huaxia Federation, he might be even able to control the entire interstellar zone. The mastermind scoffed. His gaze turned vicious. We can't allow that. We must kill Ling Xiao. So the target for this mission isn't the first marshal but Ling Xiao. The assistant was enlightened. At first, he was a little confused over the mastermind's actions. He couldn't understand why he didn't continue with the plan as it wasn't his style to retreat. Yes. I need to know what Ling Xiao's ultimate fatal weakness is. The mastermind smiled. He seemed to have found his answer to his question. What is it? When the assistant noticed that smile, he knew he could ask the question. In response to the question, the mastermind glared at him coldly. The assistant knew that he had asked something he shouldn't have. His expression changed. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare to make a sound. You should be aware of what you can ask and what you can't. Don't be like those people before you. You know how they died, the mastermind said calmly. Yes. The assistant lowered his head and replied. His master was friendly most of the time, but once someone overstepped their boundary, he would punish them without the slightest hesitation. The people who used to be in his position disappeared because they had spoken out of line. Just now, he almost peed in his pants. Fortunately, his question hadn't not crossed his master's bottom line. If not, he would have been killed already. 3 days passed quickly. The challenge between the Lan family and the Ling family came to an end. Lan Rong didn't summon the domain realm masters from his family to fight in the challenge. He only sent those who reached the optimal peak of Qi Jin, including himself. As for Luo Lang, he walked to the arena alone. In the end, the Lan family lost. Everyone thought that the Lan family would be furious, but instead, Lan Rong dragged Lan Jin along and apologized to Luo Lang. Lan Jin was unwilling to apologize, but he knew he couldn't resist his elder brother's orders. Otherwise, he would not have a day of peace in the Lan household, so he gritted his teeth and apologized. As for the highly anticipated Lanning, he didn't even appear near the arena. This showed the Lan family's attitude. It was as though this battle had nothing to do with the Lan family. To them, this challenge was just a personal feud of Lan Rong and Lan Jin. Plus, since Ling Lan also didn't appear, it meant that this challenge also had nothing to do with the Ling family. The people who were waiting for a good show were disappointed. They hoped that a grudge between the two families would form through this fight, but the actual fight never started. This matter just turned into a heroic act of Luo Lang protecting the honor of his idol, Ling Xiao. Of course, those people were unwilling to end the matter in such an anticlimactic manner, so in the end, the stupid Lan Jin was coerced by those people into ambushing Luo Lang and his friends. He brought some people along with him, but in the end, he was beaten up badly by Li Yingjie. He felt extremely embarrassed. These were all small matters, gossips that people talked about after a meal. No big issues arose from this. The Lan family had many connections in the military, but they were all controlled by Mistress Lan. If she didn't want to move, Lan Jin couldn't do anything to Li Yingjie and his friends. Plus, even if he did, the Li family would retaliate in turn. Although the Li family wasn't as powerful as the Lan family in the military, handling such matters were still easy for them. However, there were still some problems that arose from the altercation. With the deliberate help from certain people, Luo Lang and his friends' names became more famous than the Ling family and the Lan family's names. Since they were under Ling Lan, the public would compliment her too, and the overall reputation of the Ling family rose. On the other hand, the reputation of the Lan family dropped. There was even a rumor that the people from the Lan family dared to humiliate General Ling Xiao because he and the first marshal had a falling out. Ling Lan never went out of her room, but the rumor still reached her ears. It is no surprise that everyone hopes the Ling family and the Lan family will become enemies. Ling Lan smiled when she heard the rumor from Li Yingjie. Lan Jin is stupid, but Lan Rong is not. He expressed the attitude of the Lan family immediately after the challenge. Luo Lang's eyes were calm. The Lan family doesn't want to fall out with the Ling family. The other factions hoped that we would fall out so that they could benefit from it. Xie seemed disgusted with the acts of their enemies. I don't understand. Why can't we work together to fight with our public enemies like the Twilight Empire? What's the point of calculating against each other? The three great marshals were created to prevent dictatorship. However, there are cons too when creating three such powerful figures. No one wants to be the person being suppressed. No one wants to become the incompetent one. All three marshals want to control the Federation so that he can run according to his will. As long as the true leader hasn't been decided, this fight will continue. Our Federation has always been in an internal conflict, Ling Lan sighed. Since they can't get what they want, they wouldn't stop, right? Gu Dongyang asked seriously. Definitely. As long as we are on Planet General, they will continue to butt heads against us, Ling Lan replied indifferently. They are now waiting for us to jump into their trap during the conference. Luo Lang remembered the news Gu Dongyang brought. The other party had made ample preparations within these 3 days. What do we do now? Li Yingjie scratched his head. Because of a certain someone, he was traumatized of scheming now. What do we do? We will just wait and see. Ling Lan was composed. She had completed her task. It's time to see if her father was capable enough to hold the end of his deal. On Planet General, everyone was focused on the conference that was about to begin. This conference was held for the public hearing of the report of the battle between Night Ace Mecha Clan and Ling Tian. The latter had completely wiped out Night Ace Mecha Clan without leaving any survivors, which had raised questions about the brutalness shown by Ling Tian's regiment commander, Ling Lan. Ling Lan's background was known to the people who needed to know. Those who were oblivious to the information, had no idea who Ling Lan was. However, no matter if they were the former or the latter, Ling Lan's name was known by all. Those who knew of his connection with the Ling family wanted to see what this legendary Prince Ling looked like. Those who didn't know of his connection with the Ling family were also keen on seeing what she looked like because of her Mecha clan's military merits and achievements. Ling Lan led Luo Lang, Xie, Li Yingjie, and Gu Dongyang into the conference room. The audience quickly frowned as they saw Ling Lan walking in with a face full of terrifying scars. Many of them all pitted her in their minds. By just looking at her scars, everyone in the audience hardened their impression of the terrifying backlash one could get from operating above one's level. Only the four who came along with Ling Lan knew that on the way to the conference room, their regiment commander's scars became more and more pronounced on his face. In the end, the scars returned to the point when he was first being treated. However, the four of them didn't freak out as they knew that their regiment commander was trying to invoke pity within the audience. Manipulating the feelings of the people around him was something their regiment commander always did. As long as there was a way he could take advantage of people, he would do so in a heartbeat. The military report conference was quite efficient. They didn't waste any time before calling for Ling Lan to go up the stage to start her report. Ling Lan's oral report exactly reflected the content she had reported to the military previously on documented reports perfectly. Many of the officers who participated in the conference were all nodding in agreement, while the soldiers watching the conference all clenched their fists as they imagined themselves being in the battle based on Ling Lan's vivid description. These soldiers hated that they were not in the battle as well. However, soon after Ling Lan's oral report reached the casualties sustained in the battle, the massive number of soldiers who had died for the cause made all the soldiers watching the conference feel a sharp pain in their hearts. Everyone only saw Ling Tian's victory but neglected the price Ling Tian had to pay for winning this battle. Of course, Little Four meddled with the numbers of soldiers perished in battle. At the end of the report, Ling Lan said without a change in her tone, "The mecha operators in my mecha clan were all putting their lives on the line on the battlefield. We went into battle without knowing whether we would be able to return alive. It is true that we have achieved feats that we should be proud of. I really do not care about those merits and achievements that do not belong to us. However, I will not accept my clan members being slighted with their rightful merits after risking their lives on the line for the Federation." These words were said to the officers who had ordered the relocation of her clan to Base Nebula. Many military officers in the audience all had embarrassed looks on their face. After all, they were some of the ones who were suspicious of Ling Tian Mecha Clan's achievements in the battle. The host of the conference looked at the military officers sitting below the stage. He asked calmly, "Are there any questions for Ling Tian Mecha Clan's regiment commander, Ling Lan, about his report?" The audience was silent. A lot of the officers were looking at the colleagues beside them, but no one stood up on their own. If there are no questions, we will enter the 3-minute Q&A session. If during this time, no one asks any questions or disagrees with his report, then we will officially approve the report of Major General Ling Lan from Ling Tian Mecha Clan. The rewards of it will be given thereafter, announced the host based on the proper procedures. Murmurs began to echo within the audience. After a few seconds, one of the officers finally raised his hand, stood up and asked, "I would like to ask Regiment Commander Ling a question. Were Night Ace Mecha Clan not as strong as what we have reported it to be? I just find it impossible for your clan to wipe out the 18th ranked clan of Caesar." A cold gleam flashed past Ling Lan's eyes. The gleam was like a sharp sword slicing towards the officer who had spoken. Even though the distance between them was not close, the officer still felt his entire body being trapped in an ice world. After giving the sharp glare, she retracted the energy she used. That officer seemed to have suddenly regained his strength. The feeling of being on the brink of death disappeared too quickly. He didn't know whether he was going crazy or he was actually on the brink of death for that instant. We can easily deduce the strength of Night Ace Mecha Clan. Caesar has many mecha clans that are ranked higher than Night Mecha Clan. I welcome you to go and wipe one of them out. That way you'll be able to decrease the overall strength of the Caesar Empire and make the Federation look good. Ling Lan responded nonchalantly with a strong tone in her voice. It was as if she was seriously suggesting a solution and not actually mocking the person who posed the question. After hearing those words, the officer from the military headquarters went pale and red in the face. In reality, although the military ranks of these officers were quite high and many of them were once ace operators, their piloting abilities was probably not even comparable to a standard ace operator because of their time spent in the office. If they were actually to go into battle, they would probably be the first to die. If we can't determine Night Ace Mecha Clan's actual strength, then we can't determine Ling Tian's military merits and achievements. Many people were suspicious of this point. Ling Tian's merits were indeed necessary, but they could not reach a collective agreement on the matter. All in all, these people wanted to take away Ling Tian Mecha Clan's merits and achievements because they didn't want another Ling Xiao to appear. That was because the more merits Ling Tian Mecha Clan acquired, the person who led them, Ling Lan, would receive more and more rewards and merits. With a rank of Major General, if she was rewarded even more, she would soon be promoted to a Lieutenant General. That would be crazy. Although Major Generals were considered generals, other than those with actual military power, many of them were actually pseudo-generals. Those pseudo-major generals were mostly those who acquired it through academics and arts. Many of them were also people who used their ancestors' connections to acquire the position. In the Federation, there were many people with the rank of Major General, but not many with real military power. Thus, although these officers were not too comfortable with Ling Lan acquiring the rank of Major General with military power at such a young age, she was still not that radiant as there were many pseudo-major generals along with her. However, everything would be different if she was a Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General rank and above didn't have any pseudo-ranks that existed. Anyone with the rank of Lieutenant General or above in the Federation had real political power with a terrifying faction under their control. Those Lieutenant Generals were usually 50 to 60-year-old individuals. Some were even older than that. The youngest ones were around Qi Yaoyang's age. They wouldn't be able to handle having a snot-nosed brat suddenly appearing among them. This was why many of the factions within the military headquarters cooperated with each other to be a hindrance to Ling Lan's future. One Ling Xiao was already their limit. If another appeared, was the Federation going to belong to the Ling family then? No one was willing to give up the power they had in their grasp. Even those who were open-minded would still fight to maintain their influence. On the surface, they considered it as developing and nurturing the next generation, but in actuality, it would be a battle between the old and young. They would see who was going to be the last one standing. Knight Ace Mecha clan's ranking in the Caesar Empire is clearly displayed to the public. Do you really think that the Caesar Empire may have cooperated with us to purposely send out a weak Knight Ace Mecha clan to help us acquire military merits? Liang Jie, who was originally listening to the conference quietly, finally couldn't hold it in and jumped up as he faced the murmurs of people doubting Knight Ace Mecha clan's real capabilities. His words immediately silenced everyone in the audience. If someone were to actually say Ling Xiao and Ling Lan cooperated with the Caesar Empire, that would definitely be the greatest joke of the entire century. Many of the well-known Ace Mecha operators from the Caesar Empire had all perished by Ling Xiao's hand back in the day. If someone were to say who the Caesar Empire hated the most, Ling Xiao might not be the first or second on the list, but he would be at least one of the top 3 individuals in that list. Seeing the audience return to silence, the host looked at the time on his communicator and saw that the time for the conference was about to end, but before he could make an announcement, the doors of the conference room slinged open. A group of soldiers in the uniforms of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee appeared in front of everyone. They're here. Ling Lan and company steeled their focus when they saw it was the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. They were ready for a fierce battle. They're here. Some of the officers who knew the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee were coming finally let out a sigh of relief. They were right on time. Why is the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee here? The host of the conference saw the uninvited guests and instantly frowned. Sorry for the intrusion, Major General Gao. The person who spoke was a Major General. Seeing the host, Major General Gao, he politely responded to his impolite intrusion. When Major General Gao saw the people who rudely barged and had a good attitude, he felt a bit better about the situation, but he still had a heavy tone in his voice. Major General Bai, we have important matters to decide here. If you have something to say, please do so immediately. I have incriminating evidence about someone here. After investigating it, the evidence is indeed real. Major General Bai revealed his right palm and a microchip was on it. After hearing Major General Bai's words, those who didn't know the truth all had slight changes in their expressions. Everyone in the audience started to feel their hands were getting clammy as the nervous feeling wrecked through their body. Major General Gao's eyes suddenly became focused. He asked in a serious tone, who is the person in question? Major General Bai's gaze fixed on calm Ling Lan and said slowly, Major General Ling, can you please explain the contents of the report? Hearing the inconspicuous question, Ling Lan tapped the table in a rhythmic manner and said plainly, explain what report. We have received a report informing us that you gave the order to kill the already surrendered soldiers in the Battle of the Nebula Boundary even after they were considered prisoners of war. Major General Bai spoke out the contents of the report with great force in his tone of voice. His words made all of the officers in the audience audibly gasp. Killing prisoners of war was against the humanitarian code. Once this claim was proven to be true, it would stain Ling Lan's reputation forever. Ling Lan's future would definitely be destroyed. Not only that, the most serious part was that it would affect Ling Xiao. The Federation would also get into big trouble because of it. The Federation might even get attacked by other nations. The image of justice and righteousness they had built since its inception would collapse in an instant. I can only say the claim is completely absurd, Ling Lan responded calmly. However, after our analysis of the evidence we have received, the claim is 70% likely to be true, Major General Bai said in a serious tone. Your analysis. Ling Lan smiled coldly. Those who weren't even on the battlefield actually have the audacity to analyze whether the report of the battle I have given is real. You are joking, right? Hearing such mocking words, Major General Bai wrinkled his brows. He bit his lip and said, "We are looking for the truth. We have come here in the hopes that you can personally explain the report we have received. I hope Major General Ling will cooperate with the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. In order to ensure fairness, this report will be shown to the public. Please excuse us, Major General Ling." Major General Bai handed the microchip to his subordinate. His subordinate immediately walked to the optical supercomputer of the conference room and inserted the microchip in it. A virtual screen was displayed behind Ling Lan, and not long after, a recording of the battle was played. It was the battle of Ling Tian and Night Ace Mecha Clan. The person who was responsible for the recording of the video was probably a member of Ling Tian. In this recording, they could clearly hear Night Ace Mecha Clan surrendering and also hear Ling Tian accepting the surrender. However, after Night Ace Mecha Clan had given up on defending themselves, Ling Tian still executed an order to kill. That voice which called for the order to kill was clearly Ling Lan's voice. After seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. They all had a look of shock as they looked at the calm and cold-looking young man on stage. Major General Ling, please explain what you saw. Major General Bai sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that someone gave him this video recording and after his hackers analyzed it many times to eliminate the possibility of it being fake, he wouldn't have come to make such a scene. After all, the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee was also proud of the fact that they had wiped out Night Ace Mecha Clan. Murder. Major General Bai wasn't someone who believed in peace on a life-or-death battlefield. Why would it matter if some annoying prisoners were killed? In his eyes, this matter was not a problem. It was clear that someone wanted to go against the Ling family. Condemning for mindless murder was the most effective way of attacking them. Major General Bai knew he was just a chess piece that was being used to create chaos, but no matter how much he didn't want to do this, he still had to go against his own guts and show himself. That's something that's not possible. I never even appeared on the battlefield, Ling Lan said calmly. I suspect that your video recording has been meddled by hackers. But our hackers didn't find any traces of the video being meddled, replied Major General Bai. There's more than meets the eye. Are you sure your hacker's judgment is accurate? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. That's why I said I'm only 70% sure of it, Major General Bai replied in a more easygoing tone. Ling Lan smirked slightly. That was enough to prove that the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee was quite angry that they were being used. They didn't want to go with the arrangements made by the hands behind the curtains. How about this? I also have a video recording with me. This video was recorded by Major General Lu. Please watch it. Ling Lan turned her wrist and a microchip was placed between her right index finger and middle finger. Luo Lang moved quickly and arrived beside Ling Lan. Ling Lan handed the microchip to Luo Lang and Luo Lang moved quickly again. He arrived at the optical supercomputer and played the video in microchip. It was clear that the video recording of the battle Ling Lan was going to show was more intense and bloody than the one Major General Bai had shown. It was because Major General Lu Furong, was on the front lines personally. It was a fierce battle. From his point of view, the video would show mechas exploding from time to time. Some were from Night Ace Mecha Clan and the rest from Ling Tian. Everyone in the audience felt as if their heart were being ripped to shreds, especially when a mecha operator from Ling Tian lost their life. They would occasionally shout out the Huaxia Federation's chant and fight to their last breath. This scene made many of the military officials tear up. They remembered the time when they were on the battlefield themselves and how pure their hearts were. There weren't any complicated thoughts like they currently had. They only had one thought, and that was to protect and battle for the nation they loved, even if they were to sacrifice their lives. The intense and depressing battles with countless deaths wouldn't just stop because of their emotions. Everyone just went crazy to forget about the pain in their hearts. That was because they were about to face the enemy who killed their comrades, so they had to push aside all emotions for revenge. No matter if it was Night Ace Mecha Clan or Ling Tian, they all had this thought in their minds when they battled. They saw the last few remaining individuals from Night Ace Mecha Clan still pouncing towards their opponents, choosing to cause mutual destruction. The people watching the video recording now knew what Night Ace Mecha Clan was like. They were indeed the 18th rank Mecha Clan in the Caesar Empire. They fought to their last breath and didn't give up. Ling Lan then looked towards Major General Bai and said, "You can have your hackers analyze whether this video has been meddled with or not. Ling Lan was definitely not worried about the video Little 4 had created. If the Federation's hackers actually found something, then Little 4 would lose his job. Major General Bai wouldn't just accept any contradicting evidence presented before him without verifying it first, even though it aligned with his wishes, even if it was from a Major General. He contacted the hackers from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to examine Ling Lan's video evidence. The entire conference room was dead silent. Even those people who had dubious intentions didn't dare to make a sense in front of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. After hearing Major General Bai's acknowledgement of her evidence, Ling Lan walked back to her seat and closed her eyes calmly. Her calmness in the midst of a mess received a good impression on the soldiers around her. Even Major General Bai gave her a look of approval. However, he couldn't help but remember what his chief had told him before coming to the conference room. No matter how Ling Lan reacts, you must control the situation. Try to drag the time for as long as you can. This sentence showed the stance of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. They didn't care whether Ling Lan killed prisoners mercilessly or not. They just didn't want to declare her guilty. The Disciplinary and Investigation Committee had investigated all kinds of crimes within the military, and they were known for their ruthlessness in doing so. They would rather mistakenly kill a suspect than to let go of any suspicious suspects. Plus, they didn't have much of a choice to not be so, as most of the people they had investigated were powerful people in the military. Some might even control a part of the military. So, if they weren't vicious enough to people of such high caliber, how could they protect the rights of a normal soldier? Moreover, the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee only cited the soldiers from the Federation. As for their enemies, it had nothing to do with them. They were happy if more of them died. Hence, they would ignore similar reports unless evidence was plastered in front of them. There were some people who were extremely compassionate in the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee, but under the arrangement of their chief, these people were normally kicked out or promoted to unimportant positions. They were unable to shake the true beliefs of the committee. In reality, Ling Lan wasn't as calm as she seemed. After an analysis by Little 4, it was confirmed that this video was filmed by Ling Yi. Boss, the ungrateful bastard actually reported you. That's so infuriating. Before Ling Lan could say anything, Little 4 started jumping on conclusions. Little 4, don't be angry. We shouldn't jump to conclusions, Ling Lan consoled him. Boss, why are you speaking up for him? Little 4 felt that if Ling Yi didn't have bad intentions towards Boss, he would have kept this video to himself. He wasn't planning to report me. He wanted to report Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan was angry that Ling Yi recorded this video, but she didn't lose her cool. Why were you reported then? Little 4 was puzzled. Someone from that organization managed to gain his trust and is most probably staying beside him. The person is quite capable too. He managed to evade the surveillance of Li Lanfeng and you and send the video out. Ling Lan complimented her enemy. Yes, I'm surprised too. I only allowed information to be sent out after confirming that they were safe. Little 4 frowned. This was the first time he met such a setback. Even though the technology of the virtual world in this era is not as advanced as Mandora, the hackers here have awakened abilities which allows them to evade your supervision. You must not underestimate them. We need to be more careful in the future. Ling Lan knew Little 4 had an unblemished track record in the virtual world. He had never met any setbacks before, so this was a good opportunity to teach him to be cautious. At first, Little 4 was just a dutiful piece of technology. However, as he continued advancing, he became more and more humane. He started to have emotions. In the process of getting more humane, he slowly picked up the bad habits of humans. For instance, he became careless and scatterbrained. His thoughts kept jumping around when he thought of something interesting. He was not that perfect piece of technology anymore. But, compared to the Little 4 before this, Ling Lan preferred the current bubbly Little 4. Relationships go both ways. Both parties have to work hard to ensure that the relationship continues and gets better. Little 4 nodded at Ling Lan's words. In the past, Little 4 always thought that hackers of this galaxy wouldn't be a threat to him. However, this was not the case now. It looks like I need to investigate the innate talents of hackers. Little 4 finally got interested in the hackers from this galaxy. He didn't feel that the hackers here were a threat before this event because he felt that the technology of Mandora was much more advanced than this galaxy. He got arrogant. However, the setback this time forced him to acknowledge the skills of the hackers here. They might have some abilities that Mandora didn't know about. Are you able to find out who's the person hanging around Ling Yi? Ling Lan asked. I'm now looking for him. It'll take a while. Little Four was more cautious this time. He could have done it within a few seconds, but he decided to take some time to ascertain his findings before releasing it. Hence, he was slower than usual. There's no hurry. Take your time. Ling Lan believed Little Four's ability. Plus, she had the time to wait. She was pleased to see Little Four becoming more cautious. She felt like a proud mother of a growing child. Why am I having this feeling? Ling Lan was stunned. Am I destined to take care of people? While the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee were examining the video, and while Little Four was finding the culprit, Ling Lan managed to rest her mind as she waited for the result, which dissipated the cold aura around her a little. She seemed more friendly and gentle now. The scars on her face weren't as scary as before. She looked much more pleasant. In the corner of the conference room, Mu Chaoran suddenly grabbed Tang Ningyu's right shoulder. Tang Ningyu frowned at the force of the grab. What's the matter? Tang Ningyu looked at Mu Chaoran curiously. Mu Chaoran was flabbergasted. He seemed to have discovered some astonishing secret. Little brother Xiaoyun, when Tang Ningyu thought that Mu Chaoran wasn't going to reply to him, he heard these 3 words. Tang Ningyu was dumbfounded. What did you say? Mu Chaoran lifted his finger with difficulty and pointed at Ling Lan. His voice was hoarse as he said, Little brother Xiaoyun. Tang Ningyu looked towards Ling Lan. He didn't sense anything before this, but due to Mu Chaoran's reminder, he could feel little brother Xiaoyun's aura on Ling Lan. Although it was very faint, it was still very distinct to him. That's impossible. Tang Ningyu immediately opposed the idea. How could their pure and innocent little brother Xiaoyun be this cold and ruthless Major General in front of them? We always thought that Major General Ling didn't use the identity the mainframe gave him to enter planet Azure. Before I saw what was currently in front of me, I believed this. However, I realized that we have made a mistake. Mu Chaoran gave a bitter smile. What do you mean? Tang Ningyu didn't believe that Ling Lan was Pei Xiaoyun, but deep down inside, he wished that Mu Chaoran was able to convince him. We disregarded the remarks for the mission. It's a 5-star perfect score. Tang Ningyu felt like slapping himself. We missed such an important clue. What does the perfect result have to do with the disguise? Tang Ningyu was still in shock, so his brain malfunctioned a little. Mu Chaoran didn't reply to him. He just smiled bitterly at Tang Ningyu. He massaged his temples to gain some time to arrange his thoughts. After 10 seconds, Tang Ningyu grabbed Mu Chaoran's left hand and said, 5-star perfect pass. So that's the reason. Yes. If he got a 5-star perfect pass, it meant that he followed exactly what the mainframe told him to do. That means that he could only have disguised himself as a student. Mu Chaoran looked at Ling Lan with a complex expression. If he didn't retract his force of presence, they might never have realized the truth. No wonder Little White is his pet. From the start, he is little brother Xiaoyun. That's why Little White always follows him around. Mu Chaoran had linked everything together. Our relationship is fake. Tang Ningyu's expression changed. He was fuming slightly. It was fake from the start. We just got too immersed in our roles. Mu Chaoran seemed to be in a daze. He finally understood why he told Ling Lan the delay back when they were in his room. His instinct was telling him that Ling Lan was his beloved little brother Xiaoyun. Yes. We were all under disguise. However, why did he say that he wasn't Pei Xiaoyun on planet Haijiao? Why did he say that he didn't recognize us? Why didn't he confess to us? Are we unworthy to be his friends? Tang Ningyu was hurt. He knew that we are looking for Xiaoyun. We hid our identities, but our feelings for Xiaoyun are real. It is real. But, does little brother Xiaoyun really exist? Mu Chaoran suddenly understood why Ling Lan lied to them. The pure and innocent Xiaoyun only existed in their memory. On the other hand, Ling Lan was some high and mighty figure. Even when he was currently hurt, his position as an imposing figure of the military could never change. Tang Ningyu immediately calmed down after hearing what Mu Chaoran said. He looked at Ling Lan again. Ling Lan retracted her force of presence, but even so, she still gave him a huge sense of pressure. Her aura was gentler, but everyone still didn't dare to look at her. If he and Mu Chaoran hadn't advanced to the domain stage, they might be lowering their heads like most of the people in the room. He isn't Pei Xiaoyun. Tang Ningyu was dejected. Thus, he denied it. He really isn't our little brother Xiaoyun. Mu Chaoran was sad, but at the same time, he felt relieved. The Pei Xiaoyun he had been thinking about so dearly never existed. Mu Chaoran remembered the first time he met Pei Xiaoyun. His smile was bright and shy. It was so pure that even he felt guilty. His gaze was always so sincere. Even if you lied to him, he would choose to believe you. His blatant display of innocence hurt him. He was the most perfect young man on the planet. Mu Chaoran wanted to protect him at all cost. He wanted to protect that innocence forever so that it would never get tainted. Damn it, I don't believe it. Mu Chaoran suddenly slapped himself. This sudden self-slap shocked the people beside them. Tang Ningyu glared at the people who had clearly overreacted, and they quickly turned their heads around in fear. Chaoran, what are you doing? Tang Ningyu asked in a low voice. Mu Chaoran looked at Tang Ningyu. He forced a smile. Even though I kept telling myself that little brother Xiaoyun is not real, I can't convince myself. I don't believe that our little brother Xiaoyun's smile and words are fake. I don't believe it. I can't convince myself too. Tang Ningyu looked at Ling Lan. He made a decision. He is the only person that can give us an answer. Mu Chaoran looked at Ling Lan. Yes, he wouldn't be able to give up unless he received an answer from Ling Lan personally. He knew that Pei Xiaoyun was the devil in his heart. He wouldn't be able to forget it so easily. Ling Lan sensed something going over in the audience, so she opened her eyes and scanned the crowd. When she saw Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, her gaze wavered a little. However, she still nodded at them before closing her eyes again. Those two people were looking at her strangely, so Ling Lan was on her guard. The force of presence around her quickly increased. Many people who were looking at her retracted their gaze. Boss, I found him. Little Four finally gave her a piece of good news. Ling Lan asked immediately, who is it? This person. A young and familiar figure appeared in Ling Lan's mindscape. It's him, that's unexpected. Ling Lan was surprised. Although she knew that her enemy would definitely send someone to get close to Ling Yi, she didn't expect the person to be with Ling Yi since the Scout Academy. This person had accompanied Ling Yi for 16 years, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. She wondered if this person knew his mission right from the start, or was he only told after he became an adult. If it was the first option, this was a scary person. Major General Bai finally received the verdict from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. The video evidence Ling Lan gave them was real. If this video was fake, they would commit suicide. After obtaining Ling Lan's video, they compared it with the video sent by the unknown leaker. It allowed them to discover something amiss. Without Ling Lan's video, they wouldn't be able to notice the small problem with the first video evidence they had. This was why they took such a long time to reach a verdict. Actually, the problem with the first video was Little Four's work. Little Four was someone who bore grudges. Hence, he messed with the video to take his revenge. He made a small change to the video. It was just a very small change, but it made a very big impact. Anyone that wasn't stupid would be able to notice the change. This was what Little Four wanted. The small change would spur the hackers from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to investigate further. Major General Bai received the verification. He said to Ling Lan, Major General Ling, your video is real. There's no problem with it. An uproar exploded in the room. If Ling Lan's video was real, it meant that the one sent by the unknown leaker from the Ling Tian Mecha clan was fake. The rights of a prisoner were important, but framing your superior was a great offense. If caught, the leaker would be sent to the military court and be stripped of his identity as a soldier. He might even be put in jail. Ling Lan was young, but she was a major general. If someone framed her, he would have to squat in jail for more than 20 years at least. There were very few framing incidents because of this heavy punishment. Those that did it were prepared to die trying, as the success rate for such cases was very low. After all, the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee wasn't easily fooled. We've discovered something new in the first video that was sent to us. Once we verify its authenticity, we'll give Major General Ling an answer. Major General Bai continued sincerely. Major General Bai hated acts of framing. He felt that anyone who did this was unworthy of being a soldier. Sure. Ling Lan opened her eyes and nodded at Major General Bai. Major General Bai smiled slightly when he saw Ling Lan's indifferent expression. He respected General Ling Xiao greatly, so he felt happy that his idol had a qualified successor. He was also surprised that Ling Lan managed to take care of this issue easily before he had a chance to perform. He wondered if the video was prepared beforehand, or did Ling Lan just happen to bring it along. He quickly rejected the former. The Disciplinary and Investigation Committee was split into different factions, but they still had the integrity to not harm the prestige of the Federation. They would never leak any information out. So, he was sure no one had informed Ling Lan to prepare a counter-evidence beforehand. He had never encountered any leakage of information from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee in his time in the military. While everyone's focus was on Ling Lan's conference, the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee secretly sent more than 20 teams to the various government departments. In front of the Military Safety Department, the soldier on duty saw a bunch of people running towards him and shouted, "Who's there?" The leader of the group took out a metal card from his chest pocket and said coldly, "The leader of Team 02 of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee." The Disciplinary and Investigation Committee? The soldier on duty shuddered. He quickly took out his optical supercomputer and scanned the metal card. Beep. The person's status was stated on the optical supercomputer. He was indeed the leader of Team 02 of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. The soldier was stunned by the person's rank. He was a major general. The highest-ranking officer in the Military Safety Department was his head, a major general. Although their ranks were the same, the soldier knew that their head wouldn't dare to offend this Major General Luo from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. "I'll report to my head now." The soldier was stunned, but he didn't forget his job. "There's no need for that. I hope that you'll maintain silence from now on." Luo Yang stopped the soldier. A major walked out from the group behind him and aimed his beam handgun at the soldier's waist. "I'm sorry. Please cooperate with us." The major spoke without any change in expression. The soldier on duty knew that something big must have happened. Some of his superiors in the Military Safety Department must have done something bad. Luo Yang noticed that his subordinates had controlled the situation, so he entered the building of the Military Safety Department. There were many workers inside the building. Many people were astounded to see the group of them walking in with a cold aura. However, since they came in from the main door, none of the workers went to question them. Luo Yang seemed familiar with this location. He led his team to the elevator and they went up to the highest level. There was only one office on this level. It was the office of the head of the Military Safety Department, Major General Jiang Wei. Luo Yang motioned at the two people beside him, and the two of them stood quickly beside the door of the office. The door opened automatically and Luo Yang led his team inside. The office had an open concept. Some beautiful female officers were busy working in the office. Some were contacting through their communicators while most sat in front of their optical supercomputer with their eyes glued to the screen. The female officers noticed the commotion and looked over. One of them saw that the leader was a major general, so she got up and saluted. "Major General." The other female officers stood up in a flurry and saluted too. Luo Yang frowned at the messy greeting. "Is Major General Jiang Wei in?" Luo Yang controlled his unhappiness and asked. "Yes." The female officers nodded. Luo Yang was a cold and stern person. These female officers looked as though they had never met such an officer before, so they were frightened. "Bring me to him," Luo Yang ordered. "Yes, Major General." The female officers pushed and shoved each other. The female officer at the front was pushed out. The female officer gritted her teeth and said, "May I know who you are so that I can report to my head?" Finally, someone who is asking the correct question. Luo Yang had a bad impression of the female officers, so when he noticed one that was not so bad, he took a second look at her. Failed to download. "Chief, we just received a report. People from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee have appeared everywhere within the military headquarters. They took away many high-ranking officers, some were even major generals." One major general anxiously walked into his senior officer's office and reported what he just read. "Major generals? Do you know who they are?" The general, who was in the office looking through documents, was in shock. "I only know of one from the Military Safety Department, Major General Jiang Wei." "I am not privy to the other names on the list yet," replied the Major General softly. He hurriedly came to bring the news because he had heard Jiang Wei was asked to leave with the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee on his way over here. "Did they discover us?" After hearing Jiang Wei's name, the general felt his heart sinking to his stomach. However, he quickly eliminated the possibility. In all of these years, he followed the rules to the T, focused on his work and never made any mistakes. As for Jiang Wei, he was only just related to his faction, so he wouldn't affect him too much. However, what was the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee planning to do with these series of invites? The general began to think more deeply about this. He must find out the reason behind the vast undertaking. That way, he would be able to avoid getting caught in the midst of the storm. Right at that moment, an angry voice could be heard from outside of his office. "Hey, what are you doing? This the nation's network security department. It's not some place where you can just come and go as you please. Make them quiet down," said a lazy-sounding voice. Then, the sound of a few bodies thumping could be heard. Afterwards, it became completely silent. The general had a grave expression on his face. He immediately stood up and walked quickly to the door of his office. The major general followed behind him. When they walked out of the office, they saw a lieutenant general with his back towards them and hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, there were two major generals with two groups of majors following behind them. They locked down the office and held down the staff members. Some had attempted to resist, but were mercilessly struck unconscious. After sensing their arrival, the lieutenant general with his hands behind his back turned around. He instantly smiled after seeing them. "General Wu, long time no see." The general's military rank was clearly higher than this lieutenant general, but this lieutenant general's expression wasn't the least bit polite and was quite casual. General Wu saw the person who came and narrowed his eyes. With a hint of coldness in his eyes, he spoke slowly. "Lieutenant General Yang, I didn't know such a busy person like yourself would actually have the time to come visit me. I can't help it. There's someone here that I need to personally invite to leave with me." Lieutenant General Yang smiled even more. "That wolf in sheep's clothing." General Wu screamed in his mind. "I'm not sure who Lieutenant General Yang wants to invite," said General Wu. He didn't know which one of his lieutenant generals or deputy generals was so unlucky that the disciplinary and investigation committee was on their tail. After hearing that, Lieutenant General Yang smirked lightly. "I will have to trouble General Wu to come with me." After saying that, Lieutenant General Yang gave a pose as if he was saying, "After you. They are targeting me." General Wu's expression changed instantly. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes for a moment as he shouted angrily, "You're screwing with me." The angry shout didn't affect Lieutenant General Yang at all. He calmly put out his right hand and patted the bottom part of his uniform. It was as though he was trying to get some dust off it. Then, he raised his eyes and spoke nonchalantly, "General Wu, don't lose your cool." General Wu looked at him angrily to show the frustrations he had. He spoke in a sharp tone, "I'm the head of a department. Lieutenant General Yang, if you want to take me, it's going to take more than just a warrant from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee." Although for those general rank or below, the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee could write up their own warrants for their arrest, however there was a restriction when doing so. That restriction was that people who were at top-ranking positions of the nation could not be taken in for questioning without proper authorization. After all, the nation's various department heads were the heart of the nation and couldn't be just taken away so easily. If anyone wanted to take them away, they would require the signatures of at least 2 out of the 3 marshals for such a warrant. After hearing those words, Lieutenant General Yang opened his palm in front of him. A major standing behind him quickly walked up and placed a document into his hand. Lieutenant General Yang took the document and handed it to General Wu. He then smiled and said, "This is what you want. The signatures of the 3 marshals." General Wu's eyes immediately narrowed. He quickly grabbed the document from Lieutenant General Yang's hand. He opened it and did indeed see the clearance for the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to take away the nation's Network Security Department head Wu Shanyong away. The signatures of the 3 marshals were present on the warrant. That's not possible. He was someone who was brought up to this position by the 3rd marshal and was very respectful towards the 1st and 2nd marshals. He never did anything selfish nor did break any rules. Even when the 3rd marshal helped him raise up the ranks, it was still through proper procedures. It was because he didn't do anything out of line, followed the rules and was always praised for his work that he had gotten to his current position. He had also received a medal of the highest honor for doing well in his position, the Golden Thorn. Although he wasn't as bright and glamorous as General Ling Shao, he was still a role model in the military that was respected and loved. Why would the 3 marshals agree to such a warrant? General Wu couldn't figure it out. He could only repeatedly say that it was impossible. "Lieutenant General Yang, somebody is framing me." General Wu suddenly realized it. He understood that he was being framed. "That's why, General Wu, we need you to go to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee and cooperate with us." Lieutenant General Yang smirked. "You just need to make everything clear for us. Just like how Major General Ling had done during the conference." Faced with the accusation of killing prisoners, didn't he make it clear to us? After hearing those words, General Wu's eyes showed a hint of shock. He seemed to have realized something and his face turned slightly pale. Huh, General Wu, it looks like you've remembered something. Seeing General Wu's pale expression, Lieutenant General Yang laughed out loud. After laughing for a few seconds, his smile suddenly turned cold. It's not that we didn't report it, but rather because the time to wasn't right. General Wu, don't think for a second that no one is unaware of the things you've done. It was because back then, no one wanted to go against you. Otherwise, you would have been taken down from your high horse long ago. Lieutenant General Yang's words helped General Wu regain his composure. He calmly said, Lieutenant General Yang, what have I done? I really don't know. Please help me understand. Even a criminal still needs to be told what crime they committed, right? Lieutenant General Yang shook his head. We will tell you, just not here. General Wu, please come to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee with us. General Wu knew he now had no choice but to go to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. He snorted coldly, tossed his arm out in frustration and walked out of the Network Security Department. Major General Bai, who was currently at Ling Lan's conference, instantly breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the report that the mission was completed. He stood up and spoke to the host of the conference, Major General Gao, I just received news that our Disciplinary and Investigation Committee's hackers have found new evidence. We found the parts of the video that had been altered. Thus, we can confirm that the video sent in as an accusation against Major General Ling was fake and unusable. Thus, Major General Ling is not guilty of anything. He is innocent, said Major General Bai without hesitation. The conference room erupted with commotion again. However, this time, they all shared the same emotion: anger. Almost all of them wanted to inhibit Ling Lan's rise to the top, but the most they would do to achieve that goal was to just remove some of the merits from the Ling Tian mecha clan. They had no intention of slandering Ling Lan. This is too much. We must punish the offenders severely, an officer sitting in a corner exclaimed angrily. Everyone nodded their head in agreement to the officer's words. Yes, we must punish them. Ling Lan opened her eyes in surprise when she heard someone helping her. She turned her head to look at who was helping her when everyone else ignored her plight. Her eyes met Mu Chaoran's eyes that were staring directly right into her. He gave an evil smile and moved his lips. He mouthed a sentence silently. Little brother Xiaoyun, I'll always protect you. Ling Lan learned to read lips before, so she understood what Mu Chaoran was saying. She frowned slightly in response. She realized that she had made a mistake to retract her aura in front of someone as sensitive as Mu Chaoran. However, she turned calm quickly. She initially didn't want to continue the relationship with the two of them because the three of them started the relationship with a false identity in the first place. Once the mission ended, everything between them should have ended. There shouldn't be any feelings of camaraderie or friendship because all of them communicated under the disguise of someone. However, she didn't expect that Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu would desperately hold on to that fake friendship until now. Moreover, even if she was recognized now, she would not be burdened as their imaginary relationship with Pei Xiaoyun didn't affect her anyway. After rationalizing everything in her head, Ling Lan turned her gaze away from Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's direction with an ever-unchanging expression. It looks like he isn't affected at all, Tang Ningyu commented with pity. He was hoping to see at least a minute reaction from Ling Lan. Honestly, if he didn't retract his force of presence just now, I won't believe it even if someone told me that he is the cute and innocent little brother Xiaoyun. I would have just thought that the guy was making fun of me. Mu Chaoran gave a bitter smile. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea of how an expressionless man such as Ling Lan was able to act as a cute and pure little boy. Xiaoyun's smile was bright enough to light up the universe. It was able to invoke happiness within the people around him. His smile was like a special bestowment to the world before him from the angels above. Yet, in actual fact, under that cute and pure persona was a cold and ruthless soldier who could force everyone around him to bow to his will. These two personalities, which were on completely different sides of the spectrum, manifested in the same person. It was inconceivable. Mu Chaoran thought that he was living in a weird world for a second. Mu Chaoran ignited the rage in everyone's heart. They decided to work together to get rid of the offenders first. No one hoped that while they were fighting for their lives on the battlefield, they still had to guard against their own nation. The act of framing went over their bottom line. Currently, everyone's attention shifted from Ling Lan and the Ling Tian mecha clan to the person who sent the report and evidence. Major General Gao mildly coughed out to attract everyone's attention, and the noisy room quickly turned quiet. If all of you have no queries about Major General Ling's report, we'll input Major General Ling's report into the mainframe and wait for the mainframe to give him his merit. To make sure that the merits and rewards were handed out properly and fairly, they were all distributed by the mainframe. This was to prevent innocent people from being snatched of what they deserved. The officer in the corner shouted again, "I have nothing against it." Why would we be against it? Will we frame Major General Ling? Another voice followed closely. Yes, I have nothing against it too. Me too. Not everyone had underlying intentions when attending this conference. There were still some soldiers that maintained their principles in the military. They were triggered when they heard the question, so they quickly voiced out their support. Those people that wanted to stop Ling Lan from climbing up too quickly gave up their initial intention after hearing the questions too. Were they supposed to frame a man of merits? This was something even they condemned. When these people gave up making it difficult for Ling Lan, the result was obvious. Even if some people still wanted to suppress her, they had no choice but to follow the majority. They had to follow the crowd and give Ling Lan and her mecha clan the honor they deserved. Very soon, the mainframe calculated the merits and rewards for each individual in the Ling Tian mecha clan. Everyone in the Ling Tian mecha clan would rise in 1 rank. Some people who performed outstandingly would rise 3 ranks, if their initial ranks were not very high to begin with. Some who performed slightly better managed to rise 2 ranks. Many veteran mecha operators, who had been stuck as a senior colonel for many years, managed to be promoted to a major general after this battle. Ling Tian mecha clan couldn't be compared with the other famous legendary mecha clans in many aspects, but in terms of the number of major generals, it towered over them. The military headquarters was dumbfounded when they saw this verdict. "Is this, all right?" an officer stammered. They knew that the rewards for the battle would be great, but they didn't expect it to be so monstrous. The list of more than 40 major generals was enough to shock them. "Shall we move some major generals out?" someone suggested. But Ling Tian is an independent mecha clan. No, it's an independent army now. It will be difficult to move any of them out. Once a mecha clan reached certain criteria, the regiment commander could request for the mecha clan to become an army. There were 2 requirements to become an independent army. First, there must be more than 15 major generals. Second, the regiment commander must be a lieutenant general. After the battle, the Ling Tian mecha clan fulfilled both requirements. Once they finished the registration process, they would be able to become an independent army. In the history of the Huaxia Federation, no independent mecha clan managed to turn into an independent army within a year. The independent armies now were formed from the hard work of many generations of soldiers. Of course, most mecha clans would never even fulfill the requirement even after many successive generations of successors. This fact could be further strengthened just by the sheer number of independent mecha clans in the military, but with only 26 independent armies on the opposite side. Ling Tian was the only mecha clan in the past 100 years to turn into an independent army. It would be the 27th independent army. "Boss, we can become an independent army now," Little Four wiggled his tiny but excitedly when he saw the rewards. "Be calm. We still have to see whether the 3 great marshals accept our advancement." Ling Lan didn't think that becoming an independent army would be so easy. The Ling Tian mecha clan's foundation was just too weak. Even if her father's help, it wouldn't be a simple task to be an independent army. "Will they take away our merits?" Little Four pouted. "Of course not. However, they might give me an offer I can't reject, so that I will give up this idea voluntarily." Ling Lan never dared to underestimate those sly old foxes. They might have something they could threaten her with. What else is more enticing than becoming an independent army? Little Four suddenly remembered Boss's wish many years ago. He continued in astonishment, "Boss, don't tell me you want the best male sperms. What nonsense are you spewing?" Ling Lan immediately knocked his head. She was young and inexperienced when she said that in the past. Thinking back, she felt embarrassed for herself. It wouldn't be difficult for her to rob a sperm bank now. If she were to give up the chance to become an independent army just for high-quality sperm. Little Four was thinking too highly of her. What could they offer then? Little Four rubbed his sore head as he thought about this huge problem. As the number 1 follower of Boss, he must plan ahead. Ling Lan didn't reply to him. She just allowed Little Four's imagination to run wild. There were many things that could happen before they became an independent army. Before everything settled down, Ling Lan wouldn't think too much about it. After Major General Bai finished his mission, he left with his team. Major General Gao announced the end of the conference after everything had been finalized. Ling Lan stood up and wore the military cap. Luo Lang passed to her. Congratulations, Major General Ling. Major General Gao walked up to her. Thank you, Major General Gao, Ling Lan replied politely. If there's nothing, Major General Ling should return to base Nebula as soon as possible. Major General Gao seemed to be hinting at something. Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows in response and replied calmly, thank you for your reminder. The two of them shook hands and parted ways. They appeared as though they were just greeting each other. Is something wrong? Xie whispered. Nothing. We just greeted each other. Ling Lan smiled slightly. Major General Gao seemed to be informing her that he was on her side. She should confirm this with her father first. At that moment, Ling Lan noticed two familiar figures walking towards her. Ling Lan frowned. However, it only lasted for a moment. She had already expected that this would happen eventually. Major General Ling, shall we have a chat? Mu Chaoran forced himself to remain composed as he spoke to Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded. Sure. She turned around and asked Gu Dongyang, is there any quiet place around here? Gu Dongyang thought for a while. There is a resting area for the workers which should be suitable for your needs. He added on, there are private rooms inside. Ling Lan nodded. Let's go there. Since they weren't going to talk about some massive secrets, they just needed a quiet place. Gu Dongyang led the way. Ling Lan and company walked out of the conference room. Major General Gao, who just separated with Ling Lan, walked to a corner. A senior colonel came up to him and said in a low voice, the things we have prepared were useless. That is unexpected. Isn't that good? Our people don't have to reveal themselves. Major General Gao smiled. He was satisfied with the result of this conference. We still underestimated Major General Ling. The senior colonel complimented Ling Lan. General always told us to not bother about Major General Ling, but how can we do that? In the end, he was right. General finally has a qualified successor. Both the current leader and the future successor were important to a faction. They were the foundation and confidence of the faction. We will be calling him Lieutenant General Ling soon. Major General Gao smiled as he shook his head. His tone was filled with respect as he said, he has broken a new record. He will be the youngest lieutenant general. No one might be able to break his record in the coming millennium. Definitely. Once the Ling Tian Mecha clan becomes an independent army, no one will be able to stop his rise anymore. The senior colonel was filled with anticipation. The accomplishment of Major General Ling is just a bonus. The most important thing is the opportunity that our general has been waiting for is finally here. Major General Gao couldn't hide his excitement. Everyone who followed Ling Xiao hoped that he would one day climb to the top of the military world. We will definitely open anew. It would be the end to all the hatred accumulated through the generations. The resting area wasn't far from the conference room. They arrived quickly. Gu Dongyang used his identity to register for a huge private room. The private room was around 30 square meters. The aesthetic of the room matched the design of a normal military bunker, bleak and monotonous. Ling Lan casually sat on the sofa of the room. She pointed at the sofa to signal for everyone to sit down. Gu Dongyang chose to sit on Ling Lan's left side. Xie pulled Luo Lang and sat on Ling Lan's right. Ling Jie was a step too slow. He could only grumble and sit beside Gu Dongyang. Well, he could sit on the sofa opposite from Ling Lan, but that sofa was for the two people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Ling Jie was an unreasonable and irritating person, but when it comes to important affairs, he knew what he should do. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran knew that they should sit on the sofa opposite from Ling Lan that was specially left for them, so they sat down naturally. As they sat down, robotic attendants came in to send them their tea and snacks. Ling Lan took a cup of black tea and had a sip of it. She placed it on the coffee table beside her before asking, what do you want to talk about? Ling Lan never liked beating around the bush, so she decided to clarify the matters between them at once. Mu Chaoran took a deep breath. You're Pei Xiaoyun, right? It was a question, but the tone he used when asking left no room for doubt. Ling Lan looked at him in the eyes. You already know the answer. Why did you choose to die? Mu Xiaoyu couldn't understand Ling Lan's actions. Wasn't it better to stay alive and bid farewell to them? That way, they wouldn't think of him all the time until he became a devil in their hearts. It's more convenient, Ling Lan replied. This was the truth. If she didn't kill Pei Xiaoyun, she would have to go through more trouble to wipe this character off the face of the planet. The other option was to reveal her real identity just like Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. However, Ling Lan wanted to complete the mission perfectly, so death was the best option. Of course, she was lucky in the situation. Out of all the people in the plaza, the enemy kidnapped her. As Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran didn't know what to say. Ling Lan just decided to choose the easier path to disappear. Had they been thinking too much all these while? I just want to know whether our friendship was real or fake. Mu Chaoran gathered his thoughts and asked with hope in his eyes. Ling Lan smiled slightly. She asked him back, what do you think? Was it real or fake? Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran exchanged glances with each other. Then, Mu Chaoran turned and looked at Ling Lan firmly. It's real. Our identities were fake, but the feeling towards our little brother Xiaoyun is real. We even thought of getting him into the Flying Dragon Special Forces after he entered the military academy so that we can protect him forever. That way, he can have a happy life. We don't want his smile to disappear. As long as we have the ability to, we want to protect him forever. Little brother Xiaoyun can just live happily without any worry. Mu Chaoran felt as though he was stabbed by a knife. His heart hurt. Pei Xiaoyun was my disguise. His personality and image is fake. None of it is real. Ling Lan's words hurt the two of them even further. Mu Chaoran was in agony. His favorite little brother Xiaoyun never existed. Mu Chaoran was just sad that his beloved younger brother never existed. On the other hand, Tang Ningyu was fuming. Is it fun to fool us? Tang Ningyu stood up angrily and questioned Ling Lan. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Why are you so angry? Since you didn't treat us sincerely, why did you pretend to be nice towards us? Tang Ningyu's eyes were bloodshot. Ling Lan scoffed. Were you sincere towards Pei Xiaoyun from the beginning? Let's change our perspective. If Pei Xiaoyun really existed, how would he feel when he knows that his two beloved brothers were fooling him? What will he do when he knows the truth? Mu Chaoran was speechless. Tang Ningyu's anger dissipated a little. Do you think he would be grateful if you used your status to pull him in the Flying Dragon Special Forces? Will he live happily ever after with you? Stop daydreaming. From the moment we were in our disguises, everything was a lie. There's no such thing as sincere feelings. Even if there is, it wouldn't last long. You're lucky that you met me, as no one else will tolerate you with how you are questioning me. Ling Lan's gaze turned sharp. A strong force of presence slowly leaked out from her body. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran felt cold sweat on their back. They then heard a cold voice speaking forcefully, is it fun to fool me? This question pierced through their hearts. Mu Chaoran's anguish and Tang Ningyu's anger dissipated instantly. Dreams are beautiful. However, it's time to wake up. Ling Lan's stern voice woke them up with a shock. By questioning Ling Lan directly, they finally overcame the devil in their hearts, so the force of presence around them suddenly exploded. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise and activated her domain. The entire private room immediately turned cold. Xie and Luo Lang couldn't help but shiver. Ling Lan's ice domain concept stopped Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's domain from exploding out, saving the furniture and private room from destruction. F***K, their force of presence is really powerful. They've actually advanced. They must have reached the titled domain realm now, Luo Lang exclaimed in surprise. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were only a few years older than them. They were from the same generation. The few of them thought that under the guidance of Boss, they had already surpassed everyone from the same generation as them. However, that didn't seem to be the case now, as the two people in front of them were faster than them. What about Boss? Was Ling Lan even a human? The people from Ling Tian knew that there was no point in comparing with Boss. Their advancement means that you are not training hard enough. Ling Lan spoke as she controlled her domain. She touched her chin and muttered, maybe we should activate the ultimate level month training? No way. No, please. Boss. Luo Lang, Xie, Liangjie, and even Gu Dongyang shouted in unison. The ultimate level day training was enough to make feel like bashing their skulls against the wall to end their life. If Boss really started the ultimate level month training, they could imagine what kind of hell they would have to go through. There was no question about it. They would definitely die. They were not protesting the training because they were lazy. It was because they had actually experienced the ultimate level month training before. Besides boss, only Qi Long managed to remain until the end. However, he still had to lie in Li Shiyu's medical department for 3 whole months before he could stand up again. Most of the participants couldn't even reach the halfway point. Even then, they had to lie down for more than a month before recovering. From then onwards, the ultimate level month training was seen as the doors of hell. Anyone who wanted to die could try it. This was why everyone jumped in fright when they heard what Ling Lan said. You don't want the ultimate level month training? Well, show me you can do without it. 1 year later, Ling Lan smiled as she looked at her companions. Her companions could almost see layers of devil wings behind Ling Lan's back. Don't blame me for being merciless if you haven't advanced. Around 2 hours later, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's force of presence finally turned stable. Ling Lan retracted her domain. The two of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously. They looked at Ling Lan with a complicated expression. Should they hate him or thank him? He destroyed their dream but also helped them to kill the devil in their hearts. Due to his help, they were able to become titled Domain Realm Formidable Warriors. Domain Realm Masters were very powerful, but the normal Domain Realm Masters were nothing in the domain world. Only titled Domain Realm Formidable Warriors had say in the world. Thank you. In the end, Tang Ningyu still thanked Ling Lan. After all, he still received help from Ling Lan after he burst out in anger towards her. There's no need to thank me. This is your fate. I just happened to be part of it. Ling Lan didn't take the credit. You are the one who helped us become titled Domain Realm Formidable Warriors. I'll remember it forever. You're right. Our identities were fake. No matter how true our feelings were during that moment, they would be fake in the end, Mu Chaoran said earnestly. Mu Chaoran suddenly stood up and walked towards Ling Lan. He saluted and introduced himself, Major General Ling, I'm Colonel Mu Chaoran from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Nice to meet you. Everyone was puzzled by his actions. Hadn't he introduced himself already? Mu Chaoran put his hand out and continued, since we revealed our real identity, are we able to become friends from now on? Tang Ningyu immediately understood Mu Chaoran's actions. He looked at Ling Lan. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he just sighed. He didn't follow what Mu Chaoran did. Once some things are gone, they can never come back. Tang Ningyu liked Pei Xiaoyun, not this cold and dominating Major General Ling. They were not the same person. Ling Lan looked up slightly and saw Mu Chaoran's resolute gaze. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. I thought you liked Pei Xiaoyun. Yes, I like Pei Xiaoyun. I've never met someone as pure and sincere as him. I want to protect him. I don't want him to be tainted by the evils in this world. I don't believe that the Pei Xiaoyun I like is fake. If you exist, it means that he exists. I believe this firmly. This was Mu Chaoran's real thoughts. Mu Chaoran, Colonel Mu, your obsession towards Pei Xiaoyun is too strong. Ling Lan's expression was cold. She didn't have any intention of being friends with Mu Chaoran. Friends couldn't be made so easily. They must be responsible for each other, and Ling Lan didn't want to take on this obsession. This is my business. Major General Ling, I just want to know if it's possible. In the end, Mu Chaoran chose to be stubborn. Colonel Mu, take care of yourself. Ling Lan ignored the outstretched hand, took her teacup and sipped her tea. As Gu Dongyang noticed that the conversation was ending, he stood up hurriedly. This way, please. Lifting the teacup meant that Ling Lan wanted to chase the guest away. Mu Chaoran knew that he couldn't get what he wanted. However, he didn't mind. He was still satisfied to know that Pei Xiaoyun was Ling Lan. Soon, Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu left. After they walked out of the building, Tang Ningyu finally opened his mouth. Chaoran, why did you want to become friends with Major General Ling? I don't know. I just know that I'll regret it if I don't say it. I think you will too. Tang Ningyu snorted. How is that possible? So what if Ling Lan is strong? He is not Pei Xiaoyun. That means that he is nothing to me. Mu Chaoran frowned. He thought for a while before finally saying, I hope so. But, you broke the rules of the Flying Dragon Special Forces to help Ling Lan. Our superiors will definitely punish you when we go back. Tang Ningyu was worried about Mu Chaoran. There's nothing to worry about. I've been punished before. Mu Chaoran was used to getting punished. Are you trying to destroy all the good feelings our superiors have for you? Tang Ningyu felt helpless. Mu Chaoran shrugged. He didn't care. He turned his head and forward with a steadfast attitude. When he noticed that Tang Ningyu couldn't see him anymore, an indescribable emotion flashed past his eyes. Actually, Mu Chaoran is not bad. Luo Lang had a good impression of Mu Chaoran. Xie frowned. Not bad. The people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces are all arrogant bastards. Luo Lang was puzzled. Really? Why do I think that Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were not arrogant at all? They were talking to boss. Xie took the chance to lick Ling Lan's boots. Then, he continued, if we were the ones talking to them, they wouldn't be so respectful. They would act all high and mighty to show off how noble the Flying Dragon Special Forces is. Really? Luo Lang looked at Ling Lan. Ling Lan saw the hand signal Xie was giving her secretly. He looked so funny when he pleaded for her help. Ling Lan made a soft sound. She glanced at Xie as she used her gaze to ask him what he was willing to offer in exchange for her help. Anything, Xie nodded firmly. He would do anything. That's right. Ling Lan wouldn't disappoint her companions. She didn't feel that the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces were too good either. The simple-minded Luo Lang shouldn't interact too much with them. This must be why Xie was concerned. As expected, they needed to worry more when they had an innocent friend. I didn't expect the people from the famous Flying Dragon Special Forces to be like that. How disappointing. The innocent Luo Lang got fooled by his companions. His good impression of Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu disappeared. It was fun working together. Ling Lan and Xie exchanged glances with each other. Liangjie stood at the side in a daze. Were the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces so bad? Gu Dongyang pretended that he wasn't involved in the conversation. As the sun set, Ling Lan packed her things and prepared to leave tomorrow morning. Suddenly, her communicator vibrated. She was stunned. She pressed the button and a virtual screen appeared in front of her. A familiar figure was displayed on the screen. It was her father, Ling Xiao. If I don't call you, you won't call me, huh? Ling Xiao seemed to be a little angry. He looked like an ignored puppy that was about to bite you. I thought that you'll be very busy, Ling Lan replied calmly. If she had guessed correctly, her father was currently busy cleaning up the ends of his deal. That was why she didn't contact him immediately. I will always have some time to communicate with my daughter no matter how busy I am. Ling Xiao looked at her with a disapproving gaze. Ling Xiao was willing to put aside all his work to spend some time with his daughter. Fine. What do you want to talk about? Ling Lan felt speechless at her father's suffocating and loving behavior. Xuyang told me what happened at the conference. You did a good job. Ling Xiao was full of smiles as he complimented his daughter. Sob. Father, can you control yourself? Your expression is too obvious. It will ruin your male idol image. Ling Lan felt embarrassed. Was she really so good? But the rewards, Ling Xiao's expression turned normal again. Ling Lan sensed something. Did the three marshals make an offer? Ling Lan, seems like you guessed it. His daughter was so capable. She made him feel inferior. Of course, I would have guessed it. You are one of the 10 great generals as well as the general of the 23rd Division. Now, your child is a lieutenant general who has an independent army. The three great marshals won't be able to accept this. Ling Lan was very aware that the three great marshals wouldn't allow the Ling family to have two generals. Otherwise, the Ling family would be unstoppable in the military world. This was forbidden in the military. In the past, the entire Ling family only consisted of Lan Luofeng and Ling Xiao. They had no background to depend on. This was the reason why the military was very willing to give Ling Xiao the rank of general. No matter how good his reputation was, he wouldn't be much of an influence in the military world if he didn't have a good background. However, it was different now. If his daughter became a lieutenant general and a commander of an independent army, she would become Ling Xiao's most powerful right-hand man. Ling Xiao would be powerful enough to topple the current reign. The three great marshals were afraid of this. In the past, it's impossible, but now, it might be different. Ling Xiao's gaze was sharp. If his daughter deserved it, he wouldn't let anyone take it away. Ling Lan thought for a moment. Did you do something? Ling Xiao smiled. Not much. It's just an exchange of benefits. They want to use my hand to remove the corrupted officers so that the various factions will be unhappy towards me. That way, I will be left all alone to fend for myself. I paid such a huge price to play into their hands, so I think that I should receive some consolation for that. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and gave an evil smile. Why did you exchange it for an independent army? Ling Lan frowned. Her father had better options than to have an independent army under him. It was the most reasonable choice. It was something they were willing to accept too. Father, you've already discussed with the three great marshals. It wasn't much of a loss on my side. Everyone got what they wanted. Everyone is happy. Ling Xiao smiled. He was willing to give up some interest for the sake of his daughter. So what if he had to offend some people? If he wanted to climb to the highest position and protect his family, he eventually would have to do these things anyway. Go back and wait patiently for the rewards. If you hear anything unpleasant, pretend that nothing happened. Focus on your own business. Ling Xiao reminded Ling Lan seriously. I understand. After I go back to Base Nebula, I'll enter into closed-door meditation. Ling Lan smiled. My injuries are not fully healed, so it's reasonable that my health got worse due to the long journey and the multiple accusations I received. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. The tiredness on his face disappeared. That is a good excuse. Ling Lan asked about Major General Gao. Ling Xiao only replied with a meaningful smile, and Ling Lan understood it. Her father had his own people in the military too. They hid well and would only show themselves when a crucial situation arose. Major General Gao would have probably revealed himself to help her in the conference if she needed it. If she made any mistakes at the conference, he would lend a helping hand. Ling Lan gave a small smile to show how happy she was. Her father was always prepared beforehand. Whether she needed it or not, he would be always prepared to help her. He would ensure that she was able to do what she wanted without having to worry about her back. She was very lucky to be able to meet her parents. They trusted and loved her completely. Even if she killed someone, they wouldn't ask her anything about it. Instead, they would give her a knife and even help her to bury the corpse. The two of them chatted for a while more. Ling Xiao told Ling Lan what he was doing currently so that she could prepare mentally. Ling Xiao could see how much Ling Lan had grown over the years. He had the intention of letting her know about the fight for power between the higher authorities in the military. Once Ling Tian became an independent army, she would eventually have to deal with all the political matters that would flood her. She wouldn't be able to enter the core circle, but she would still have to face many dangers. If she didn't remain vigilant, she might suffer due to her ignorance on the matter. Ling Lan listened to Ling Xiao attentively. She knew that her father was teaching her valuable lessons. Just like what he mentioned, if Ling Tian became an independent army, the things he said would be useful. Half an hour passed. Ling Xiao had many topics to teach Ling Lan, but he was very busy. He Shuyang put in much effort before he managed to squeeze some time for Ling Xiao to talk to Ling Lan. When he Shuyang reminded Ling Xiao for the third time to end the call, he had no choice but to hang up on the call. The night was silent. The next morning, Ling Lan and her companions sat in the shuttle and left Planet General. They boarded the starship heading to Base Nebula from the Soldier City. With Ling Xiao's help, they had a smooth journey. The starship they were on disappeared into the planetary sector. At that moment, an order preventing Ling Lan from leaving Planet General arrived at the port. However, it was useless. Those people that wanted to keep Ling Lan on Planet General sighed in pity. Major Han, a starship is requesting to enter Base Nebula. A JMC received a request to enter the base, so she hurriedly looked for her major. Han Shuya replied calmly, ask them for their starship number, their identity, and their passcode for entering the base. The JMC sent the request. The other party replied quickly, starship number, XY001 from Base Nebula. Passcode. Add at 1% $#, at. Han Shuya jumped up happily. It's boss. Huh. The JMC was confused. Our regiment commander is back. Another JMC managed to react quickly and shouted happily. Quick, send the signal to me. The tiredness on her face disappeared. She had been spending the last few days in anxiety and agitation. Finally, she could relax. The JMC at the spaceport moved quickly. The next second, the signal from the spaceship was sent to Han Shuya. Regiment Commander. Han Shuya shouted excitedly. Shuya. Why is it you? Ling Lan was stunned to hear that familiar voice. She quickly pressed the button and took over the call. Something happened in the base during your absence. However, we worked together and overcame the difficulty. Han Shuya just briefly explained the situation as it was not a suitable time to talk. I understand. Led me into the base now. Ling Lan knew that many things must have happened at the base after she had left. After all, it was a part of her plan, but it seemed that this issue was a little more serious than she had expected. Ling Lan was surprised but not agitated. Since Han Shuya was able to control the spaceport, it meant that the entire base was still under Ling Tian's control. The starship slowly docked into the spaceport. Ling Lan walked down the starship and saw the core members of Ling Tian. Ling Lan looked at them and asked calmly, what happened? Yang Mingji's gentle aura had disappeared. He replied seriously, after you left, the military sent 3 mecha clans over. These 3 mecha clans are all first-rank 5-star mecha clans. Oh. Who did it? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Yang Mingji's expression turned darker. He replied instantly, the 3 great marshals. Ling Lan understood what he meant. Each marshal sent 1 mecha clan. Seems like we are very popular. While we focused on searching for the spies, they took the chance to contact the regiment commanders in the base with the intention to assign someone else as the commander of the mecha clans. Lu Furong reported the actions of these 3 mecha clans. Our commanding officer of the base took part in it too. Ling Lan was in deep thought. Yes and no. A new commanding officer has come to our base. Li Lanfeng smiled as he replied Ling Lan. Major General, you went to take a higher position. This was unexpected. Looks like a huge drama was being played during these past 3 days. Yes. He was transferred to the 16th Division to be the head of the logistics department of a newly formed fleet, Li Lanfeng answered. Ling Lan frowned. That position is of a similar rank. Based on the merits Yu Huan got from this battle, he should be able to become the vice head of a department in the military headquarters. Although it was just a vice head, its status was much higher than the head of the logistics department of a fleet. If he waited for a few more years, he might take over as the head of a department. The head of the logistics department might sound impressive, but it was not a position within the military headquarters. There was no future in it. It's better than being the commanding officer of a base. Major General Yu was quite happy with the new arrangement, Li Lanfeng said. That's true. This arrangement is still not bad. The military still remembered his contribution and gave him a new fleet. The soldiers there are all new, so they don't have factions or cliques yet. With Yu Huan's ability, he would be able to create results. Ling Lan acknowledged Yu Huan's ability. That was why she didn't take over the control of the base in the first place. She trusted Yu Huan. Did you find out which faction this new commanding officer belonged to? Ling Lan asked. Major General Yi Kuei from the Yi family. They seem to have formed a collaboration with the second marshal but still maintaining a good relationship with the other 2 marshals. Hence, all 3 marshals might have agreed to this appointment. The main goal of this appointment is to take the Li family down a notch. After all, the 2 successors of the Li family are in your mecha clan. They are using the Li family to suppress you, Li Lanfeng replied with contempt. Do you mean that the Li family is placing all their bets on me? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Li Lanfeng gave an ambiguous smile. From the looks of it now, yes. If his grandfather still couldn't see who was the real king, he wasn't worthy of being the family head. Sometimes, he felt that his grandfather knew this all along, but he just never told him. Ling Lan wasn't surprised. She knew that the Li family would continue to support her as long as she was still useful to them. Where is Yi Kuei? Since Ling Tian was still in control of Base Nebula, Yi Kuei should be under their control too. He must be having a bad time. He's at the dormitory district. Li Lanfeng smiled. He's restricted from leaving the compounds. You're so bold. Aren't you afraid that he will complain to the military headquarters? Ling Lan smiled as she glanced at the crowd. She realized that these people had become bolder after following her. They even dared to lock up a commanding officer. We were finding spies in the base, so Major General Yi has to suffer a little. He is prohibited from all kinds of communication. Li Lanfeng suddenly turned serious. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong couldn't help but smile when they heard this. Li Lanfeng's decisive act of locking Yi Kuei up helped to stabilize the situation in Base Nebula. They felt that in terms of ruthlessness and decisiveness, they couldn't be compared with him. No wonder their regiment commander left him at the base. Good. We must keep Base Nebula safe. This is the foundation of our journey to being an independent army. Ling Lan commented on Li Lanfeng. Since her father wanted Ling Tian to become an independent army, she mustn't let anyone disrupt the plan. Independent army? The three of them looked at Ling Lan in astonishment. Ling Tian becoming an independent army affected many parties, so before the official announcement, the news of Ling Tian becoming an independent army was kept a secret by the military headquarters. Thus, the people at the base didn't know about this. If no accidents happen, yes. Ling Lan nodded. There would definitely be a battle before they really became an independent army. However, she believed that her father would take care of it. Although she never mentioned it, Ling Lan had always hoped that Ling Tian would become an independent army. She had always been on the outside looking in the battle for power. She was helpless when she saw her father getting impeded in his path. But, when Ling Tian became an independent army, she wouldn't have to be a bystander anymore. She could be a participant and help her father. Her father wouldn't have to fight all alone anymore. The time will come soon. This was the last time she would bear with this sense of helplessness. Ling Lan clenched her fist secretly. Ever since she entered the military, she had been controlling herself. Every step she took was done carefully so that she wouldn't create trouble for her father. Finally, her efforts paid off. It was time for her to reap the fruits of her labor. Everything was worth it in the end. The three of them felt exhilarated after receiving Ling Lan's confirmation. They knew what becoming an independent army truly meant. This was the dream of all independent mecha clan. All of them hoped that Ling Tian would become an independent army, but they thought that this would happen many years later. Yet, it was happening now. They wondered if they were dreaming. Ling Lan didn't care about their shock. She just went past them to the dormitory where Yi Kuei was resting. Li Lanfeng made the right decision, but it would undoubtedly offend Yi Kuei and the Yi family, as well as the people supporting them. As the regiment commander, she needed to take care of these implications so that Li Lanfeng's future wouldn't be affected. The two soldiers on duty were both lieutenant colonels. Ling Lan recognized them. They were veteran soldiers who had been with Ling Tian since its inception. She didn't expect them to be sent over to watch over Yi Kuei. Regiment commander. The two relaxed soldiers immediately stood up straight and greeted Ling Lan energetically. Old Yuan, Old Jean, thanks for your hard work. Ling Lan had a good memory, so she remembered who they were. No problem. The veteran soldiers feel elated after being acknowledged for their hard work. They didn't expect their regiment commander to remember their names. They felt touched. Ling Lan rarely spoke. Normally when she did, it was an order or instructions for training. Besides the team leaders who had to talk to her to report the training progress, no one dared to get close to Ling Lan, much less talk to her. No one wanted to freeze to death. Everyone was afraid of their merciless and cold regiment commander, but they knew that she was a responsible person. Everything she did was for their benefit. However, when they knew that their fierce regiment commander even remembered their names, the feelings bloomed inside them was indescribable. A scholar dies for his bosom friend. Although they were just a member of the Mecha clan, they still understand the phrase. They were willing to fight for their regiment commander and even risk their lives for her. Ling Lan didn't expect her greeting to have such a huge impact. To her, knowing the members of her soon-to-be army was part of her job. Ling Lan asked Lu Furong and the other three people to wait outside while she entered the place herself. The first thing she saw was a huge courtyard with many plants and flowers planted inside. Some parts of the soil had been turned over to plant new flowers. This must be done within these 2 days. This person had his freedom taken away, but he still remained composed and even had the time to play with plants. This Yi Kuei wasn't a simple person. Ling Lan made a judgment. The main door opened and a middle-aged man around 40 years old walked out. The middle-aged Major General was stunned for a moment when he saw a young Major General standing in the courtyard. Soon, he realized who it was and asked, "Major General Ling?" "Major General Yi," Ling Lan replied calmly. "You're back." Yi Kuei smiled. "This means that Base Nebula is totally under your control." Ling Lan answered, "I just want to know, why did you get yourself involved in this mess?" "I was thrown here by the higher authorities. I have no choice." Yi Kuei didn't conceal the truth. "Yi family?" Ling Lan liked to go straight to the point. Yi Kuei smiled slightly. "It's a long story. Why don't you come in to have some tea?" Ling Lan nodded. "Suits me." The two of them entered the living room. Ling Lan quickly found a place to sit. Yi Kuei's adjutant officer brought out 2 cups of hot tea without waiting for Yi Kuei's order. There are no good tea leaves here, so I apologize for the crude taste, Yi Kuei said. Is that a complaint that my subordinates are not taking good care of you? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows slightly. I wouldn't dare to do that, Yi Kuei smiled and replied calmly. Ling Lan took a sip of the tea and waited for Yi Kuei to speak. In terms of patience, she never lost. Yi Kuei noticed the incoming awkward silence, so he spoke up voluntarily. It wasn't the intention of the Yi family. Oh. Ling Lan was surprised. They don't mind people from the Li family hanging around me? Yi Kuei forced out a smile. It is true that the Yi family doesn't have a good relationship with the Li family and that we fought a lot, but we know that once the other party collapses, the death of our family is near too. The elite families seemed prestigious, but their survival depended on the military. No matter how powerful they are nothing when compared to the military. If they want you to exist, you will. If they want you to disappear, it's only a matter of seconds before you do. This was the pain of elite families. No elite family could escape from this fate. So, you want to cooperate with the military. You placed your people in the different departments so that the military won't be able to give up on you easily. Ling Lan pondered as she spoke. Yes. However, as we went deeper into the military, we started to realize that doing this much wasn't enough for us to solidify our position. Without military power, everything is useless. They made so much effort, but they were still controlled by the military. They still couldn't get rid of the impending danger looming above their heads. The Yi family's main focus is on the 9th division, right? Why haven't they finished growing their tree after so long? It was hard to tell whether Ling Lan was asking a question or mocking him. Yi Kuei felt that Ling Lan was mocking them. He gave a bitter smile and said, the three great marshals have constantly been watching over us. Once we make any progress, they will act and disperse our growing influence. After every attempt, we will revert back to controlling only just a quarter of the division. They are keeping us hopeful, but in reality, we will never have the opportunity to take over the division. Major General Ling should understand this. There's no point in asking. The Li family is in the same situation. At the start, 2 of their successors came to the 23rd division to follow you. The Yi family felt that this was a desperate move and even laughed at them for placing their bets on you. Yi Kuei sighed before he continued. Yet, now, they finally understood that General Ling Xiao isn't a normal person. He will definitely achieve great thing that none had done before. So. Ling Lan frowned. It's a bit late, but the Yi family would like to help General Ling Xiao to become the emperor of the military world, just like what the Li family is currently doing. Yi Kuei finally revealed the Yi family's motive. Ling Lan smiled slightly. She slowly put down the teacup in her hand, sat up straight, raised her head, and stared intently at Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei felt an invisible force of presence pushing on his shoulders from such a simple movement. Major General Yi, my father is just a soldier who loves his country. He doesn't have any grand ambition. It's all right to say those words to me, but if other people got wind of it, it would be bad for the Yi family. Ling Lan's expression turned serious. Bullshit. Yi Kuei almost refuted. If Ling Xiao didn't have any ambition, why would he do what he did recently? If he didn't have any ambition, why would the 3 great marshals send him to suppress the Li family? All this was done to prevent Ling Lan from becoming too powerful. Yi Kuei took a deep breath to calm down. He thought about his words carefully before answering, it is my fault for making the assumption. However, the Yi family respects General Ling and hopes to cooperate with him. Please pass my words to him. He was too anxious. Maybe General Ling Xiao never told his son about his intentions. Although Ling Lan progressed quickly, he was just a 24-year-old young man. It might be bad for him to be aware of too many things. The Yi family became nervous when General Ling Xiao grew so quickly in power. The Li family also had an early advantage over them, so they got agitated and wanted to contact General Ling Xiao immediately through his son. From the looks of it now, this wasn't a good idea. I never interfere in my father's business. The Yi family can look for my father directly. Ling Lan rejected him instantly. Damn it. If he could find General Ling personally, why would he need to look for Ling Lan? The 3 great marshals had been keeping a tight surveillance of the Yi family, so they didn't dare to look for any generals. Currently, the Yi family knew that they were being pushed out as a scapegoat by the 3 great marshals, but they still did it so that they could have a chance to interact with the Ling family. Yi Kuei took a deep breath again. Ling Lan was young but careful. There was nothing he could do now, but it's alright as he had ample time. Yi Kuei remembered what his father told him. If he couldn't contact General Ling immediately, he must learn from the Li family and stay beside Ling Lan. He would use his actions to prove his sincerity. Ling Lan got what she wanted, so she stood up and left. Yi Kuei knew that he couldn't get what he wanted instantly, so he decided to play a long game. Hence, the two of them had a good time and bid farewell. When she stepped outside, Ling Lan's stern expression disappeared as she smiled beautifully. She was in a good mood. "How is it?" Li Lanfeng asked nervously. He knew why Ling Lan came to look for Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei would have to be freed one day. Once he was freed, Li Lanfeng would be in trouble for locking him up. Even the Li family wouldn't be able to protect him if that happened. After all, he locked up a major general from the Yi family. The Yi family wouldn't just let him off easily. "Why weren't you worried when you did it?" Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. She liked to tease this beauty. "Regiment commander, I did this for you and Ling Tian." Li Lanfeng quickly praised himself. Pride really meant nothing to him. Shameless. Lu Furong and Yang Mingji scoffed secretly. They confirmed that the most shameless person in Ling Tian was this big leader Li. Ling Lan was surprised too. When did Li Lanfeng become so shameless? She only left the base for a few days. What happened? "I knew that you'll be able to handle it." Li Lanfeng seemed to understand something. His nervous expression disappeared as he smiled. Ling Lan could feel the sweetness in his smile. What on earth was this? After returning to Base Nebula, Ling Lan sectioned off her work to the 7 people from Ling Tian. That night, she stayed in the medical department and announced to everyone that her old injuries have returned once again. The situation was dire and it required her to stay inside for treatment. This news made many of the regiment commanders, who wanted to find Ling Lan to resolve the military's underlying issues, frustrated. That Ling Lan is so sly. In the living room of a mansion, a major general who had just received the news about Ling Lan's closed-door meditation, angrily smashed his palm onto the coffee table in front of him. He was so frustrated that he couldn't even restrain his power as he instantly destroyed the coffee table in front of him into pieces. "We are slower by a tiny bit, but we are now stuck in the impasse. If Ling Lan doesn't want to see us, we can't do much about it," another major general beside him said calmly. "When I get out, I will definitely report all those bastards from Ling Tian to the military Supreme Court," said the angry major general. "That definitely won't be possible as they still have General Ling Xiao behind them. Unless General Ling Xiao is to fall. But is that possible?" The third major general smiled coldly and responded. These 3 individuals were from the 3 new first-rank 5-star Ace Mecha clans that came to Base Nebula. The angry-looking individual was the regiment commander of Jade Cloud Ace Mecha clan, Qin Yochi. The one who seemed to be relatively mild-mannered was Fantasy City Ace Mecha clan's regiment commander, Wang Xiao. The one with the cold expression and a smirk on his face was the regiment commander of 9 Alliance Ace Mecha clan, Zhang Haoshuan. He's after all only just a general. As long as the 3 marshals worked together, he would fall from grace either way. After hearing the question posed by Zhang Haoshuan, Major General Qin Yochi stood up and spoke the truth of the matter. However, the other 2 major generals weren't moved by his comments. "Am I wrong?" Qin Yochi said annoyedly. "General Ling Xiao is not only just a general. He's also a God-class operator," explained Wang Xiao. "As long as General Ling Xiao doesn't betray our country, no one would be able to bring him down from his position, even if the 3 marshals banded together. Then what does our higher-ups want us to do here?" Qin Yochi sat down with a defeated expression on his face. "Perhaps they want us to probe Ling Lan's mecha clan. Of course, causing some trouble for Ling Xiao will be good as well," replied Zhang Haoshuan. "Before I came here, I met our chief to inquire about the situation in Base Nebula. Although he didn't clearly say it, he implied that if we can't get Base Nebula under our control, then Ling Tian Mecha Clan will be able to successfully advance and become its own army." Wang Xiao thought for a moment before deciding to tell them what he knew. Independent army. Qin Yochi and Zhang Haoshuan instantly stood up from their seats. Although they were also sent by their higher-ups, they knew much less information about the undercurrents of the military when compared to Wang Xiao. The merits Ling Tian Mecha Clan has received from the recent battle is enough for them to become an independent army. Major General Wang Xiao was quite indifferent in his tone. However, when he found out, he was just as shocked as the 2 colleagues in front of him. No wonder. Zhang Haoshuan finally understood why their higher-ups wanted them to come here to fight for the command of the base. The only thing that could stop Ling Tian from advancing was a worthless commander. Perhaps their higher-ups didn't even want to stop Ling Tian Mecha clan from advancing, and was planning to instead switch out the regiment commander. However, now it seems that we have belittled Ling Tian Mecha clan. Wang Xiao sighed. They originally thought Major General Yang Mingji, who was responsible for Ling Tian during Ling Lan's absence, was also working under the first marshal. Even if their movements were discovered, he would just look the other way. However, they didn't expect that Yang Mingji wouldn't even give them any face and actually made a move at the most crucial moment. While being under the impression that Yang Mingji was on their side, they were lured by Yang Mingji to come to their current location. After they got in, they could no longer leave. Frankly, I'm worried about our mecha clans right now. I'm not sure how our subordinates are doing. Zhang Haoxuan frowned. They were already stuck there for 2 days with no way of contacting the outside. On the day right before they were incarcerated, the capabilities Ling Tian Mecha clan had shown them made them afraid. They originally thought that being domain realm masters, they could easily escape from a bunch of no-name soldiers. However, they didn't account for more than 10 domain realm masters instantly putting them down. Some of them might even have been titled domain realm formidable warriors. What was more terrifying was they didn't know where the medicinal agent they had injected them came from. Just one injection caused their physical skills to decrease exponentially. They could currently only retain it at the peak of refinement stage, while any one of the guards outside the door was at Qi Jin stage. They didn't even have the strength to escape even if they wanted to. And they won't be in chaos because they've probably been taken down already, said Qin Yochi while biting his lip in frustration. If they dared to use medicinal agents against them, then they probably wouldn't let their team leaders go that easily. If team leaders wouldn't rise up, then the others would also remain calm. Wang Xiao sighed. I actually admire the person who decided to incarcerate us. That person is quite daring. Once this situation turns into our favor, he would be the first one to be sent out to take responsibility for these actions. Isn't that person Yang Mingji? Qin Yochi asked in a confused tone. In his mind, other than Yang Mingji, no one else would dare to make a move on them. No, with Major General Yang's personality, even if he were to go against us, he would use a moderate means and not such a forceful method, said Wang Xiao. This person either likes taking risks, or is completely loyal to Ling Lan. He clearly knows he will be the person to take the blame, but is still willing to clear out any obstacles that stand in the way of Ling Lan. Zhang Haoxuan spoke his mind. I really want to meet this person, Wang Xiao said with interest. Compared to Yang Mingji, he was more interested in meeting the person that made the decision to put them here. If they wanted to go against Ling Lan, this person would definitely be a huge obstacle for them. Although Wang Xiao couldn't do anything about Ling Lan at this current moment, it was still necessary for him to know more about his enemy. Moving away from the 3 major generals who were stuck in the villa, their 3 first-rank 5-star mecha clans were all being held in their own camping ground. Other than these mecha clans who were under surveillance, most of the other clans were doing what they usually do and weren't affected. Of course, all the regiment commanders from all the mecha clans were silently waiting to see how Ling Tian was going to regain control of the situation. 1 week had passed since then. During the past week, more than a dozen spies were cleared out of Base Nebula. This shocked everyone. Piercing Arrow's regiment commander was also among those taken away and a few of the heavenly warriors working under him as well. After this news was announced, Piercing Arrow Ace Mecha clan's name became infamous and was looked down by everyone. Zhang Chao also couldn't believe this news. However, the evidence Ling Tian had provided could not be disputed. Among the evidence, there was also his little brother, Zhang Han's, testimony. As for the other spies, although they were all team leaders, they were still not comparable in magnitude like Piercing Arrow Ace Mecha clan. While everyone was in shock about Piercing Arrow, Ling Tian's 7 administrators were having headaches because of one person. Ling Yi, Yang Mingji looked at Li Lanfeng with a bitter smile on his face. You've decided? That's Regiment Commander Ling's. Why don't we wait until Regiment Commander Ling comes out before resolving this issue? Qi Long, Han Jijian, Lu Ferong, Lin Zhongqing and Li Shiyu were all looking at Li Lanfeng. They agreed with Yang Mingji's suggestion to wait for Ling Lan to come out before making such a decision. If he did something wrong, then he needs to be punished. Our regiment commander wouldn't want us to break the rules just because of his relationship with him, Li Lanfeng said with determination. He didn't want to make it difficult for Ling Lan in dealing with this type of person that would cause headaches for her. You're the leader, what you say goes. Yang Mingji sighed. Ling Yi was after all a member of Li Lanfeng's team. If a team leader wanted to punish him, no one could stop him anyways. However, I suggest you move past Ling Yi and just punish those who hide around him. Yang Mingji still gave the suggestion he had in mind. He didn't want Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng to have any grudges between each other because of this issue, as that would be detrimental for Ling Tian. It should be known that Ling Yi's father gave his life for Ling Lan, or at least that was what Ling Lan explained as the reason for Ling Hua's death. Ling Yi had been proud of this ever since. Just from this relationship, how could they do anything against Ling Yi? If they were too forceful, it would show that Ling Lan was too harsh towards the son of his loyalist. They wouldn't be able to report it to Ling Lan that easily. However, the root of the mistake came from him. If he didn't record that video and give it to our enemies, those people wouldn't have had the chance to make a move. Li Lanfeng narrowed his eyes. He definitely wasn't going to allow someone who was so gullible and easily manipulated to be by Ling Lan's side. Ever since Ling Lan mentioned that Ling Tian would be advancing into an independent army, Li Lanfeng knew that in the future, there will be countless more plots made against Ling Lan. They wouldn't be able to defend against all of them. The more it became like that, the more he couldn't withstand any weaknesses around Ling Lan. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they might get into big trouble. Ling Lan was the most important person in Li Lanfeng's life. Despite Li Lanfeng being afraid to take the last step forward and drag Ling Lan down into the depths of hell together, he still wouldn't allow anything that could pose as a threat to Ling Lan's body or existence to survive or to at least stay near her. Ling Yi met both of these requirements, so he was a troubling individual that Li Lanfeng felt he definitely needed to get rid of. Thus, even though he knew doing this might cause Ling Lan to be discontent with him, Li Lanfeng would still not care about the consequences and do the dirty work to keep Ling Lan safe from harm's reach. Why can't you just loosen a bit on this matter? Li Lanfeng always had many plots against people and never played out everything logically. Yang Mingji could not understand why he was so determined on the matter regarding Ling Yi. It's called morals, said Li Lanfeng without hesitation. He won't be explaining his motives for doing this. In truth, waiting for Ling Lan to deal with this matter personally would be a problem. However, he also believed that with Ling Lan's personality, he wouldn't tolerate Ling Yi's actions. Then, why was he in such a hurry to resolve this matter? There was actually a reason he couldn't tell anyone. Him telling the others that he was trying to make it easier for Ling Lan was only just what he thought on the surface. In reality, he just didn't want Ling Lan's feeling to get hurt. Giving punishment to the son of his loyalist personally would also hurt Ling Lan's feelings. Li Lanfeng was thinking too much, so he would rather do it for Ling Lan. Ling Lan being angry at him would be better than having her feelings hurt. All of them saw that Li Lanfeng had made his decision. They could only just helplessly agree with him. Just like Yang Mingji had said, Ling Yi was Li Lanfeng's team member. If the team leader wanted to punish Ling Yi, they wouldn't be able to stop him. The only person who could stop him, Ling Lan, who was already in closed-door meditation. In order to prove that her meditation was real, Ling Lan didn't meet with anyone this whole time. It was only just that she wasn't meditating for medical treatment, but rather to train her domain concept. In the next morning, Ling Yi received a notification from the JMCs, telling him to report to his team leader's office because there was a new mission for him. Ling Yi couldn't understand why he was summoned. It should be known that Li Lanfeng never liked him and would never look for him for anything. Of course, he also didn't like Li Lanfeng too. In his mind, Li Lanfeng's actions were cruel and ruthless. He was a poisonous leech that was in Ling Tian Mecha clan. Unfortunately, he didn't have power to say otherwise. Li Lanfeng also was quite guarded against him and he couldn't get close to young Master Lan. Otherwise, he would definitely remind Ling Lan to be careful of Li Lanfeng. He was definitely someone who couldn't be trusted. Unfortunately, he didn't have power to say otherwise. Li Lanfeng also was quite guarded against him and he couldn't get close to young Master Lan. Otherwise, he would definitely remind Ling Lan to be careful of Li Lanfeng. He was definitely someone who couldn't be trusted. However, Ling Yi wasn't afraid. He always did everything to the letter. Even if Li Lanfeng wanted to go against him, he would still have to find a reason first. In Ling Tian, punishing team members didn't just happen with a word from the team leader. There needed to be real evidence. At the same time, there must be 5 team leaders acting as jury members. Otherwise, the team member could report his team leader instead. Ling Yi was very grateful towards young Master Lan for creating this rule at the beginning, as this rule stopped Li Lanfeng from making a move on him easily. Right as he walked into the command center, he met with a first lieutenant who was on guard duty. "Hello. Are you Senior Captain Ling?" The first lieutenant saluted him and asked him a question. "Yes." Ling Yi nodded. Colonel Lee is currently in the conference room. Please head straight to the conference room. Seeing Ling Yi arrival, the first lieutenant instantly let out a sigh of relief. He had been straining his eyes to look around this area, in fear that he was going to miss Senior Captain Ling. I know. Ling Yi frowned, but still replied politely. He didn't know what Li Lanfeng was planning, but he still turned around and walked towards the conference room according to the directions of the first lieutenant. The conference room's door opened automatically as he stepped in front of it. The circular conference table had many people sitting around it. Ling Yi was shocked. Just from one look, he was able to see Major General Yang Mingji, team leaders Luo Lang, Zhao Jun, Xie Yi and Gu Dongyang. Li Lanfeng was sitting in the main seat. After hearing the door opening, he turned around. When he saw Ling Yi, his expression remained indifferent as he just pointed at a random seat on the side and said, "Sit, Senior Captain Ling." "Thank you, team leader." Ling Yi saluted and then saluted towards the other team leaders. Then, he sat down with his back straight and took off his military cap. Li Lanfeng continued to speak quietly with the other team leaders while not minding Ling Yi's presence. Despite his curiosity, Ling Yi could still hold it in and didn't move from his seat. Bam! The door opened once again and a familiar face was brought in while being dragged by soldiers. Seeing this, Ling Yi's expression changed instantly as he stood up. "Little Tao, why are you here?" Tao Xiaotao's face had a hint of panic. After he saw Ling Yi, he began to struggle and shout loudly, "Big brother Yi, save me." Seeing this, the soldiers holding him down picked up their beam gun and aimed Tao Xiaotao, "Silence." Ling Yi's eyes had fiery anger in his eyes and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" "Silence." Suddenly, a cold and sharp voice rang in Ling Yi's ears. Ling Yi turned around and saw Li Lanfeng facing him with a cold expression on his face. He took 2 deep breaths and kept in the anger he had. Ling Yi then coldly asked, "What does this mean? What did Tao Xiaotao do? Why is he being treated like this?" Despite Tao Xiaotao being naughty, lazy, and ignorant, he was still a scaredy cat who wouldn't do anything bad. Li Lanfeng glanced at Ling Yi and then turned around to speak with the other team leaders, "Since everyone's here, let's begin." "No problem," nodded the other team leaders. The soldiers holding down Tao Xiaotao took him to an empty seat on the side and forced him to sit. Li Lanfeng flipped open a document that was placed in front of him and then said, "Tao Xiaotao, did you send out a document on X month, X day, and X time?" Tao Xiaotao had tears in his eyes, but still nodded, "I remember I sent one out, but it was just a simple letter to home. I just wanted to let my family know that I was fine after the battle." "Let's watch the video first." Li Lanfeng pushed down on the optical supercomputer in the conference room table. A virtual screen appeared in the conference room. The screen showed the video of Ling Lan being reported for killing prisoners at the military headquarters. Ling Yi saw the video and had a huge change in expression. Then, he saw that the order to kill prisoners was being blamed on Ling Lan. While he was shocked, his face also turned extremely pale. Tao Xiaotao was still in the clouds. Although he turned pale after watching the video, it still seemed like it was his first time seeing the video. Li Lanfeng then turned towards Ling Yi and asked calmly, "Ling Yi, do you have anything to say?" Ling Yi raised his head and didn't hesitate. He instantly answered, "This video was recorded by me, but the stuff afterwards isn't supposed to be like that. This is fake. The last part was my order to kill prisoners, right?" Li Lanfeng knew Ling Yi recorded this video to go against him. "Yes." Ling Yi responded with an unruly expression. According to the Intergalactic United Nations Humanitarian Act, mecha clans that surrender are not allowed to be killed. You had broken the rules, so I must report it to the higher-ups. That's why you blindly reported it to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee without thinking that you would fall into someone's trap, causing the person who you idolize to be reported. Li Lanfeng had a hint of coldness in his voice and spoke one word at a time, "You really are ignorant." "No, I didn't report it to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee." Ling Yi stood up angrily. "I kept this video and was waiting for a chance to speak to young Master Lan." "Was that what you were thinking when you recorded this video?" said Li Lanfeng with a half-smile. It was as though Ling Yi was being insulted. He angrily said, "Of course." "Ling Yi, who are you trying to fool?" shouted Li Lanfeng. "Others don't know, but wouldn't those from Ling Tian know how our regiment commander was like on the battlefield? As for my order to kill the prisoners, our regiment commander had already silently consented to the matter. If it was someone smart, they would have known where our regiment commander stands on the matter. If you're not dumb, then who is?" Li Lanfeng snorted coldly. In reality, the video you recorded was only just to satisfy your sense of justice. You wanted to acquire everyone's acknowledgement and praise. However, you didn't think about how much trouble your actions will bring to Ling Tian and our regiment commander. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, shouted Ling Yi uncontrollably. I didn't report to anyone. I also didn't share this video with anyone. Why would I need acknowledgement and praise? I just want our regiment commander to stay away from dishonorable people like you. Then I have a question, if you didn't report it and didn't share the video with anyone, how could this video have been leaked out and be taken in by the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee? How could it have been changed as well? Li Lanfeng cut Ling Yi short and got straight to the point. Ling Yi was shocked. He calmed down and thought carefully for a moment. Then, his face turned pale as he looked at Tao Xiaotao with an expression of disbelief. I only showed it to my companions. Ling Yi squeezed out these words with a pained expression on his face. He was feeling the pain of being betrayed. It isn't just Tao Xiaotao. There are more. Li Lanfeng sneered. He looked at Zhao Jun and whispered, "What's the condition on your side?" Zhao Jun looked at his communicator. "They're here." The doors of the meeting room were opened again. 4 figures appeared this time. Ling Yi knew who they were. They were the people he met at the 1st Men's Military Academy and entered the 23rd Division with him. They were Yi Qingge, Yan Wuyo, Hua Qingxin, and Rong Ziruo. Everyone is here now. Li Lanfeng smiled as he glanced at Ling Yi. Ling Yi was stunned. He didn't know who betrayed him. Yi Qingge was the calmest among the 4 people. When he saw Ling Yi and Tao Xiaotao in the meeting room, he frowned slightly. Then, he saluted and introduced himself. "Leaders, I'm Yi Qingge from the ZF team of the logisticians." After introducing himself, he quickly nudged Rong Ziruo who was beside him. Luckily, Rong Ziruo reacted quickly. Rong Ziruo. After being awakened by the introduction of their companions, Yan Wuyo and Hua Qingxin quickly saluted too. Yan Wuyo. Hua Qingxin. Reporting. The 4 of them shouted simultaneously before putting their hands down. They stood upright in their position and waited for further instructions. There's no need to be nervous. We just want to understand some things. Compared to Li Lanfeng, Yang Mingji was much gentler in his way of handling the newcomers. He pointed to the seats beside Ling Yi and said, "Please sit over there." "Yes, Leader Yang." The 4 of them walked to their seats. Yi Qingge looked at Ling Yi but Ling Yi avoided his gaze. He didn't know if he could trust Yi Qingge. He had the innate talent of distinguishing everyone's real thoughts, but why couldn't he see through his friends? Ling Yi's thoughts were in a mess. Yi Qingge was stunned. He had never seen Ling Yi act like this before. He retracted his gaze as well as his thoughts. "Let's continue." Li Lanfeng didn't look at the 4 people. Instead, he spoke to the other team leaders. The team leaders nodded in agreement. Li Lanfeng flipped to the next page before looking at Tao Xiaotao. "Were you alone when you sent the message?" Tao Xiaotao thought about it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he shouted, "Everyone was there." Li Lanfeng looked at the 4 newcomers. On that day, Tao Xiaotao sent a message out of the base. "You were all beside him at that time, right?" The 4 newcomers exchanged glances with one another. They carefully recalled what happened during that time. Yi Qingge replied for everyone, "Yan Wuyo, Tao Xiaotao, and I lived in one dormitory while Rong Ziruo and Hua Qingxin lived beside us. They will normally come to our dormitory to play. During that time, the 4 of us were indeed with him." The other 3 people nodded. "I'm sure that you've seen this video, right?" Li Lanfeng played the video again. The 4 people were astounded to see the video. They understood why they were called here. Yi Qingge looked at Ling Yi worriedly. Then, he nodded and said, "We've seen this video before. However, the ending is different. This video has been altered." "Yes. Someone used this video to slander our regiment commander for brutal murder. It was sent directly to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee." Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Yi intently. Ling Yi couldn't help but tremble. If he knew this would happen, he would never have recorded it. Based on what Ling Yi said, he only showed this video to the 5 of you. Hence, the only culprits are the 5 of you. The video was sent out through Tao Xiaotao's message to his family. Li Lanfeng told them the truth. Tao Xiaotao shouted quickly, "No, no. I just sent out a letter to my family. I didn't send any video. This video is kept within the message. It passed through the inspection of the mainframe and got leaked out successfully. Li Lanfeng smirked. It's obvious that one of you is an outstanding hacker. The 5 people looked at each other. They all seemed confused. Who was the hacker hiding among them? Ling Yi's gaze changed again. He remembered his friend from the virtual world. Was he really his friend or was he an enemy in disguise? How about this? I hope that everyone can think carefully and see who is the most suspicious person. If we can't find the culprit, all of you will be kept in the base. This is to ensure the safety of everyone in the base. Li Lanfeng calmly explained the outcome to them. There is only one chance. Treasure it. Gu Dongyang frowned. He wanted to say something but Yang Mingji stopped him. Yang Mingji shook his head. Gu Dongyang nodded. He remained patient and waited for the results. The 5 young people started to hesitate. They looked at one another with uncertainty in their eyes. 3 minutes passed. Li Lanfeng looked up. I think that you've been given enough time. Please tell me your opinions now. Who seems suspicious to you? He noticed that none of them wanted to speak, so he looked at Ichinga. You're Ichinga, right? You can start. A complicated expression flashed past Ichinga's face. He contemplated for a while before saying, we knew each other in the Scout Academy. We've been friends for many years and worked hard together. We set the same goals and went through the same training. We're not blood-related siblings, but we're closer than that. I can't believe that someone among us betrayed us. Leaderly, could it be that someone hacked into Ling Yi's optical supercomputer and copied that video? Then, the person framed Tao Xiaotao for sending the video. The other people felt hopeful after listening to what he said. They looked at Li Lanfeng in unplanned unison. They hoped that he agreed with what Ichinga had said. Li Lanfeng shook his head in pity. Our hacker confirmed it many times. This video was sent by one of you. Did they make a mistake? Ling Yi asked with hopes in his eyes. He really couldn't believe that one of his childhood friends betrayed him. Do you think a hacker who can control our enemy's signals will make a mistake? Li Lanfeng scoffed. Ling Yi was speechless. He remembered the scene when he fought with the Night Ace Mecha clan, and the hope in him diminished. I have said that there's only one chance. If you can't find the hacker, I'm sorry, we have to lock all of you up and let the military court take over. Ling Tian can't afford to keep suspicious people. Even if we know that some of you are innocent, we must forsake you. Li Lanfeng emphasized his words. I really didn't do it. Tao Xiaotao looked as though he wanted to cry. He looked at Ling Yi and said, Brother Ling, tell them that I won't do such things. Ling Yi looked at Tao Xiaotao and his companions beside him. He hugged his head in pain and squatted down. He shouted in a low voice, I don't know. I really don't know. It's Tienga. Tao Xiaotao thought about something. He looked at Tienga and said, I remember that Tienga asked me to send a message to my family to tell them that I'm safe. That's why I send the message. If not, I wouldn't have sent a message. Tienga was shocked. Xiaotao, be careful with your words. Isn't that what happened? Tao Xiaotao questioned him. Why did you ask me to send the message? Tienga's face turned red with anger. He took 2 deep breaths to calm himself before explaining, you said you missed your family and wondered how your parents and siblings were doing. You wondered if they would worry about your safety, so I told you to send a message to them. If you didn't say all those misleading words, I wouldn't have suggested it. Yes. I think that's what happened. Why did I suddenly miss my family? Tao Xiaotao carefully recalled what happened and admitted that what Ichinga said was true. Suddenly, Tao Xiaotao looked at Rong Zirua in astonishment. It's you. You were the one who asked me about my family. That's why I missed them. Why did you ask me about them? Rong Zirua was stunned by Tao Xiaotao's accusations. He shook his head furiously. Weren't we just randomly talking? What are you saying? Rong Zirua frantically tried to remember what had happened in the room. As time went by, he slowly got more anxious. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. Don't be agitated. Think slowly. Li Lanfeng smiled. The encouragement in his eyes comforted Rong Zirua. TSK, Brother Feng is so ruthless. Xie couldn't help but mutter. Ruthless? How? Luo Lang was puzzled. Big Leader Li was giving them a chance to refute his claim. He didn't just point his arrows at someone. In his eyes, this was fair. You won't understand, Xie sighed. Luo Lang glared at Xie. In the next moment, his gaze turned calm. Xie, don't get overboard, Luo Lang said indifferently. I understand. I won't do it again. Xie raised his hands to surrender the moment the calm personality came out. If he treated the calm personality badly, Luo Lang would hate him. Xie knew how important the calm personality was to Luo Lang. He was only second in place to boss. He couldn't afford to offend the calm personality. Explain properly. The calm personality threw this sentence down before disappearing. The eyes turned bright again. Actually, Brother Feng's decision is cruel, Xie commented. Cruel? Luo Lang seemed clueless. Friendships are formed through hardships and time. However, no matter how much thick and thin they went through, it all boils down to trust. Xie looked at Luo Lang with a complex expression. If Luo Lang knew what he was thinking, would he still trust him? Luo Lang nodded. He agreed with what Xie said. What Brother Feng did just destroyed the trust between them. They will be suspicious of each other and hate each other. The relationship they build over the years will disappear due to all the suspicions they have for each other. In the end, they might become strangers or even enemies. In times of danger, humans will show their true nature. The truth is always ugly. This is what Lan Feng does best. Zhao Jun interrupted them. He always likes playing with people's minds. However, after he followed boss, he has been suppressing that side of him. I miss those times. Luo Lang and Xie glared at Zhao Jun. They moved their chairs further away from him. Damn it, I mustn't get too close to this pervert. He seems happy that he made friends with a manipulative man. I might get targeted by them. Zhao Jun shrugged when he saw Xie and Luo Lang looking at him with contempt. He was very innocent. While Xie, Luo Lang, and Zhao Jun were having their own conversation, Rong Zirua finally remembered what had happened. He said, I was chatting with Wuyo and Xiaotao. At the start, we were talking about Base Nebula and the battle we had. We were jealous that Brother Yi managed to gain merits through the battle. We also, he looked carefully at Li Lanfeng before continuing, we also talked about Leader Li's order to kill our enemies. Of course, we knew this from Brother Yi. Li Lanfeng continued smiling as if he didn't mind. Rong Zirua felt more relaxed as he continued to recount what had happened. Then, we talked about Leader Li Yingjie and Head Li Shiyu. They are brothers, so we said that the Li family is full of talents. Ling Tian already has 3 people from the Li family holding high positions. Wuyo commented on how having brothers fighting with you was better than fighting alone. He said that he was the only child. He didn't have any siblings, so no one can help him. Rong Zirua turned to look at Yen Wuyo. Am I right? Yen Wuyo's face was pale. He regained his composure before replying, yes. I even said that I admire you for having siblings. However, that was just a random topic. I didn't have any underlying intention. Rong Zirua heaved a sigh of relief when Yen Wuyo admitted what he said. He finally cleared his suspicion. Yes. Those words remind me of my family and my brothers and sisters. Tao Xiaotao said excitedly. That's why I wanted to send them a message. Yen Wuyo, the only son of the Yen family. Although it's a 6th-rank elite family, it's still an elite family. The resources you received are much better than your friends. Yet, you are willing to throw away your identity as a young master and follow Ling Yi. No matter how you look at it, it's problematic. Li Lanfeng had already investigated all their backgrounds. Since Yen Wuyo was pushed out, he exposed his real identity. Ling Yi turned to face Yen Wuyo with a dreadfully pale face. He was aware that Yen Wuyo was wealthy, but he didn't know the extent of his wealth. Even Ling Lan's family could only be considered a 7th-rank elite family when they parted ways with the main Ling family. A 7th-rank elite family was still an elite family, but its overall situation was slightly better than an average family. The wealth of a 6th-rank elite family was something an average mind could not comprehend. Yen Wuyo's face turned pale after his identity was exposed. He turned to look at Ling Yi, and saw the astonishment and suspicion in his eyes. Yen Wuyo felt bitter about the lack of trust Ling Yi had for him. He gave a forced smile and said, I'm from an elite family, but my position in the eyes of the elders in my family is almost non-existent. Is there really a difference between my situation and Ling Yi's situation? No, I'm probably worse off. At least, he still has people who are concerned about him. They will teach him physical skills and provide him with necessities. No matter how expensive the gene agent is, they will buy it for him. In the beginning, I was envious of Ling Yi. Why should a normal civilian like him be able to get things that I couldn't? Initially, I wanted to find out what his identity is, so I befriended him in order to get closer to him. Is he the illegitimate son of some elite family? Is he a young master that is hiding from his enemies? Yen Wuyo mocked himself. But, as time went by, I started to forget about my jealousy and accepted Ling Yi for who he is. He was just too sincere between us. He couldn't hide his feelings. He would try and provide us with whatever we need. He never asked for repayment for the thing he had done for us too. Sometimes, I wonder how could anyone be so stupid. He didn't even know who we truly were or what our true intentions were, but he was already willing to pour his heart out to us. This simplicity touched me. In the end, I took him as my best friend. Big leaderly, I've never betrayed Ling Yi. While we were talking in the room, I just lamented the fact that if I had an outstanding older brother, the Yen family's power might have been still in my family's control, and my life wouldn't have been so difficult. Yen Wuyo looked at Li Lanfeng. His eyes were filled with pain. He knew that Ling Yi would be furious when he revealed his true identity, so he wanted to slowly reveal it to him. That way, he would be mentally prepared too, and the impact wouldn't be so great. However, he didn't expect he would have no choice but to reveal it this soon. His identity got exposed so suddenly that he didn't know what he should do. Actually, if someone wants to create such coincidences, they will definitely leave traces behind. Yen Wuyo, if you want to clear your name, you must find the real betrayer. Li Lanfeng said indifferently, wallowing in self-pity is not going to help you. I know. It's useless if I don't have any evidence. Yen Wuyo closed his eyes painfully. He carefully recalled what had happened on that day. He tried to recall the conversations between them, trying to find any traces of the betrayer. If he had the choice, he wouldn't want to suspect anyone of his friends. The 6 of them knew each other since the first year of Scout Academy. From then on, they got closer and became very good friends. After more than 10 years of being together, he had already viewed them as his family members. In the past, he would feel sad at the fact that he didn't have an older brother to rely on, but the appearance of these people made up for his lack of a brotherly figure. He had no regrets now. He thought that he would walk to the end of his life with these people, but a betrayer appeared and ruined everything between them. This person dragged them into a deep abyss. Now, to protect himself and his innocent brothers, he must find this person. This was like asking Yen Wuyo to stab himself in his heart. It was really painful. I am not suspecting anyone. I'm just stating the truth. When I said that I admire my friends for having siblings, Hua Qingxin pointed at Xiao Tao. He said that Xiao Tao has the most siblings and he is the youngest among his siblings too. His siblings always dote on him. Yen Wuyo didn't want to push Hua Qingxin out, but just like what Li Lanfeng said, any schemes would leave clues behind. If he wanted to find the betrayer, he mustn't hide any details. Hua Qingxin's eyes widened when he heard this. He didn't expect to be pushed out by his trusted buddy. More and more people are getting implicated. What is the point of this? Gu Dongyang frowned as he whispered to Yang Mingji. I'm sure Big Leader Li already knows who the betrayer is. There's another reason for him to put on this show. Yang Mingji sighed. What do you mean? Gu Dongyang was puzzled. He wants to remove everyone around Ling Yi. He wants Ling Yi to understand that everything he has is a joke. He wants to destroy Ling Yi. Yang Mingji had already understood the intention behind Li Lanfeng's actions. Ling Yi is too simple-minded, but his personality is not bad. Plus, he is regiment commanders. Is this too heartless? Gu Dongyang felt that they shouldn't be too harsh on Ling Yi. That's precisely why Big Leader Li is so ruthless. Ling Yi is a part of regiment commander's family. If he remains so simple-minded, he will be used by regiment commander's enemies. For instance, this current issue. His intention was good and his principles are right, but it's just not the right thing to do in the overall picture. Luckily, our regiment commander prepared beforehand so we didn't get punished, but if he didn't, you will probably be stuck in Planet General. You might not be able to come back. Our Mecha clan won't be able to become an independent army too. Yang Mingji was a gentle person, but his experience in political battles told him that people like Ling Yi posed a great danger to the survivability of a clan. Gu Dongyang agreed with what Yang Mingji said. The uncomfortable feeling he had towards Li Lanfeng's actions melted away. No matter how despicable big leader Li was, he did it for the sake of Ling Tian. Ling Tian currently must remain low-key. Before they officially became an independent army, nothing must happen within the Mecha clan. To achieve this, they needed to get rid of uncertain elements. Even if these uncertain elements were innocent, they had to do it. What a pity to those young men. They are not bad. Gu Dongyang sighed. Sometimes, following the wrong person is a mistake too. Since it's a mistake, they must pay the price for it, Yang Mingji replied indifferently. His expression was stern. He seemed to have recalled something in his past. Hua Qingxin looked slightly feminine. He was quite a beauty. When he got pushed out by Yan Wuyo, he got flustered for a moment, which made him look very pitiful. Unfortunately, the people at the scene weren't affected by his looks. Well, there was someone who was affected, but he already had someone else in his heart. Hua Qingxin's face wasn't able to seduce him. Xia Yi looked at Luo Lang in comparison. Luo Lang's bright and cheerful face made him much happier. Ling Yi, after hearing their defense, all of them still seem suspicious to me. What do you think? Li Lanfeng suddenly turned to look at the confused Ling Yi, who was squatting on the ground while hugging his head in despair, seemingly wanting to hide away from the problem. I don't know. I really don't know. Ling Yi furiously shook his head. He didn't want to believe that his friends had betrayed him, but now, he didn't know if he could trust his companions. What a pity. The person you have high hopes for can't help you. Li Lanfeng looked at the other 5 people with pity. Their faces turned even paler. They looked disappointed. We trusted you and were willing to give up everything to follow you. Yet, you don't trust us. You aren't even willing to speak up for us. Have you forgotten about the promise we made? Li Lanfeng smiled. Ling Yi, you're really too naive. Since I gave everyone an opportunity to defend themselves, Hua Qingxin, I'll give you an opportunity too. Why did you say that? What made you say that? Li Lanfeng's attitude was gentle. He was fair to all the people and didn't strip Hua Qingxin of his opportunity to defend himself. Hua Qingxin looked at Li Lanfeng gratefully. He felt that big leader Li was the easiest person to talk to among all the team leaders. Most team leaders and veteran members of Ling Tian knew Li Lanfeng's true personality. Most of the new members were still oblivious to his manipulative side. He controlled the fear in his heart and started thinking about the conversation they had on that day. When Yan Wuyo talked about how good it was to have siblings, he immediately thought of Xiaotao. He was the youngest among his siblings, so his parents and siblings doted on him a lot. That was why he had such a positive and outgoing personality. Why did he have such a strong impression? Hua Qingxin didn't have any brothers, but he had sisters. He had 2 older sisters and 1 younger sister. His mother brought him up herself, so his personality was more towards the feminine side. His name was also similar to his older sisters. They were called Hua Qingrui and Hua Qingmi. His mother must be too lazy to think of names, so he named him after his sisters. In most families, the only son would get a lot of love. However, the Hua family was different. Males were not important in the Hua family. Instead of the norm, his mother treated him as the outcast of the family. When he quarreled with his sisters, he would always be the one getting reprimanded, even if he wasn't the one who started it. Sometimes, Hua Qingxin wondered why he wasn't a female. If he was female, he wouldn't have been treated so unfairly. His family environment made him feel inferior as a male, so he tried his best to act more like a lady so that his mother would treat him better. However, after he entered the Scout Academy, his feminine actions were disliked by other students. The students kept bullying him, so he got more quiet and self-conscious as a person, creating a vicious cycle. In the end, Hua Qingxin slowly lost his confidence and accepted his fate. If Ling Yi and his friends didn't come into his life and rescued him, he might have become a weakling that just allowed people to bully him. He might even commit suicide because of the constant teasing. Hua Qingxin knew he wasn't a strong-willed person. He was able to achieve everything he had today with the help of his comrades. Yet, someone with evil intentions was hiding among these people who had helped him selflessly. Hua Qingxin looked at Tao Xiaotao. Tao Xiaotao always boasted about how much his family members doted on him. His siblings would give him any good food and would help him to take the blame whenever he created trouble. He was very envious of Tao Xiaotao. In the Hua family, he was always the scapegoat, whether he liked it or not. Yes. He was envious and jealous of Tao Xiaotao. The treatment they received at home was totally different. That was why when Yen Wuyo talked about siblings, he thought of Tao Xiaotao. But, this was just his own thoughts. Tao Xiaotao didn't purposely instill that thought in him. How could he push Tao Xiaotao out to clear his own name? Tao Xiaotao was already the most suspicious because of his message. Tao Xiaotao narrowed his eyes when he saw Hua Qingxin looking at him. Hua Qingxin looked at Li Lanfeng. There were tears in his eyes but he was smiling. I'm sorry, Leader Li. I can't find any evidence to prove myself innocent. He was always the weakest among his friends. If he took the blame, it might be good for everyone. He would take it as repaying his friends for their help and friendship for all those years. Li Lanfeng squinted his eyes. He looked at Hua Qingxin in surprise. This was an unexpected outcome. On paper, Hua Qingxin was the weakest among the 6 people, but he was quite the strong young man in his mind. Hua Qingxin is not bad. Gu Dongyang took a liking for this young man too. Anyone that was willing to die for his comrades wouldn't be too bad. He has a weak personality but from the looks of it now, he has the potential to become a good soldier. Yang Mingji acknowledged this young soldier too. If he could pass this test, we can give him a chance. Gu Dongyang was deep in thought. That'll depend on whether Big Leader Li is willing to let him go. Although they're in the ZF department, they're part of Big Leader Li's mecha team. Yang Mingji pointed at Li Lanfeng with his mouth. Looks like I have to find some gifts for him, Gu Dongyang replied helplessly. Li Lanfeng acted too quickly. He moved these people under his wing so if he wanted Hua Qingxin, he had to request him from Li Lanfeng. He could look for their regiment commander too but it would be embarrassing to disturb Ling Lan for such a small matter. Gu Dongyang had a good impression of Hua Qingxin but that didn't mean that he was safe. He needed to pass this test first to prove that there was value in grooming him. Do you mean that you're the betrayer? Li Lanfeng smiled ambiguously at him. He felt interesting to see such a holy father who was willing to sacrifice for his friends. I just hope that I won't implicate anyone else. Hua Qingxin closed his eyes. Let me be the end of everything. The other people looked at Hua Qingxin in surprise. They didn't expect him to be the betrayer. Tao Xiaotao muttered to himself, how can it be you? How can it be you? Do you really think that you can help your friends by bearing the charges? Li Lanfeng suddenly asked coldly. Hua Qingxin anxiously looked at Li Lanfeng with shaken and constricted pupils in his eyes. The other 5 people understood what Li Lanfeng meant. They widened their eyes. Does he mean that Hua Qingxin wasn't the betrayer? Maybe you are just pretending to sacrifice yourself but in actual fact, you just wanted to hide your true nature. Li Lanfeng raised his eyebrows. The 5 young men felt their heart wavering again. Was Hua Qingxin the betrayer? Do you think that everything will be better if you take the blame? The real betrayer is still among your friends so the same situation might happen again. Who will be the one getting the blame next time? Li Lanfeng stood up and walked towards Hua Qingxin slowly. His gentle aura turned cold. The sudden force of presence caused Hua Qingxin to take a few steps back. He fell weakly on his chair. Li Lanfeng leaned forward. Hua Qingxin, don't you think your decision is stupid? You pushed your friends to hell. They will become the scapegoats of the betrayer. I wonder if they will hate you for your selfless sacrifice today when they go to hell. You caused them to miss the opportunity to catch the betrayer. Hua Qingxin's mind collapsed under Li Lanfeng's questioning. He started shouting, stop talking. Please stop. Why was taking the blame for his friends wrong? What should he do? What should he do? Qingxin, Leader Li is right. You shouldn't take the blame if you are not guilty. What you are doing now is a mistake. Any lack of information from you might cause the betrayer to escape. Yi Tiange, who had been keeping quiet from the start, suddenly spoke. Hua Qingxin looked up immediately when he heard Yi Tiange. His eyes were shining as he looked at Yi Tiange. He seemed to have found his mental support. Yi Tiange was their strategist. Even Ling Yi would listen to Yi Tiange before he acted. In their hearts, his position was second to Ling Yi. Yi Tiange nodded at Hua Qingxin. He must explain himself. That was the only way they could find the truth. Hua Qingxin closed his eyes and calmed himself down. When he opened them again, his gaze turned resolute. I said that because I was jealous of Tao Xiaotao. Tao Xiaotao's family must be the most loving family among the 6 of us. He is a commoner but his parents and siblings loved him so much. Hua Qingxin looked at Tao Xiaotao with a bitter smile. Yet, he doesn't seem to know how fortunate he is. Familial love is something we don't have. Yet, he always boasts about his family in front of us. It's irritating. Hua Qingxin sighed. It might be because Tao Xiaotao always mentioned how his family dotes on him, so it left a strong impression in my mind. Hence, when Wu You talked about how jealous he was, I instantly thought of Tao Xiaotao. Hua Qingxin looked at Li Lanfeng again. He said seriously, leaderly, no one lured me to say that. It's all because of my own jealous thoughts. I have 2 older sisters and 1 younger sister, but they never dote on me. My older sisters look down on me while my younger sister ignores me. No matter who makes a mistake, I'll always be the one getting punished. The luckier Xiaotao was, the worse I feel. I got even more envious of him. I'm sorry. I have no clue who the betrayer is. I can't prove that I'm not the one too. I can only say my true thoughts. Finally, I just want to tell all of you that I'm not the betrayer. Hua Qingxin was firm. If everyone was innocent, he didn't mind taking the blame. However, there was a real traitor among them. His sacrifice would only allow the betrayer to harm his friends. He couldn't allow that. It came back to you again. Interesting. Tao Xiaotao, what do you have to say? Li Lanfeng walked to Tao Xiaotao and smiled at him. I don't know. I just want to share my happiness with everyone. I didn't know they were jealous. I didn't know. I was just sharing. Why did it become like this? Why did it become like this? Tao Xiaotao was agitated and hurt. He just wanted to spread his happiness with his friends, but it was taken the wrong way. He couldn't understand how it became like this. He was so overwhelmed with emotions that he didn't know what to say. He just kept repeating the same words. Ling Yi, you're the leader of the team. Shouldn't you say something? Can't you see that everyone is waiting for you? Li Lanfeng walked to Ling Yi and stared him down. His target was Ling Yi. He wouldn't allow him to remain quiet. Ling Yi raised his head slowly. His eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Li Lanfeng with hatred. This was the person who caused him to be in such a situation. He was the one who forced him to suspect everyone. He now didn't even dare to look at his friends. He was afraid of their hopeful gaze. Damn it, he didn't know who to believe. The trust they had for one another collapsed amidst all the suspicion. Ling Yi, you don't believe anyone. Li Lanfeng mocked him. He looked at the other 5 people with pity as he noticed their disheartened gaze. Li Lanfeng's words had already left a scar in their hearts. Even if they understood Ling Yi's intention, it still hurt them. No. I trust them. However, young Master Lan is my bottom line. No one can touch that. Someone among them chose to harm young Master Lan, and I can't forgive that. Even if there is only a slight suspicion, I won't let it go. I rather kill 1,000 than to make such a mistake. You all trusted the wrong person. I'm sorry. Ling Yi shouted angrily. Tears fell down Ling Yi's eyes. He didn't want to suspect his childhood friends. They had fought hard together and went through thick and thin together. He wanted to tell them that he believed them. Even if they had to go to the military court, he would accompany them. Unfortunately, the moment he was born, he wasn't able to live for himself. Since he was young, he was told that he was Ling Lan's loyalist. He must grow stronger and return to Ling Lan's side. He needed to take over his father's role and protect the next family head of the Ling family. Thus, to become more powerful, he accepted the Ling family's help and learned the physical skills from them. He took the gene agents from the Ling family. He knew that this was the only way he could take over his father's role quickly and help Ling Lan. Ling Lan was Ling Yi's belief system. She was why Ling Yi existed. Hence, Ling Yi would never allow anyone to harm her. This time, someone he trusted betrayed him and harmed the most important person in his heart. Ling Yi broke down. Yi Tiange and the other 4 people frowned. Only now did they understand how important Ling Lan was to Ling Yi. He was willing to give up anything for Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng frowned too. He looked at Ling Yi coldly. He walked slowly towards him and leaned forward until his face was an inch away from Ling Yi's face. His voice was cold. Stupid people have no right to follow our regiment commander. Ling Yi, you're one of them. Ling Yi's pupils dilated as he glared at Li Lanfeng. He gritted his teeth in anger. One day, I'll reveal your true face to young Master Lan. That's why I say you're stupid. You're a suspect. You need to know when you should lower your head. Li Lanfeng raised his right hand and pressed Ling Yi's head down. Boom! Ling Yi slammed into the ground. He couldn't move. Li Lanfeng. Do you think I'll beg for mercy? In your dreams. Blood flowed down Ling Yi's mouth but he remained stubborn. Cough, Big Leaderly, before we ascertain that Ling Yi is guilty, we shouldn't be too harsh on him, Yang Mingji said helplessly. The calm and logical Li Lanfeng always lost control of his emotions when dealing with matters that concerned Ling Lan. Regiment Commander, do you know how many people you've harmed through Li Lanfeng? Li Lanfeng straightened his back. He took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his right hand slowly. After he felt that his hand was clean, he threw the handkerchief into the dustbin. Alright, let's go back to the main topic. Li Lanfeng returned to his seat. You should know Ling Yi's attitude now. As long as you can't prove your innocence, he will be suspicious of you. Li Lanfeng's tone returned to being gentle, but the scene just now left a deep impression in everyone. When Yi Qiange and the other 4 people heard the gentle tone, a chill ran down their spines. Was Big Leader Li as gentle and mild-mannered as everyone said? How about this? Let me remind you, the video that Ling Yi took is very large in size, so it's hard to download the video within a few seconds. If someone wants to get the video, there are 2 ways. One is to get a copy from the mecha and the other is to get it from the person who took the video. Li Lanfeng smiled brightly. Hence, Ling Yi might be the one who reported our regiment commander. Everything he said before this is just to clear his suspicion. Ling Yi was struggling to get up when he heard this. He vomited a mouth of blood in anger and his face turned hideous. You're framing me. Li Lanfeng cupped his chin and smiled like a fox. From the very beginning, you are the most suspicious with Tao Xiaotao. He pointed to the virtual screen. You were the one who recorded this, and no one forced you to do that. Just this video is enough to prove that you wanted to harm our regiment commander. You knew the reason why I took the video. Ling Yi was furious. No, I don't. I just know that this video was sent by the person who framed our regiment commander. Li Lanfeng gave a weird smile. If he wanted to take down someone, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping. What do you think? Li Lanfeng ignored Ling Yi, who was red with anger. He directed his question at Yi Qiange and the 4 people. The 5 of them looked at each other. Li Lanfeng's intention was obvious. But, could they really suspect Ling Yi? Yi Qiange shook his head. It might be possible if this was any other person. However, it's our regiment commander. Ling Yi wouldn't harm him. Yan Wuyo and Rong Zirua hesitated, but they nodded in the end. They supported what Yi Qiange said. What about you, Tao Xiaotao? Li Lanfeng asked the quiet Tao Xiaotao. Tao Xiaotao shook his head in a flurry. He stammered, I don't know. Oh. You suspect Ling Yi? Li Lanfeng was interested. I don't know. Brother Yi always wanted to follow the regiment commander ever since he was in the military academy. He always emphasized that to us. In the past, I believed him totally. But now, I don't know what to believe. Tao Xiaotao seemed to be in a dilemma. He struggled for a moment before continuing, however, I still believe in Brother Yi. He has been working hard to achieve his goal for so many years. He doesn't seem to be lying. Ling Yi calmed down because of his friend's trust. He showed his distrust for them, but they didn't forsake him. Even if Tao Xiaotao wasn't as certain as the other people, he still chose to believe him in the end. He was grateful to them. Have you finally calmed down? Li Lanfeng smiled and turned to look at Ling Yi when he realized his condition. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. He enjoyed seeing how the mouse would escape from his claws. Ling Yi looked at Li Lanfeng with a dumbfounded look. Just now, he was framing him, so why was he helping him now? That's why I said that you're stupid. I've already reminded you, but you still don't know what the main point is. Li Lanfeng shook his head in exasperation. The contempt in his eyes was obvious. Ling Yi's anger exploded. I can't lose my control because of him. Ling Yi finally calmed down after Li Lanfeng provoked him so many times. What did Li Lanfeng say just now? Besides personally sending the video, the only other way of getting the video is to go to my mecha and copy it. Ling Yi finally found the main point. Who entered my mecha? Ling Yi looked up and asked. Li Lanfeng smiled but didn't reply to him. Don't tell me there's no surveillance in the mecha hold. You must have evidence. Ling Yi said with certainty. The other 5 young men looked at Li Lanfeng too. They hoped that Li Lanfeng could clear their names of suspicion. You want to take a look? Sure. Li Lanfeng didn't reject them. He played the video from the surveillance camera. But, the situation wasn't like what they think. Yi Tiange and the other 4 people did visit the mecha hold during that time, but no one went to Ling Yi's mecha. There was not enough evidence to prove that one of them had copied the video. The 5 people heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that they went close to Ling Yi's mecha unknowingly and got suspected because of that. However, before they could relax, Li Lanfeng smiled. Oh, there's more to the video. Because of Ling Yi, the 5 of them had stayed together in the same team they created together since the Scout Academy days called ZF. They had always talked, shared great memories, shared their woes with each other. That day, they came together to inspect the mecha hold and the mecha engineers maintaining their mechas with a serious expression, so they just stood there and quietly watched the whole process. They didn't want to disturb the engineers. However, something happened. One of the logisticians accidentally tripped and his body fell onto a mecha engineer. The mecha engineer fumbled and accidentally pressed a button on his workstation, causing the alarm of the mecha he was working on to deafen everyone's ears. It alerted everyone in the mecha hold. The logisticians immediately rushed towards the alarm to stop it. While the logisticians were rampaging through the mecha hold to stop the alarm, Tao Xiaotao was easily knocked over due to his small size. In a flurry, he hurriedly grabbed the panel of a workstation in order to prevent himself from falling. Yi Tiange and others saw his plight and quickly came to help him up. However, due to the pushing and shoving of the crowd, they touched another workstation while the way to rescue Tao Xiaotao. The 6 people looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Why did Li Lanfeng show this to them? Even in the midst of the constant shoving and pushing, they were very far away from their mechas. There was no footage of them touching the mechas. Do you want to know why I show you that? Li Lanfeng smiled. Let me show you which mecha is linked to the workstation. When they heard the answer to their confusion, their expressions turned grave. They were all smart people, so they definitely could guess which mecha did this workstation link to. As expected, after the footage zoomed out, the linked mecha was Ling Yi's mecha. But the person can't hack the mecha through the workstation, right? Even an imperial hacker won't be able to hack the optical supercomputer of a mecha that quickly. Yi Tiange refuted. If this fact wasn't brought up, all 5 of them would be suspicious. You have to ask Ling Yi if he had ever leaked his passcode to anyone. Anyone that has the passcode, along with the ability of an imperial hacker, will be able to get into the mecha's superoptical computer in an instant. The group of you stood there for more than a minute, so there's ample time to download the video. Ling Yi's face looked so pale as if there was no more blood in his body. He looked at his friends with an apologetic gaze. Then, his gaze landed on Tao Xiaotao and his lips started trembling. He didn't if his lips were trembling because of the shock, disappointment, or that he just wanted to cry. Finally, he bit his lips and yelled with a hoarse voice as he spitted out the name of his worst enemy syllable by syllable, Tao. Xiao. Tao. Tao Xiaotao shrunk back in fear of the monster his leader had suddenly turned into. His face was pale as he shouted back, Brother Yi, how could you suspect me? Ling Yi stood up and walked over with heavy footsteps. How could I not? Only you have asked me for my passcode. He didn't directly tell Tao Xiaotao his passcode. Instead, it was through Tao Xiaotao's continuous probing guesses that one day he finally found out his passcode. When he heard his passcode coming out of Tao Xiaotao's mouth, he smiled nonchalantly at Tao Xiaotao's correct guess and just loosely told him to forget about it. After all, allowing Tao Xiaotao to know about his passcode wasn't a really big deal to him back then. He always treated Tao Xiaotao as his younger brother, so he wasn't concerned about Tao Xiaotao using his passcode against him. To a normal citizen, knowing a mecha's passcode would usually almost equate to nothing, but to an imperial hacker, it would open up many new possibilities. Tao Xiaotao furiously shook his head. Brother Ling, it's not me. It really isn't me. I was just curious. You didn't tell me anything, right? I don't know any passcode. I don't know. But you constantly probed me for my passcode during our daily conversations. Ling Yi closed his eyes and opened them after a while. His gaze was firm. Tao Xiaotao, I don't know how you became an imperial hacker, but all the evidence point to you. I will not believe you again. Brother E, if you think that I'm guilty, prove that I'm an imperial hacker. I have never awoken any hacking abilities. How can I be an imperial hacker? Brother E, you can't suspect me just like this. Brother E, I didn't do it. Tao Xiaotao started crying loudly. He was frightened by the sudden accusation. Ling Yi's anger subsided a little. Tao Xiaotao already had an innate talent of the wind element. It was rare for someone to have two innate talents. The advancement of someone with two innate talents was much slower than a normal person. Based on Tao Xiaotao's age, even if he was a genius, it was impossible for him to advance to the imperial level so quickly. Did he falsely accuse Tao Xiaotao? Ling Yi looked at Li Lanfeng instinctively. Li Lanfeng shook his head secretly in disappointment when he noticed the gaze. He had no more confidence in the intelligence of the loyalists in the Ling family. They spend so much effort grooming Ling Yi, but look at him now, blankly looking at him with a dazed gaze. How much better could the other loyalists be? No wonder Ling Lan had to handle everything on his own. Li Lanfeng couldn't help but feel vexed for Ling Lan's misfortune. However, Li Lanfeng maintained his expressionless face. He raised his eyebrows at Ling Yi before turning to Tao Xiaotao. Are you really Tao Xiaotao? Everyone went dazed as they creepily turned their heads to Tao Xiaotao. Even Yang Mingji and the team leaders were unable to remain calm. Indeed, the real Tao Xiaotao doesn't have this ability, but you have. Should I call you Shadow King? Li Lanfeng smiled as he revealed a secret. Shadow King. Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Lang, Zhao Jun, and Ling Yi were puzzled while Xie Yi was in deep thought. Who is Shadow King? Luo Lang was curious, so when he noticed Xie Yi's knowing expression, he grabbed Xie Yi's arm and asked him. Usually, Xie Yi would even spare a glance at the person asking him even if the person was on his knees begging him, but this was Luo Lang. Even if he didn't know anything, he would find an answer. Xie Yi told Luo Lang what he heard before. The Shadow King is an imperial hacker who had gained great fame from the virtual world around 30 years ago. His techniques had reached the imperial level too. He was recognized as the hacker with the highest chance of becoming a god-class hacker. However, 20 years ago, he disappeared. His name became a taboo subject in the Federation. There were no traces of him in the annals of time, as if he never existed. Not many people from our generation know of him. His data is only left in the secret database of some elite families. This database can only be read by the important people from the families. However, Li Lanfeng belonged to the branch family. How did he know of this person? That means that Shadow King should be around 40 years old, right? How could it be Tao Xiaotao? Luo Lang looked at Tao Xiaotao's young face. This man was obviously only 20 years old. Xie Yi shrugged. We'll see what Brother Feng says. Tao Xiaotao shuddered when he heard the Shadow King. He looked up innocently and asked Li Lanfeng, what did you say? Who is Shadow King? During a previous mission with the regiment commander, we visited a base which conducted human experiments. Based on the data we collected over there, this base is investigating the secrets to longevity as well as domain realm activation. The most frightening thing was that they were able to replicate certain innate talents while also speeding up the advancement of human abilities. For instance, they could make a test subject enter the domain realm at the young age while making hackers of high caliber. We met many 15-year-olds who were domain realm masters during our excursion. However, they were fake domain realm masters, Li Lanfeng explained indifferently. Everyone was flabbergasted by the continuous bombs getting dropped at them with each sentence spewing out of Li Lanfeng's out. Even in the Flying Dragon Special Forces, a 20-year-old domain realm master was considered a once-in-a-century genius. If someone managed to enter the domain stage at 15 years old, he would be as godlike as their regiment commander. Tao Xiaotao still appeared confused by Li Lanfeng's shocking statements. Longevity seems like a fantasy, but we have realized that they had made some breakthrough in their experiment. The details of the experiment were destroyed along with the base, so we couldn't get a hold of the detail. We have no clue what they have concluded from their experiments. Li Lanfeng looked at Tao Xiaotao coldly. However, we still found a list of the people who participated in this experiment, and one name in particular caught my attention. It was Shadow King. No matter how you hide, you won't be able to hide your trademarks. That video was embedded in the message. The ability used to do that is the unique ability of Shadow King, Shadow Link. Li Lanfeng smiled happily. He was confident as he continued, unfortunately, we have a hacker who deeply understands your signature traits. We managed to find the source using Shadow Link. At the same time, we corroborated with the surveillance video. Tao Xiaotao, Shadow King, it's you. Tao Xiaotao's confused expression disappeared. He turned calm as he numbly asked, is it immortal? When he listened to Li Lanfeng's detailed analysis, he knew that he couldn't escape anymore, so he gave up the clueless facade. Li Lanfeng raised his eyebrows. Besides that irritating immortal, no one knows of Shadow Link. It was my oversight for not thinking that he is hiding here. Tao Xiaotao scoffed. Every hacker had a rival. Shadow King's rival was Immortal. They had been opponents ever since he debuted in the secular world. Immortal was always ruining his every plan. It was his fault for not factoring Immortal's disturbance in his plan. He was careless. He thought that there wouldn't be any powerful hackers in such a newly advanced mecha clan. Yet, Immortal was hiding here. Immortal exposed him. Li Lanfeng realized Tao Xiaotao had a misunderstanding, but he didn't correct him, as his misunderstanding was a good way to protect Ling Lan. He was happy to see this misunderstanding. I accept my defeat. However, I have only one last wish. Let me see my eternal rival, Immortal. Tao Xiaotao gritted his teeth. He wanted to know what Immortal looked like. That way, even if he went to hell, he would be able to curse him. I'm sorry. He doesn't like visitors. Li Lanfeng would never expose Ling Lan. What a coward. Immortal, come out. Tao Xiaotao shouted agitatedly as he tried to struggle out of the surrounding soldiers' grasp. If the soldiers hadn't held him down, he might have rushed out of the meeting room. Bring him away. Li Lanfeng told the soldiers who were suppressing Tao Xiaotao. Yes. The soldiers bowed. As they were about to leave, Ling Yi charged forward and grabbed Tao Xiaotao's shoulders. He was indignant. Where is Tao Xiaotao? Tao Xiaotao frowned. Then, he sneered. Of course he's dead. Bastard. Ling Yi raised his fist and punched Tao Xiaotao's face. Tao Xiaotao's face turned red and swollen. Blood flowed from his mouth. His expression was sinister, but there was exhilaration in his eyes. Hit me. Hit me again. The body you're hitting belongs to Tao Xiaotao. Unfortunately, it is just a body. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and lowered his fist. He couldn't bear to hit him again. Li Lanfeng glanced at the soldiers to signal them to quickly go. They quickly dragged the delirious Tao Xiaotao out of the room, leaving behind Ling Yi and his friends. They were filled with anguish as they looked at their once friend. As for you, it wasn't your intention to harm Ling Lan, but you were the source of everything that had happened. If you didn't film the video, everything wouldn't have happened. As per protocol, you have to be punished. I'll lock you up and wait for the regiment commander to come out from his closed-door meditation. Yang Mingji and the other team leaders raised their eyebrows in mild surprise. They thought Li Lanfeng would use this opportunity to get rid of Ling Yi, but instead, he waited for Ling Lan to make the final verdict. Ling Yi accepted his verdict. He broke the rules first. He was the cause of everything. In his mind, he should definitely be punished. Yi Tiange and his friends watched Ling Yi as he got taken away. None of them said anything in the process. Suspicion tore the trust between them. They told themselves that they must understand Ling Yi's predicament, but a broken heart wouldn't heal so quickly. They would never be as close as before. Even among the four of them, there was a slight air of awkwardness. It would take some effort to mend their relationships to the back it was before. Some things couldn't be taken back after it was spoken. Li Lanfeng smiled as he tidied his files. On his face, there was a beautiful but frightening smile. In the secret room, Ling Lan suddenly opened her eyes. A few seconds later, the door opened and a familiar figure walked in. Li Lanfeng closed the door before taking his mask off. He smiled brightly as he walked towards Li Lanfeng. You're in a good mood. The happiness Li Lanfeng was exuding was overwhelming. Every single emotion he was displaying seemed to be telling Ling Lan, ask me why I'm happy. It felt wrong if she didn't ask him. Yes. Li Lanfeng continued smiling. Ling Lan closed her eyes and asked calmly, what is the good news? Ling Lan started chanting the Heart Sutra in her mind to stop herself from being seduced by Li Lanfeng. Why is Li Lanfeng seducing her so frequently recently? Did his seducing skills get better? Ling Lan remembered Luo Lang. When Luo Lang got stronger, he would get prettier too. Maybe Li Lanfeng was like that too. I locked Ling Yi up. Li Lanfeng sat beside Ling Lan and stared at her intently. You have other plans? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. It seemed like Li Lanfeng still had some use for Ling Yi. If not, Li Lanfeng would have got rid of him. That faction is willing to send Shadow King to follow him. This means that he is very important to them. Ling Yi is quite useless now, but useless things can be recycled too. Li Lanfeng smiled. Do you think that I'll be happy? He is part of the Ling family. Ling Lan glanced at Li Lanfeng to warn him to not be too excited. Really? Li Lanfeng smiled and leaned closer to Ling Lan. Ling Lan's heart started pounding furiously as Li Lanfeng's face got closer to hers. But, Ling Lan was still Ling Lan. She had seen all kinds of young and handsome youths before, so she learned to remain composed and unaffected. Her ice-cold facade couldn't be easily broken with just Li Lanfeng's smile. She calmly retracted her gaze and replied, I won't interfere in this matter. However, I can't disappoint my loyalists. Be careful of what you do. Don't go overboard. Li Lanfeng smiled even brighter when he heard Ling Lan's reply. Since Ling Lan let him take care of Ling Yi, it meant that he was part of Ling Lan's family now, right? He felt something sweet brewing in his heart. Li Lanfeng knew that this was just his own wishful thoughts, but he wanted to remain in the dream. Ling Lan, stop pampering me like this. What was left of his logical side shouted helplessly. The more Ling Lan trusted him, the greedier he would get. Li Lanfeng felt that his love for Ling Lan was losing control. Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng groaned in pain. He weakly fell forward. Ling Lan quickly caught him, stopping him from falling on the ground. What's the matter? Ling Lan frowned. There was concern in her eyes. Let me call Shiyu over. Li Lanfeng's hands quickly reached out to stop her from contacting Li Shiyu using her communicator. There is no need. It's an old issue. Just let me rest for a moment. His face scrunched up in pain. His entire body seemed to be experiencing excruciating pain. Ling Lan knew what this felt like. In her past life, she had experienced this pain too. Even if Shiyu came, he would only be able to alleviate the pain. She understood the feeling, so she didn't let go of Li Lanfeng's hand. She wanted to give him some mental support. Li Lanfeng smiled secretly. He slowly leaned towards Ling Lan's chest and felt the cold aura around her. He was so happy that he wouldn't regret even if he died now. Remember to practice the qi exercises. Ling Lan reminded him patiently when she noticed Li Lanfeng was feeling better. Okay. Li Lanfeng couldn't stop smiling as he could sense Ling Lan's worry in her tone. He quickly started practicing the qi exercises. Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief when Li Lanfeng started his exercises. Li Lanfeng practiced the qi exercises a little too late, which had caused the recovery of his illness to be snail pace. Every time he advanced in terms of physical skills, he would receive a backlash. Only the qi exercises and the third generation of Nuwa gene agent, created by Li Shiyu and Little Four, were able to help him. Ultimately, the root of the illness was still unsolved. The only way he could totally recover was if he stopped advancing. However, that was impossible. Ling Lan knew Li Lanfeng's dream. He wanted to stand and fight alongside her. He would never give up his dream even if he was constantly tormented by pain. Sometimes, Ling Lan felt that she treated Li Lanfeng differently from her other companions. Was it because he reminded her of her past life? Maybe this was the truth. She felt pity for Li Lanfeng just like how she felt pity for herself in her past life. To Ling Lan, saving Li Lanfeng was like saving her past life. Li Lanfeng, you must get better, Ling Lan softly said. She tightly hugged the beauty in her arms. She felt as if she was hugging her past weak self, the person who wanted to cry but could only smile on the surface, the person that wanted to receive consolation but never did. A pair of strong hands suddenly reached out and hugged her waist. Ling Lan was stunned as Li Lanfeng said in a hoarse voice, I'll definitely get better. Suddenly, she felt wet on her chest. Ling Lan realized Li Lanfeng must have felt touched by her words, so he cried in her arms. Ling Lan felt a little speechless. She looked at the ceiling of the secret room in exasperation. Fine, misunderstandings are beautiful. Let him stay in his dream. I can't tell him the truth and break the beauty's heart, right? Ling Lan, you're too good to me. How can I bear to let you go? I don't care. This is your fault. You give me hope. Let's go to hell together. Li Lanfeng gave a weird smile. His gaze was firm and sinister. After Li Lanfeng's emotions got stabilized, Ling Lan patted his back lightly. Are you feeling better? Yes. Li Lanfeng took a deep breath and squeezed out a word. He couldn't bear to let Ling Lan go. Then, sit up straight. Do you think I'm a pillow? My arms are getting tired from hugging you. Li Lanfeng knew that he couldn't keep lying on Ling Lan, so he begrudgingly got up. When he recalled how shamelessly he was when he laid in Ling Lan's chest, he felt a little shy. There was a faint blush on his beautiful face, making his embarrassed expression seductive. Why did he feel embarrassed when he was such a shameless person? Well, this was his first touchy experience. This was the first time he made a move on Ling Lan too. He didn't have any experience, so it was normal that he would feel embarrassed. Damn it! The beauty attack is undefeatable. Ling Lan swallowed her saliva secretly. She thought that Li Lanfeng felt embarrassed because he had cried just now. She didn't want the air around them to be awkward, so she changed the topic. How will you take care of Shadow King? Ling Lan was very interested in Shadow King. Li Lanfeng's embarrassed expression instantly turned normal again. He replied Ling Lan with a serious face, I've already sent him to Li Shiyu. I reminded Li Shiyu to inspect Tao Xiaodao's body thoroughly. I want to know how they're able to substitute someone so perfectly. Ling Lan agreed with Li Lanfeng's plan. She stood up and said, let's go and watch Shiyu together. He might give us some useful clues. Little Four had already analyzed all the information he got from the base on planet Azure. However, without a body, he couldn't confirm his hypothesis. So, visiting Li Shiyu would be a good opportunity to ascertain his hypothesis. Little Four was elated when he sensed Ling Lan's thoughts. Sob, boss finally remembered him. After a while, the two of them came to Li Shiyu's laboratory. It was the most highly guarded laboratory in Base Nebula. Li Shiyu's laboratory was like Ling Tian's treasure chest. All the amazing agents were kept here. Even without Ling Lan's order, the team leaders would send their subordinates to guard this area. If someone managed to steal from the laboratory, all the team leaders could commit suicide out of shame and anger. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng passed through many rounds of inspection before arriving at the laboratory. Li Shiyu was the only person in the laboratory. The current matter he was handling was linked to the sensitive subject of live human experiments, so Li Shiyu couldn't let anyone else take part in it. Li Shiyu heard the sound of footsteps coming towards his laboratory, so he quickly stepped away from his experiments and got out of his laboratory to see who the visitors were. When he saw Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng, he nodded his head and led them in his laboratory. He walked to the body lying on white desk. He grabbed the clipboard on the side, observed the data on the clipboard and compared it with the information the device was showing him. Ling Lan walked to Li Shiyu and asked softly, how's his condition? He was agitated when he came in, but after a bottle of anesthesia, he became silent, just like Little White. Li Shiyu joked. How is Little White? Is it awake? Ling Lan finally remembered her stupid pet. Evolution is taking a long time. I don't know what he ate. Why is he taking so long to digest it? When Little White wasn't following Li Lanfeng, it would spend its time at the laboratory being examined by Li Shiyu. Hence, Li Shiyu concluded Little White's evolution depended on the things it ate. What a lucky life. All it needed to become powerful was to eat. It has an indestructible stomach. It wouldn't get indigestion. Ling Lan wasn't worried. Little White said that its stomach was a different pocket space, so indigestion wouldn't harm it. The food might just be thrown into a corner of the space. What did you find out about Tao Xiaotao? Ling Lan's attention came back to Tao Xiaotao. Besides certain cells that are more active than normal, everything is normal. Li Shiyu frowned. He inspected the body for many hours but no anomaly was found. But the ability he used is Shadow Link. Ling Lan frowned too. If there was nothing wrong with Tao Xiaotao, how could he become an imperial hacker at such a young age? Little Four said Tao Xiaodao's ability was the same as Shadow King. If it was a different person, there would be a difference in the application of the ability. Ling Lan would suspect anyone if they said the claim, but she wouldn't suspect Little Four. If he said Tao Xiaotao was Shadow King, he was. There is only one possibility. Memory replication. Li Shiyu suggested a proposition by the medical world many years ago. It was proved that it was a wild fantasy, right? There were experiments done to determine the relevance of this proposition, but all the experiments ended in a failure. Little Four wasn't interested in this, so he hadn't dug deeper into the subject. My mentor told me that the experiments had failed, but some people were unwilling to give up. After the Federation forbade this experiment, these people went into hiding. They might have achieved some results of years of research, Li Shiyu replied. Memory replication. Ling Lan remembered Gu Jingrong, who had the ability to replicate her father's innate talent. She sensed the similarity between them. It's the people from planet Azure. Are they targeting me? Ling Lan was sure that the assassination and the mission she took were all linked. Who are the ones trying to harm the Ling family? What is their motive? I don't think that they belong to the same faction. The people that attacked you and the faction which Tao Xiaotao belonged to might just be working together. Li Lanfeng interrupted Ling Lan's thoughts. Oh. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and waited for Li Lanfeng's explanation. At that time, you were just a child. You haven't displayed your talent or potential yet. Unless they were tipped off, they wouldn't take notice of you. Also, based on the ability of the organization on planet Azure, you won't be able to escape if they were the ones attempting to kill you. Li Lanfeng pointed out the truth. What they discovered on planet Azure was just the tip of the iceberg. That's true. Based on my analysis, it should be my father's enemy in the military. He used his power in the military, but he concealed himself perfectly so no clues were found. Thinking about it now, it must be a general from the military. This person had control over hackers, so he was able to discover the existence of Little Four. However, Little Four had matured now, he would fall into such single schemes anymore. Actually, we already knew that without help from someone in the military, this person wouldn't be able to evade the surveillance of the military and build such a base on planet Azure. However, no matter how powerful a general is, he couldn't control such a huge organization. Even the three great marshals don't have this ability. Li Lanfeng smiled as he continued, we should be glad that the military forbids elite families to gain more power. It prevents generals from shaking the foundation of the military. Thus, the general and the organization probably belong to different factions. There is a higher probability that they are just working together. Of course, the general might pull the organization into his wing, but in that case, the general will only be a subordinate and not the commander. Yes. It's impossible for a general to control such a huge organization. It's probably a collaborative effort. The general might also just be a subordinate and not the mastermind. Ling Lan frowned. She knew that her father had already found the person who tried to assassinate her. Would he offend the unknown organization because of this? How messy. Ling Lan felt a little dizzy. She closed her eyes and arranged the information in her head. After she opened her eyes, she could feel her thoughts getting clearer. It has been such a long time, but only a hacker was sent to follow Ling Yi. This might mean that the faction doesn't want to anger my father. Based on that, a collaboration is most likely the answer. Ling Lan arrived at a conclusion. As expected, Li Lanfeng was best at scheming. He managed to find the truth almost immediately. In the future, Ling Lan decided to pass such matters to Li Lanfeng. She knew her weakness was in scheming. Plus, she shouldn't waste Li Lanfeng's talent. While Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were finding the relationship between Ling Lan's assassination and the organization on planet Azure, Little Four, who was inspecting Tao Xiaotao, suddenly shouted excitedly in Ling Lan's mindscape, "Boss, boss." What is it? Ling Lan asked. I sense some fluctuation in Tao Xiaotao's brain. The fluctuation of the wavelength is similar to a product from Mandora. This was the first time Little Four discovered a trace of his home galaxy, Mandora. He was shaking with excitement, making his plump cheeks ever so giggly. What? Ling Lan was dumbstruck. She had always thought Little Four was the only trace of Mandora in her galaxy, as the Mandora galaxy was just too far away from them. Ling Lan couldn't even imagine that another creation from Mandora would be able to enter her galaxy. Yet, Little Four claimed that he found something from Mandora. Wait. The fluctuation is so small. I almost lost it. Let me feel it properly. Little Four couldn't reply to Ling Lan as he was still in the midst of feeling out the fluctuation, so Ling Lan had no choice but to remain patient. Li Lanfeng was surprised when Ling Lan suddenly stopped talking. He turned his head to the side and glanced at Ling Lan. He realized she was looking intently at Tao Xiaotao. He whispered softly, "Did you discover something?" Ling Lan nodded at Li Lanfeng, before turning her attention back to Tao Xiaotao. Li Lanfeng knew that Ling Lan must have made an important discovery, so he didn't dare to disturb Ling Lan. He quickly placed his index finger on his lips, signaling to Li Shiyu to be quiet. After a few minutes, Little Four shouted in her mindscape, it appeared again. I finally caught it. What is it? Is it really from Mandora? Ling Lan was serious. If this was related to Mandora, things would get complicated. It has the aura of Mandora, but it's slightly different. Let me confirm it again. Damn it, why is the fluctuation so tiny? Little Four muttered. A few minutes passed again. Little Four's angry and disappointed tone was heard. It's just a low-quality replica. How disappointing. Replica? Ling Lan relaxed. She would be worried if it was really from Mandora, it might mean an alien invasion. Fortunately, it was a replica. However, since there was a replica, the real item must exist too. Where was the real item? Who had it? Ling Lan and Little Four thought of the same thing. But, their reactions were totally different. Little Four was elated while Ling Lan was worried. Little Four, what replica is it? It's better to prepare beforehand. It's similar to a mecha learning device like me. It's a replica of an innate talent creation device. Little Four replied. An innate talent creation device? This was an unfamiliar name. It's used to create innate talents for children who couldn't awaken their own innate talent. However, the innate talent created through this device won't evolve, so the person will remain at the bottom of the society, but this is just a low-quality replica. It can't pick and choose innate talents like the real thing. There is only one innate talent in it. Little Four explained. Huh. Weird, they changed this part. Little Four was surprised. What is the matter? Ling Lan got curious. It can only create one innate talent, but the innate talent can evolve and become stronger. No wait, this isn't an innate talent creation device. Little Four exclaimed loudly, it's the forbidden innate talent replicating device. Little Four started trembling. The innate talent replicating device had caused many deaths in Mandora. In the end, it was destroyed by the previous intellect king. He thought that all the devices had been destroyed, but it appeared again in another galaxy. What's the matter? Ling Lan felt that the situation might be worse than she had thought when she saw Little Four's pale face. When the innate talent replicating device was created, many powerful people died that year. This was because there was one criterion in order to replicate someone's innate talent. The targeted person must be on the brink of death. In the instant before the spirit disappears, the innate talent can be replicated. Little Four didn't know why he had such scary memories. He controlled his fear as he continued, not only that, it would take away a portion of the person's memory when it replicates the innate talent. The way when you use the replicated innate talent, you will be no different than its original owner. The person who invented this just wanted to prevent some powerful innate talents from disappearing, but the implications it brought were too great. Many deaths occurred in that dark period. Even the intellect king had no choice but to destroy all the innate talent replicating devices. I didn't expect it to appear here. Boss, you must not let it be known here. Once humans know its uses, countless deaths will follow. Little Four finally told Ling Lan the danger of the innate talent replicating device. Once someone knew its uses, they would definitely take advantage of it. Ling Lan's facial expression turned grave. She didn't expect this device to be so frightening. If someone wanted her innate talent and used this device to replicate it from her, she might not be able to resist. Do you mean that the real Shadow King is dead? Ling Lan finally understood what happened. Yes. This is just a low-quality replica. It's only able to replicate one innate talent, Little Four replied firmly. Can this device be made easily? It was powerful even if it could only replicate one innate talent. No. I've researched the natural resources in your galaxy. The creation of this device requires cells of a particular being in Mandora which cannot be found in your galaxy. The scientists who made this replica must have found another living thing to replace it, and thus deteriorating the quality. Plus, the memory metal found in Mandora doesn't exist here too. I found something that can replace it, but the quality just isn't up to par. There isn't a lot of this replacement too, so they won't be able to make many replicas. That's good. The only other device she saw was on Guzhenrong. Can you take that device out of Tao Xiaodao's body? Ling Lan asked. They might be able to easily examine it if they extract it from Tao Xiaodao's body. It's inside his brain, so we'll need suitable equipment to extract it. Little Four took a look around Li Shiyu's laboratory and shook his head. There is no suitable equipment here. If we take it out forcefully, Tao Xiaotao might die. How troublesome. Ling Lan lamented, can we find the specific equipment? Little Four shook his head again. We can, but once we do, our opponents may be alerted. We can't let them know what we are doing. We'll only be safe if they think we are in the dark. Ling Lan was frustrated. She had too many outstanding subordinates around her, causing many people to pay attention to her. If she really alerted her opponents, they might be able to wipe her team out all at once. What a frightening thought. We can't do that. Well, we actually can make the extracting device here. Chang Xinyuan is skilled with his hands, so he might be able to create it if we give him the blueprints and the materials. Leave the materials to me. Once we make the extraction device, we should be able to take the replication device, more specifically, the replication chip out. Little Four was eager to start foiling the plans of his enemies. Although Ling Tian was portrayed with the image of being a clan without many logisticians, there were now many able logisticians in the team contrary to the image they had shown to the public. They had people with special talents too. For instance, their head of the logistics department, Chang Xinyuan, was able to modify mechas. Their head of the medical department, Li Shiyu, could make powerful agents. There were many people who would want to snatch them. It had to be said that when Ling Lan formed her Ling Tian battle team in the past, she had considered all aspects thoroughly. She had high expectations of her team members, so only geniuses were chosen. This was the reason why there were many capable people in her team. Everyone wanted to snatch her members, so she had to put in much effort to maintain her team. Of course, most of the time, her father was the one settling everything. He almost ruined his gentle and kind image because of Ling Tian. Let's do it. Ling Lan was decisive. She didn't like anything that could threaten her friends. Since she already knew that her opponent had this frightening device, she must find a way to counter it. After Ling Lan retracted her gaze, Li Lanfeng asked, "Have you found the answer?" Li Shiyu looked up too. He wanted to know what Ling Lan had discovered. There is a chip in his brain. It's giving off a faint fluctuation. Ling Lan couldn't directly tell them the truth. In the brain? Li Shiyu's expression changed. He had already used his apparatuses to scan Tao Xiaodao's brain, but nothing could be found. I used my hacking ability to find the faint fluctuation. I'm afraid that with our current equipment, we might not be able to detect it. Ling Lan sighed. Li Shiyu frowned. There was clearly a problem, but he couldn't find it. I made him feel irritated. On the bright side, when I infiltrated the base on planet Azure, I found the blueprint and information of a new tracking device. We can try to ask Chang Xinyuan to make it. If he can make it, we might be able to locate the fluctuation. Li Shiyu's eyes lit up over Ling Lan's words. As a military doctor, he loved to have as many tracking devices as he could so that he could find what he needed. That way, he would be able to unleash his full surgery potential and complete all the surgeries that were deemed impossible by the Federation. It gave him great satisfaction when he saw those shocked faces of renowned military doctors. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and look for Chang Xinyuan, Li Shiyu was excited. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng smiled when they saw Li Shiyu's eager expression. Before the device could be made, Tao Xiaotao had to suffer and be locked up in the recovery pod. The safest way to lock up a hacker was to make him unconscious so that he couldn't use his mind. After 10 days had passed, the military sent many representatives to visit Ling Lan, but the team leaders would chase them away from their doorstep, saying that Ling Lan was undergoing treatment and was unconscious. Some representatives suggested sending military doctors from the headquarters over, but Li Shiyu retorted, "Is there anyone better than me?" No one could answer him. Li Shiyu wasn't an arrogant person, so he said humbly, "I sure hope some God-class military doctors will come. They can be my helpers." The representatives from the military pretended they didn't hear the suggestion. God-class military doctors were the treasures of the military. To ensure their safety, most of them stayed within the military headquarters. No one would be willing to send them to the front line. They also wanted to look for the new commanding officer of the base as well as the regiment commanders of the 3 first-rank 5-star mecha clans, but all of them said that they were busy. Some representatives suspected that they were controlled by the people from Ling Tian, but they were all contactable. They were even able to have a video call with them. Based on their facial expressions and voices of the people who chatted with them, they were not forced or coerced into doing anything. The background of the video call was their office too. Little Four laughed arrogantly. Hackers might not be able to do this, but he just needed a thought to do it. Hence, the representative from the military couldn't find any loopholes to tackle Ling Tian. Finally, the rewards came. Read latest. The rewards for the Ling Tian Mecha clan is as follows. Firstly, Major General Ling Lan is promoted to a Lieutenant General. Although Ling Lan was very young, her mecha clan destroyed 3 other mecha clans of their enemies, and one of them was even a top-ranked mecha clan. Everyone agreed with this reward. Even if they felt any negative feelings, it was probably because Ling Lan was too young to obtain such rank. When they were 24 years old, they were still young recruits who were clueless about the world. Yet, Ling Lan was already a lieutenant general with many merits. The comparison was stark. It was unacceptable for some people. However, they put aside their jealousy and continued reading the message. Secondly, Major General Yang Mingji and Major General Lu Furong will be awarded the Golden Eagle Warrior Medal. They will also be appointed as the Vice Regiment Commander of the Lingtian Mecha Clan. Wow! The Golden Eagle Warrior Medal. They weren't promoted in rank, but the medal had a similar buff too, as all Major Generals had to salute to the Major Generals who had the Golden Eagle Warrior Medal. This meant that Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were the highest-ranked Major Generals. The second part of the order was interesting. Was this decentralization of authority? Lingtian used to have only one regiment commander. The rest were all team leaders. Now, there were 2 vice regiment commanders, and by right, all the decisions would also have to go through the vice regiment commanders. While everyone was trying to figure out the real meaning behind the second part of the order they were given, the third part of the order came. Thirdly, Gu Dongyang, Sun Yaofei, Qi Long, Li Lanfeng. Those mentioned above will be promoted to Major Generals. A long list of 40 to 50 names all advancing to Major General shocked everyone to their core. Was Lingtian going against God? Even legendary mecha clans might not have that many Major Generals. Compared to the Major Generals who were older and had achieved greatness in their past, the 2 younger Major Generals on the list seemed to garner more attention. Li Lanfeng and Qi Long's name quickly became well known among the soldiers on base Nebula. Qi Long was Team 03's team leader and the person just behind Yang Mingji and Lu Furong. In this battle, his performance was spectacular. Just his own personal achievements of killing 3 of Night Mecha Clan's team leaders was enough for his name to be imprinted in everyone's mind. However, ranking up by 2 ranks, from Colonel straight to Major General, his achievements seemed to not match with the amount of merits he was given. Everyone suddenly remembered the rumor that spreaded across the base. Qi Long was the son of the invincible god of war, the 13th Division's general, Sky God, Qi Yaoyang. Everyone seemed to have realized the truth behind the suspicious promotion and quickly silenced themselves in case they incurred the wrath of Sky God. Li Lanfeng, Team 06's team leader, was originally the same rank as Qi Long, a colonel. Although he didn't come from an impressive background, his growth was still a living example of a commoner raising up to the heavens. The contribution he had made during the battle was enough to put him as one of the 3 top performers. That was because these top 3 performers were the ones who combined their strength and killed the regiment commander of Night Ace Mecha Clan. Executing a standard Mecha Clan's regiment commander as a team leader was already shocking enough, not to mention executing the regiment commander of Night Mecha Clan. Just this achievement alone was enough for him to rise up the ranks. He was too damn lucky. Everyone looked at Li Lanfeng's name and were all green with envy. Was Li Lanfeng loved by the goddess of luck? How could good things always happen to him? Well, it is because he has such a caring regiment commander. Everyone who was still burning from all the different emotions they had from reading the third part of the order, continued to read the next list of names. This was the list of those who advanced to the rank of senior colonel. Holy, there were so many people who ranked up. Everyone was shocked by the large number of names. Some carefully counted and realized that there were actually 271 individuals on the list. Few of the regiment commanders from regular mecha clans looked at the pitiful lieutenant colonel and colonel insignias on their shoulders and felt a bitter taste in their mouths. Had they wasted their lives doing nothing? Right afterwards, the part of the order where it listed soldiers who were advancing to lieutenant colonel and majors were shown. This time, there wasn't a list. Instead, there was a document, and it was only shown to those who cared enough to log in and look at the names. However, some officers just had too much time on their hands as they tried to scratch their itch of curiosity. They logged in and looked through the document. They were instantly dumbfounded. The list was so long that even after scrolling a few times, they couldn't reach the bottom of the document. After scrolling for a while, they just assumed all of the official members of Lingtian Mecha Clan must have been promoted to at least major rank. There were even some captain rank officers from the logistics department, who had an outstanding performance, successfully promoted to the rank of major. Those who were originally majors, would probably at least be promoted by 1 rank, not mention the captains and sergeants who had outstanding performances. After reading through the document, every soldier in base Nebula believed that Lingtian Mecha Clan probably didn't have any members at the rank of private. The lowest ranked soldier was probably at sergeant rank. Of course, the list of soldiers advancing to major or above wasn't as shocking as the orders given beforehand. As everyone was sure that there was nothing that could surprise them even further, the last part of the order made the entire base erupt in shock. Lastly, Ling Tian Independent Mecha Clan has reached all requirements of advancing. From today onwards, Ling Tian Independent Mecha Clan will become Ling Tian Independent Army. Additional army personnel additions will be notified later. Independent Army. Ling Tian advanced into an independent army, someone shouted out. That's unbelievable. The 27th Independent Army in history is us, Ling Tian. One soldier from Ling Tian Mecha Clan cheered excitedly while pumping his fists into the air. Ling Tian became an independent army. Even those proud and stubborn ace mecha clans couldn't hold back the admiration and envy in their looks as they looked towards the excited members from Ling Tian. Were they jealous? No, as this was glory admired by all. They couldn't be jealous of them even if they wanted to. That was because that becoming an independent army was not achieved based on manpower. It required the clan to be at the right place and at the right time, and even required amazing luck to achieve such a feat. In other words, Ling Tian was an existence that was being taken care of by God itself. In the past, these other ace mecha clans perhaps could still compare to Ling Tian, but now they no longer even dare to have the thought. Who was willing to compare with a monstrous mecha clan that had already advanced to an independent army after only establishing itself for more than a year? When the difference was infinitely vast, these other clans no longer had the thought of comparing themselves with Ling Tian. I was thinking why they had let us free today. It seems that's why. The three major generals who walked past the plaza heard the shouts and screams of everyone. They showed disdain on their faces. Now that everything is set in stone, no one can stop Ling Tian from flying freely in the sky. Wang Xiao sighed. Thus, after just regaining their freedom, they could no longer stop Ling Tian no matter what they do. I didn't expect Ling Tian Mecha Clan to acquire such great merits from the Nebula Boundary Battle. Qin Yoichi had a jealous and angry but yet complicated look on his face. Read latest. An independent army is enough to hold down first-rank 5-star clans like ours. Even if legendary mecha clans were to come, they still would have a hard time suppressing Ling Tian, Zhang Haoshuan said coldly. Ling Tian have become too powerful. They cannot be stopped anymore. Just one mistake caused us to lose so much. We wasted our time coming here. Wang Xiao shook his head regrettably. They might be in for some reprimand from their chief. He just hoped that the chief wouldn't lose trust in him because of this matter. Yi Kuei also read through the final part of the order in his room, as expected, just what I thought. The Federation is changing. Yi Kuei's mood wasn't in the best of sorts. He stood up and paced around anxiously. After thinking about how he was heartlessly rejected by Ling Lan, that feeling of failure made him feel frustrated. That order back then was goddamn stupid. Yi Kuei thought of Yi Su and instantly cussed it out. If the family didn't force Yi Su out of Ling Tian, perhaps he would still be able to use the friendship between Yi Su and Ling Lan to improve his family's situation. He could have even made Yi Su be like the two from the Li family to work under Ling Lan. That way, the Yi family wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. The Yi family clearly had the chance to change their destiny, but they didn't hold it in his hands tight enough. This feeling of powerlessness made Yi Kuei, who poured everything he had into the Yi family, feel so frustrated that it could almost kill him. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough say in the Yi family. He could only be considered to be an enforcer and not a decision-maker. Even if Yi Kuei knew the order given to him by the elders of the family was dumb, he could still only just watch as the Yi family's stubborn elderly pushed the family into the brink of destruction. All the mecha clans in Base Nebula had their own thoughts about Ling Tian becoming an independent army. As for Ling Lan, she only came out of her closed-door meditation 3 days after the reward was sent out. She couldn't appear on the day the reward was given out since that would seem too fake. She needed to give the military an out so that they could console themselves. However, she wasn't doing nothing while doing closed-door meditation. She made many calls with her father discussing the new location of their new base camp. After some back and forth, she and her father finally decided on Base Nebula to be Ling Tian Independent Army's new base camp. Ling Lan had set her eyes on this movable base that was well equipped with weapons and had all the high-tech facilities from the Federation. She couldn't imagine being in those station bases, as just imagining her being there gave her the chills. The battle at Base 013 on planet Haijiao had traumatized her. Ling Lan liked the flexibility of a movable base. In the past, she wasn't aware of the existence of a movable base such as Base Nebula, so she never thought about wanting a movable base. However, now that she knew of its existence and she was already in the base, it was hard for her to not want it. Moreover, she wasn't planning on chasing away the 3 first-rank 5-star mecha clans the 3 great marshals sent over. They were extra manpower for her to increase the fighting strength of the base. She would be stupid to give them back. Ling Xiao was astounded by Ling Lan's plan. He was shocked at her greediness, but when he thought about it carefully, it was workable. Of course, Ling Xiao never planned to reject her request anyway. She was his daughter. He would fulfill all the requests she had. Moreover, this request wasn't too hard for him to fulfill. I still need to remind you that these 3 mecha clans don't belong to you. Even if they are stationed at Base Nebula, they might not submit to you. Ling Xiao reminded Ling Lan that the 3 mecha clans were not easy to subdue. They just need to be loyal to their country. Ling Lan didn't care about their allegiance. She wasn't planning to make Ling Tian her personal army anyway. The Ling Tian independent army would be going to the battlefield one day, and there were no factions on the battlefield. On the battlefield, everyone only had one identity, a soldier of the Federation. Ling Xiao gave her a look of approval. This was how a regiment commander should think. We would not talk about how Ling Xiao helped Ling Lan to gain more benefits from the military headquarters. All in all, many meetings were held and many factions participated in the discussion. Some wanted to suppress Ling Tian while others wanted to help it. Some wanted to send spies in while others wanted to split Ling Tian's power. It was an intense struggle. A conclusion was formed only half a month later. That day, the military headquarters sent a new order to Base Nebula. The Ling Tian Independent Army would temporarily be stationed at Base Nebula. The commanding officer of Base Nebula should cooperate with Ling Tian Independent Army to increase its manpower. The Ling Tian Independent Army could replenish its manpower from Base Nebula. Jade Cloud Ace Mecha Clan, Fantasy City Ace Mecha Clan, and 9 Alliance Ace Mecha Clan would merge into the Ling Tian Independent Army. The entire base was in an uproar. Does that mean that we are going to be part of the Ling Tian Independent Army? Many regiment commanders who had their clans stationed in Base Nebula were excited when they saw this order. Also, Jade Cloud Ace Mecha Clan, Fantasy City Ace Mecha Clan, and 9 Alliance Ace Mecha Clan are going to merge into the Ling Tian Independent Army. Are they trying to create a legendary independent army? When would a new independent army be able to get manpower from powerful Ace Mecha Clans? Moreover, competent soldiers were usually from first-rank 5-star Mecha Clans. These Mecha Clans could become legendary Mecha Clans if they worked a little harder, entering the Hall of Honor. No clan in their right mind would agree to give their soldiers away without a sky-high price. Normally, if a new independent army was able to get manpower from 1 or 2 normal mecha clans, it was already considered very lucky. After soldiers of the base heard the order, they cemented the idea that the Ling Tian independent army was doted on by the heavens. At that moment, the regiment commanders of the 3 said Ace mecha clans had received this piece of news too. They quickly gathered together to discuss this issue. What do you think? Wang Xiao frowned. A few days ago, his chief told him that their mecha clans might need to remain in Base Nebula for some time. He thought that they would just stay here and guard the base, but instead, they were merging with the Ling Tian Independent Army. What were their superiors thinking? Did they send them in so that the Ling Tian Independent Army wouldn't become Ling Xiao's ultimate weapon? What can we think? It's clearly stated that we're supposed to merge with Ling Tian. Qin Yoqi was frustrated. He felt irritated when he imagined that he had to listen to a 24-year-old young brat. We can only wait and see. Ultimately, we're still in the Federation. It doesn't matter where we go. Zhang Haoshuan was extremely calm. But it's a newly formed independent army. I'll be embarrassed if I see my old colleagues. Qin Yoqi was furious. An independent army was considered as a quasi-division. However, its status and benefits couldn't be compared to an official division. They used to belong to the 1st Division, 2nd Division, and 3rd Division, and they were the highest-ranked mecha clan in their division. The difference in treatment was just too stark. This was why Qin Yoqi couldn't accept the order. I don't think so. Zhang Haoshuan had a different perspective. We might be embarrassed if we merge with any other independent army, but the Ling Tian Independent Army, don't you think that it is a legend? Qin Yoqi and Wang Xiao went into deep thought. They had been in such high-caliber position for a long time, so they weren't stupid enough to be reckless in their decisions. Indeed. They're a legend. Wang Xiao agreed with Zhang Haoshuan after looking back at Ling Tian's history. Qin Yoqi just scoffed in response, but he agreed in his mind. If Ling Tian didn't exist and someone tells me that an independent mecha clan can become an independent army in 1 year, I will just think he is crazy. Zhang Haoshuan had a sharp tongue. Indeed. I'll be unconvinced too, Wang Xiao replied. But the truth is laid out right before us. Zhang Haoshuan sighed. Ling Tian managed to do it. They even did it solely based on their merits. No one could say anything to bring them down. Ling Tian is powerful. Ling Lan is powerful too. Zhang Haoshuan suddenly lowered his voice. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but Qin Youqi and Wang Xiao both heard him. This merge might be an opportunity for us. Zhang Haoshuan's gaze was slowly filled with ambition. Becoming a legendary mecha clan might not be such a far goal anymore. Wang Xiao and Qin Youqi were stunned by his words. They were both regiment commanders of a first-rank 5-star mecha clan, so it was unsurprisingly that they had the same ambition as Zhang Haoshuan, but no one dared to speak up about it. This was because becoming a legendary mecha clan was very difficult, too difficult perhaps. It was not as tough as becoming an independent army, but the difference between the two feats wasn't great. Basically, those were the two most difficult statuses to achieve for a mecha clan. Maybe you're right. Wang Xiao's heart started pounding at an increasingly deep rhythm. Qin Youqi's frustration slowly melted away. His gaze seemed uncertain. He seemed to be in a dilemma. The Ling Tian mecha clan, no, it was the Ling Tian independent army now. The people from the Ling Tian independent army received their promotion too. The administrators of Ling Tian sat in the meeting room. Ling Lan pointed to the notification on the big virtual screen and said, "Congratulations on all your promotions." Everyone smiled and laughed. First, let's welcome Leader Yang and Leader Lu, who will become the new vice regiment commanders of Ling Tian. Ling Lan clapped her hands slowly. Everyone followed her and clapped too. Yang Mingji smiled. The promotion is just for show. My real job is still being a team leader. Please don't get confused. Everyone laughed at his words. Lu Furong continued, Leader Yang has said what I have in mind. I'm still the team leader of Team 02. Please don't be mistaken. Laughter erupted again. The awkward atmosphere of the meeting disappeared. You can't push away your responsibility. You must do what you're supposed to do. Ling Lan didn't mind her grasp over Ling Tian was slowly loosening. She had already let go of a portion of her powers when Ling Tian was still a mecha clan. Ling Lan knew she wasn't a robot. She wasn't perfect. She knew what was the strength of her team leaders, so she made use of them. The miracles Ling Tian created weren't accomplished by herself. It required the effort of everyone in Ling Tian. We will follow your orders. Lu Furong and Yang Mingji smiled before nodding. They only dared to accept their position after the official announcement by their regiment commander. They knew that Ling Tian solely belonged to Ling Lan. There would only be one true commander in Ling Tian. The veteran soldiers were saved from the brink of despair by Ling Lan, while the younger soldiers achieved greatness under Ling Lan. The relationships of the team leaders, the heads of the various departments and Ling Lan were even deeper. The results Ling Tian achieved were all linked to Ling Lan. She was also the person who saved all of them during the battle on planet Haiqiao. Everyone felt that in Ling Tian, Ling Lan had the ultimate say. They would only recognize Ling Lan as their true leader. They were willing to follow this powerful leader and risk their lives for her. If someone was under the impression that he could topple Ling Lan's position in Ling Tian, he must not be from Ling Tian. Lu Furong and Yang Mingji both felt that no matter who the military sent to Ling Tian, even if it was a war hero, he wouldn't be able to take Ling Lan's stranglehold of power in Ling Tian away. What about Ling Xiao? Well, since he was Ling Lan's father, the members of Ling Tian might give him some face. If not, Ling Lan might be unhappy. The logistics departments finally got recognized by the military. Congratulations on entering the military system. You're not just an empty shell anymore. Ling Lan looked at Li Shiyu and Lin Zhongqing. Their promotions gratified her the most. Ling Tian managed to become an independent army and the logistics departments were all officially set up. Moreover, the heads of the departments were still the same. Her father must have put in a lot of effort to get this reward for her. Ling Lan believed that various factions in the military must have wanted to send someone to take over these positions, but the logistics section was just too important to her. In her mind, only capable people should lead the logistics teams. Thus, when she was discussing with her father, she told him that the heads of the logistics departments must remain the same. Ling Xiao felt the same way too. Thus, he allowed the positions of vice regiment commanders to be created in exchange for keeping the heads of the logistics department the same. The heads of the logistics departments were elated. After the battle, Lin Zhongqing and Li Shiyu became senior colonels. They were the highest-ranked soldiers among all the logisticians while the rest were still colonels or lieutenant colonels. The team leaders of the mecha teams were mostly senior colonels too. Only team leaders like Qi Long and Li Lanfeng were promoted to major generals. One more thing. The mecha teams will be officially promoted to mecha brigade. Ling Lan announced with a serious face. Yes. All the team leaders were surprised. Currently, the maximum limit of soldiers in an independent army is 50,000. And to work her way around that, Ling Lan decided she would turn all her mecha teams into mecha brigades. By turning all her mecha teams into mecha brigades, she was essentially forced to fill them up with soldiers. A mecha brigade's maximum limit was a few hundred soldiers to a few thousand soldiers while a mecha team could only have less than 100 soldiers. Ling Lan didn't want to keep to the standard of having 50,000 people for an independent army. Thus, we could predict that the number of people in the Lingtian Independent Army would definitely exceed this number. Ling Lan had already prepared her script in mind to report to the higher authorities. You exceeded the limit. How can it be? You are forced to fill the mecha brigades. They should only have a few hundred people. What? Misunderstanding. There are 2,000 soldiers in each mecha brigade. What's the maximum limit of soldiers for a mecha brigade? 2,000. Well, they didn't exceed their limit. Your independent army has too many people. Really now? Let us pick who to let go. The process might take a while. We've already taken them in, so we need to go through the standard procedure to return them. But, no one wants to go back. What should I do? I took them in, so I'm willing to be responsible for them. How to be responsible? Well, I'll let them remain here and groom them. If you need them in the future, you can take them away. Ling Lan went through all the lines in her mind and nodded in satisfaction. The entire human race was currently talking about one incident. Have you heard that the Huaxia Federation has found an important spy? I heard that he is from the Twilight Empire. In a classy bar with high-rise ceilings and marble tabletops, there were soldiers sitting around discussing the single incident that had shocked the universe. From their uniforms, it could be determined that they were soldiers of Caesar. He was the mastermind behind Ling Zhao's death. The Twilight Empire has always wanted to destroy the Huaxia Federation. How frightening. Luckily, they found the spy. If not, our nation might have lost more outstanding soldiers. This was the general sentiment of the people in the Huaxia Federation. What a pity. Why is the Huaxia Federation always so lucky? How did they find the spy so early? While this was the general sentiment of the people in enemy countries, the Huaxia Federation and the Twilight Empire are at odds now. I heard that the situation is very tense in the intergalactic United Nations. Are they going to start a war? That's impossible, right? No one believed that a war would break out. To prevent any catastrophic wars from happening, the intergalactic United Nations had been stopping any battles that could affect the foundation of a nation. They only allowed small-scale battles to occur. If a war between the Huaxia Federation and the Twilight Empire actually broke out, it would bring earth-shattering changes. It was because as the war continued on, more and more nations would be dragged into it. Factions would be created, alliances would be formed, deep-seated hatred would burst out, ushering an era of bloodshed and cruelty. How is it not possible? That year, when the Huaxia Federation lost its most powerful god-class mecha master, Immortal Bird Ling Xiao, because of the Twilight Empire, it already created tension between the two nations. Luckily, Immortal Bird managed to escape from death's grasp. After the scheme was divulged by Ling Xiao, the entire Huaxia Federation was incensed. They were indignant that the Twilight Empire tried to scheme against their god-class mecha master. Immortal Bird was the idol of the Huaxia Federation. This was an unforgivable matter to the people of the Huaxia Federation. The discussing soldiers had quite a deep understanding on how the Federation worked, so they felt that it was very likely that the Huaxia Federation wanted to start a war. Are they really going to start a war for a god-class mecha master? Some soldiers from another table suddenly asked the soldier who started the discussion out loud. The Huaxia Federation seems resolute. They propose to the Twilight Empire that to stop the inevitable war, they want the current emperor, prime minister, and all members of the cabinet of the Twilight Empire to kill themselves as an apology, the questioned soldier replied with an uncertain expression. The bar suddenly turned dead silent. Every soldier's pupils dilated as they imagined the horror and destruction this proposal would cause. The Huaxia Federation is really vicious. Immortal Bird isn't dead, right? Yet, they want the entire cabinet of the Twilight Empire to die. The Twilight Empire will never agree to the proposal. If a mortal bird really died, the Huaxia and have made the proposal, they would probably have directly sent their army to the Twilight Empire. And of course, the Twilight Empire won't agree to the proposal. That's why I said that the war is inevitable. Once a consensus can't be reached, the Huaxia Federation will deploy their army. Why isn't our military stopping them? The only country that could stop the Huaxia Federation was Caesar. Moreover, Twilight Empire had a good relationship with Caesar. Caesar should be helping them. That's the weird part. Caesar didn't say anything during the meeting of the Intergalactic United Nations. They seemed unconcerned at the plight of the Twilight Empire. Have we abandoned the Twilight Empire? This isn't good. The Twilight Empire dared to offend Huaxia because it had Caesar supporting them. Caesar never admitted this, but it was an open secret. If Caesar decided not to help, Twilight Empire would not stand until the end of the coming decade. It all depends on the Twilight Empire's stance. If the Twilight Empire is willing to take a step back, the war won't start. If not, what about the other nations? Can't they stop it? The Huaxia Federation is too domineering. Some Caesar soldiers were unhappy with the attitude of Huaxia. Well, the Huaxia Federation has evidence against the Twilight Empire. It will be a slap in the face if they let the Twilight Empire off so easily. In cases like these, the Huaxia Federation is just too smart, as they only directed their anger at Twilight. The proposal is ruthless, but it's reasonable. The scheme 20 years ago didn't kill a mortal bird, but it made him disappear for 16 years. If this never happened, Huaxia might have grown more powerful now. They remembered all the hardship they went through for those 16 years. Thus, when they caught Twilight red-handed, they would bite on it like a ferocious beast. They must make Twilight pay for the 16 years they have endured. Twilight is in the wrong, so the proposal makes sense. Our military couldn't say anything in Twilight's defense, so the other nations won't dare to speak up too. Does this mean Twilight is dead? That'll depend on whether the higher-ups are willing to help it. It also depends on the decision of Twilight. While the human race was debating whether a world war would start, Ling Lan called her father. "Ah, what momentous event occurred for you to call me? Did something happen? Do you need my help?" Ling Lan only called him when she needed help. Ling Xiao felt like crying. What a poor father he was. His daughter wasn't the slightest bit concerned about him. Ling Lan was speechless. Was she so troublesome? Ling Lan self-reflected for 3 seconds. However, this time, she was calling him because she needed help. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Rumors are flying everywhere. I want to know your real thoughts." The rumors even reached their base, so Ling Xiao must have heard it too. It's an exchange. I got what I wanted, so I must give back too. Ling Xiao didn't hide the truth from Ling Lan. They're using your name to start a war. Ling Lan immediately understood her father's point. Ling Lan frowned. Isn't this bad for you? If the war actually starts and the situation goes out of control, you'll be a sinner in history. Ling Lan, nothing is set in stone. Sometimes, we need to have the courage to take risks. The Federation needs the war. I need it too. Even if we didn't find evidence against Twilight, I would still have come up with a plan to start a war, Ling Xiao replied seriously. Don't you want to remain behind the scenes? If everyone focuses their attention on you, you won't be able to start your plan. Ling Lan understood her father very well. We're a bit passive now, but it's not bad too. What is mine will be mine in the end. Ling Xiao's gaze was confident. Ling Lan relaxed. She was sure her father was well prepared, but she was still worried. The only way to soothe herself from her anxiousness was to call him. The two of them continued talking about their situation. Ling Xiao reminded Ling Lan of a few matters to pay attention to when she was expanding her team. If He Shiyang didn't come in to remind him that time was tight, he wouldn't want to end the call. It was so rare that his daughter called him out of concern. Ling Xiao was so touched. According to He Shiyang, his intelligence would drop when he was talking to two specific people. One was his wife, Lan Luofeng. When he called his wife, he would smile sweetly and say all kinds of shameless things. As someone who was single, He Shiyang felt frustrated every time he listened to their sweet nothings. He hoped he could find a lady to marry immediately to soothe his lonely heart. The second person was young Master Lan. General Ling Xiao would turn into a dumb father whenever he talked to Ling Lan. The smile on his face was indescribable. If he could, he wanted to stop the call between his general and Ling Lan. Ling Lan's glorious image of his father was getting destroyed. Of course, there were pros too. After chatting with his wife and young Master Lan, Ling Zhao's mood would get 10 times better. Thus, He Shuyang welcomed such calls as it made his life easier. Ling Xiao knew that if He Shuyang kept reminding him, it meant that there was really no time left. He sighed and said, "Lanner, quickly form your independent army. You must quickly gain full control of BSE Nebula." Ling Lan turned serious. "Will my independent army be conscripted for this war?" To protect the soldiers, newly formed divisions would only be sent to the battlefield after 3 years. No one knows what will happen, so it's better to prepare early than later. There are many people who don't like us in the military. If they can't harm me, they might harm you. This was the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to quickly rise in power. That way, his daughter could grow up safely. "I understand. I will quickly expand my team." Ling Lan nodded. It seemed like she had to push her companions harder. The newly promoted brigade leaders and department heads of Ling Tian suddenly felt a chill down their spine. They shuddered. "It's getting cold." Luo Lang looked at the bright sky curiously. "Indeed. Don't forget to wear more clothes later," Xie Yi said to him in concern. "Okay." Luo Lang smiled brightly at Xie Yi. It felt good to have someone worrying about him. "Remember to keep warm." Next to them, Li Yingjie said to Lin Zhongqing, who was arranging his documents seriously. Lin Zhongqing looked at him as though he was an idiot. Li Yingjie was furious. "I am concerned about you. Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Zhongqing replied coldly, "I'm looking at an idiot." "Idiot? Lin Zhongqing, how dare you mock me? I want to fight with you." Lin Zhongqing was really his archenemy. "Go away." Lin Zhongqing pushed Li Yingjie out of his path. Li Yingjie was caught off guard, so he stumbled and almost fell on the ground. "Are you ignoring me now?" Li Yingjie recovered his balance, rushed forward and stood in front of Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing scanned from top to bottom and scoffed. "How did I mock you?" Li Yingjie stammered, "You said that I'm an idiot, aren't you mocking me? You don't have common sense, so you are an idiot." "I'm not mocking you, I'm just stating the truth." Lin Zhongqing sneered. "Why don't I have common sense?" Lin Zhongqing, explain yourself. "The weather at Base Nebula never changes, so why must I keep myself warm?" "Only an idiot will say that." Lin Zhongqing mocked him. Li Yingjie was stunned. He was right. The temperature on Base Nebula was controlled by the mainframe. It was set to the most comfortable temperature for them. They shouldn't feel cold. Lin Zhongqing glared at him before ignoring him and walking past Li Yingjie. This fellow had always been stupid since young. After Lin Zhongqing left, Li Yingjie regained his senses. He rushed to Xie Yi and said angrily, "Xie Yi, it was your fault." "What did I do?" Xie Yi was puzzled. "When Luo Lang said the weather got colder, why didn't you tell him that the temperature of the base never changes? Why did you ask him to wear more clothes?" Li Yingjie was frustrated. If it wasn't for Xie Yi, he wouldn't have said that to Lin Zhongqing. Li Yingjie. Xie Yi sighed as he patted Li Yingjie's back. "You must master the art of talking." "Huh?" Li Yingjie was confused. "You have to see who you are talking to." Luo Lang is a simple-minded person, so I answered him in a straightforward manner. As for Lin Zhongqing, he is as logical as Li Lanfeng. You can't handle him. Xie Yi chased after Luo Lang after he finished speaking. "Can't handle him? What do you mean?" "Hey, explain yourself." Li Yingjie was even more confused. What was Xie Yi talking about? Unfortunately, Xie Yi wasn't answering him as he was busy fluttering around Luo Lang. Ling Xiao unwillingly hung up the call. He glared at He Shuyang, blaming him for interrupting his personal time with Ling Lan. He Shuyang shrugged. He was smiling, but in his heart, he complained, "General, do you think that you're just a normal soldier? There are so many things waiting for you to handle. I spend so much effort to squeeze out some time for you to take the call. Why are you still unsatisfied? Do you want me to resign?" Humph. The war between Huaxia and Twilight seemed sudden, but it wasn't. The Federation had suppressed their fury for more than 20 years. 20 years ago, they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute Twilight. If they did, this war might have started a long time ago. As for the Twilight Empire, it was obvious that the Emperor and the members of the cabinet wouldn't accept the proposal. They would definitely resist. Thus, the Federation's proposal was actually forcing the Twilight Empire to go to war with them. Only Caesar had the power to say something in the whole situation. However, Caesar just remained quiet. They watched silently as the tension between the two countries increased until the war was imminent. It was an all-out war, so God-class mecha masters were able to participate in the war. If there weren't any allies willing to help Twilight, no one was even willing to bet they could win. 12 God-class mecha masters of the Federation against the 3 great mecha lords of Twilight. The difference in strength of the top echelon of the two nations was too vast. However, everyone was sure that Huaxia wouldn't send all 12 God-class mecha masters out, as it might invite some unwanted attention from other enemy nations while their God-class mecha masters were out. 5 God-class mecha masters were enough to win the war against Twilight. However, war wasn't a numbers game. There were many other factors that could affect the outcome of the war. For instance, the participation of other nations. If that really happened, it would turn into an intergalactic war. All the nations of the human world would be dragged into it. The question of, would this happen, was in everyone's mind, and it all depended on a single nation's decision. Everyone was waiting for Caesar's decision. Caesar was the only country that could fight on par against the Federation. Caesar is the only variable of the war. We must be on guard against them. Yang Mingji frowned as he looked towards Caesar. Their planetary sector was connected. The top brass of Ling Tian Independent Army was quickly called into a meeting room for a meeting to analyze the current war situation, since they might be drafted into the war at any moment. We have to watch over Kaluki, Obang, and Greater too. Once Caesar moves, these alliance nations will move too. Han Jijian added on as he pointed to a few nations in the other sectors. Once Caesar's alliance nations move, our alliance nations will move too. Lu Furong frowned. That means that a new intergalactic war will occur. The Federation will sink into a swamp of constant battles which would eventually brew resentment within the people of the Federation. This is not good for the image of the general. This war started because of General Ling Xiao. If they were able to end the war quickly and achieve victory, Ling Xiao's reputation would reach a new height. If that really happened, the entire nation would support any future decision he made. However, once the war dragged on and the civilians had to suffer the losses of their loved ones, the general's reputation would drop to the dregs. Someone just needed to lit the spark and General Ling Xiao would be condemned to hell. The only way to prevent this was to end the war before Caesar makes their decision, Li Lanfeng replied calmly. Caesar probably remained quiet because they hadn't reached a general consensus internally. They might also be planning something in secret. But, this wasn't important. As long as the Federation acted quickly, Caesar wouldn't have the opportunity to act. I wonder who will be the commander-in-chief for this war. How many God-class mecha masters will they send? Qi Long asked. Actually, if the Federation is decisive enough to send 10 God-class mecha masters, we will be able to defeat Twilight within a few days. 10 God-class mecha masters. That's impossible, Yang Mingji dismissed the idea. Why? Qi Long was disappointed. In history, the Federation has always played safe. They will ensure the safety of the country first before sending any of their armies out, Yang Mingji replied. This was the Federation's style for the past tens of thousands of years. This was also why the first marshal was able to stay in power for so long. He would never allow its country to be at risk, which also caused the Federation to not have any amazing military achievements in huge wars. The way of playing safe had been imprinted into the souls of the citizens of Huaxia. Even the first marshal wouldn't divert from this course. 5 God-class mecha masters might be the limit. They might not even send any. Yang Mingji sighed. Actually, he wished that the Federation would send more God-class mecha masters to defeat Twilight as quickly as possible. We have to rely on the commander-in-chief now. I hope he will conduct the war in an intelligent manner. Qi Long sighed too. I know who will be the commander-in-chief. Ling Lan suddenly opened her eyes. Huh? Who is it? Qi Long asked in surprise. As expected, Boss managed to get wind of the matter of the top echelon before anyone else. It's my father, Ling Xiao. Her father told her yesterday night. Since the Federation used his name to start the war, he wanted to be the one in control of the war. He didn't wish to be the scapegoat of someone else's mistake. That's good. Everyone was excited. Sending 3 or 4 God-class mecha masters might just be enough. Ling Xiao was the most powerful God-class mecha master. It seemed like the Federation really wanted to defeat Twilight. They were sending the best person they could. That means the 23rd Division will be the principal force in the war. Which other divisions are participating? Li Lanfeng asked. The 23rd Division was only formed a few years ago, so unsurprisingly, it wasn't as powerful as the other 22 divisions. If there were no divisions collaborating with them, this would be a difficult war to win. The 4th Division, the 13th Division, and the 7th Division, Ling Lan replied. Li Shiyu and Li Yingjie were stunned. Li Lanfeng didn't have any expressions on his face, but he clenched his fist tightly. Li Yingjie exclaimed, "Why the 4th Division?" Veteran soldiers like Yang Mingji and Lu Furong knew the secrets of the 4th Division. They looked at Li Shiyu and Li Yingjie with a serious expression. The 13th Division belongs to my father. It seems that the military has a motive behind the deployment. Qi Long felt that something was amiss. My father used to be in the 7th Division. There are many people who follow my father there. They weren't the only ones shocked. When she and her father heard the deployment of the 3 divisions, they were worried too. The military was being too obvious. They wanted to deplete Ling Xiao's strength. The general of the 13th Division, Qi Yaoyang, was under the 3rd Marshal's wing, but it was undeniable that his son was in Ling Lan's independent army. This favor of grooming his son was great enough for Qi Yaoyang to help Ling Xiao occasionally on simple matters. Deploying his division for this war might just be a warning for him. The 4th Division was in the same situation too. 2 of the Li family successors were in Ling Lan's independent army. The Li family also helped Ling Lan a lot, so the military felt that the Li family was on Ling Xiao's side. As for the 7th Division, half of the division entered the space tunnel with Ling Xiao and died. The other half that was left built a new 7th Division from scratch. After more than 20 years, the 7th Division progressed quickly and became a division as powerful as the main divisions of the 3 great marshals. Many new generals were unable to gain full control of the 7th Division, so the military headquarters was fearful of them. After Ling Xiao came back, the military was afraid that he might gain control over the 7th Division. Ling Xiao used to be the vice general of the 7th Division. They were probably using this war to determine the stance of the 7th Division. Ling Lan looked at everyone's serious face and said, "This isn't a bad thing. With this arrangement, everyone will listen to my father's command on the battlefield." Everyone's expression softened. If you think about it another way, this was a good arrangement for Ling Xiao. Firstly, the 7th Division was as powerful as the first 3 divisions, so it was able to compensate for the weakness of the 23rd Division. The 13th Division had the best mecha master after the 12 God-class mecha masters, Qi Yaoyang. He was able to defeat any mecha masters below God class with ease. He was a powerful addition to Ling Xiao's team. As for the 13th Division, they weren't too strong, but they weren't weak too. They were above average among the 23 divisions. The 4th Division was slightly weaker than the average division, but they had the support of the Li family, so Ling Xiao wouldn't have to worry about the logistics. Logistics was a critical factor on the battlefield. It might be even more crucial than fighting power. From the looks of it, the military gave Ling Xiao a very good combination. If something were to happen to the Federation, Ling Xiao would still be able to handle the war himself. That's the right way of looking at it. No one wanted to be pessimistic. Hence, they put down their worry and started analyzing where the war would start. While everyone was discussing, Ling Lan wondered if she should have a chat with Yi Kuei. Everyone that was on their side were deployed by the military. Ling Lan liked to be safe. Hence, she had the urge to find new partnerships. Of course, she had many choices, but there was a member of the Yi family just beside her. Plus, the Yi family already showed her their intent to work with her. No. After considering it carefully, Ling Lan rejected the idea. The heads of the Yi family were not people she wanted to work with. Plus, wasn't she in a collaboration with the Li family? Wait, no, she wasn't. It was just fate that the 3 potential successors from the Li family were in her team, so the Li family had no choice but to help him. Elite families were not easy to work with. If she wasn't as powerful as them, they would want to devour her. Ling Lan gave a cold smile. She didn't need this kind of partnership. If her father wanted to collaborate with them, that was his business. Ling Lan knew that she was a little arrogant. Plus, with her father protecting her, she could afford to be stubborn with her choice of partners. Ling Xiao. What do you think of the order? Qi Yaoyang came to look for Ling Xiao immediately after he received the notification. Seems like some people don't like your son following my child, Ling Xiao replied calmly. He knew this order a little earlier than Qi Yaoyang. Although he hoped that Qi Yaoyang was able to stay away from this power struggle, he was still implicated in the end. The people under the wing of the third marshal were unhappy that Qi Long wanted to stay in Lingtian. Hence, they used this deployment to warn Qi Yaoyang. That stupid child doesn't want to leave. What can I do? Qi Yaoyang felt frustrated too. He wanted his son to be in the 13th division too. Forget it. We can't force our ways on them. If we can't let them live the life they want, we're just too useless as fathers. Ling Xiao didn't mind. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he wouldn't want his child to feel stress. That's why I need to go to the battlefield with you now. Qi Yaoyang shrugged. Qi Long always thought that Qi Yaoyang was a stern father who always hit him whenever he could, but in actual fact, Qi Yaoyang loved Qi Long with all his heart. That was why he allowed Qi Long to follow the person he wanted and live the life he desired. Qi Yaoyang wasn't afraid of going to the battlefield. Before he became a general, he was always at the front line, making him the most experienced mecha master among all the generals. Qi Yaoyang was only worried that someone would scheme against Ling Xiao after he left. There was no one else by his side to help him. Ling Xiao smiled when he heard Qi Yaoyang's worry. Qi Yaoyang could feel the anger behind his smile. I'll admit that I fell into the scheme 20 years ago, but I'll never repeat the same mistake ever again. Never. Finally, the Huaxia Federation released the order appointing Ling Xiao as the commander-in-chief. The war between the Federation and Twilight had officially begun. Fu*K. The Federation really started a war with us. Moreover, their commander-in-chief is immortal bird Ling Xiao. The entire Twilight was in an uproar when they heard the news. Yesterday, they still hoped that Huaxia was just verbally threatening them and wouldn't really start a war. However, this order destroyed their hope. Huaxia really declared war on them. Caesar, find Caesar for help. The citizens of Twilight were anxious. They placed their hope on Caesar. However, no replies came. Has Caesar abandoned us? Some of the citizens who respected Caesar started crying. Failed to download. Boss. I've got news. Qi Long excitedly burst into Ling Lan's office. Ling Lan calmly raised her head. What is it? The 13th Division has officially started fighting with the Twilight Empire at the planetary sector of Planet Wild. Qi Long was jumping in excitement. The 13th Division was his father's division. Although he quarreled with his father over his decision to stay with Ling Lan, his father still admitted defeat in the end and relented to his choice. Qi Long respected his father a lot. Of course, he could only be the second in his heart behind the one and only. It couldn't be helped. The first position had been taken by boss. Okay. Ling Lan nodded. She looked through the documents in her hand and asked, what about the other divisions? Qi Long was stunned for a moment. He rushed here immediately after hearing the news about his father, so he didn't have the time to ask about the other divisions. The 4th Division is untraceable. The 7th Division is in the Jiyu planetary sector. We can predict they will choose planet Moliu as the battlefield so that they can flank the defense army of Twilight from the side. A gentle voice sounded in the room. Ling Lan raised her head again. She saw Li Lanfeng and the other people walking into her room. Ling Lan nodded at them. Everyone is here. Regiment Commander. Everyone saluted. Let's go to the meeting room to guess the plan of our army. Ling Lan stood up and led everyone to the meeting room. Everyone took a seat in the meeting room. All the brigade leaders that were available had come, even some of the heads of the logistics departments took out some time for this meeting. Ling Lan would call for a meeting to discuss the war situation between the two nations occasionally. A battle had started between the two nations. This meant that there was no path of retreat. Open your minds and voice out your thoughts. There's no need to worry whether it makes sense or not. Just speak your mind, Ling Lan said. Everyone exchanged glances with each other. There was silence. Li Lanfeng saw this and smiled. He stood up and said, let me start first. He walked out and turned on the optical supercomputer in the meeting room. One side of the wall turned into a huge screen. The map of the galaxy was displayed on the screen. It was filled with planetary sectors and planets. Li Lanfeng moved his hands across the screen and focused the image on the planetary sector of the Twilight Empire. Based on the information we have on hand, the 13th Division is in charge of the frontal assault. The 7th Division is in charge of flanking. The 23rd Division will bring up the rear and reinforce any division in need. The 4th Division is untraceable. It could be hiding beside the 2 attacking divisions, or it might have another mission which we don't know. Li Lanfeng predicted the mission of every division based on the information they had gotten so far. I feel that the 4th Division might be in charge of ambush and disturbance to the enemy. They will attack all the sides of the Twilight Empire to prevent Twilight from congregating their military strength on the 2 battlefields. This was Li Lanfeng's prediction. Many brigade leaders nodded in agreement. Han Jijian frowned slightly. He thought for a moment before opening his mouth. I just have a question. Based on Big Leader Li's prediction, we're using offensive tactics. However, do we have the time to move slowly through the planets one by one? This tactic is safe and we have deployed more God-class Mecha Masters than the number of God-class Mecha Masters in the Twilight Empire. By right, we should be the one winning the war if we slowly push through all the planets. However, we know that time is not on our side. Once Caesar makes their decision and participates in this war, we won't have an advantage anymore. Yang Mingji was worried about this point. If he had a choice, he didn't want to start an intergalactic war. The consequences from starting such a war were huge. The war just started. We don't know the follow-up plans of our army. Maybe the general has other arrangements, Lu Furong added. Maybe everything might just be a probe. Everyone thinks that the 7th Division wanted to attack planet Muliu since it's at the Jiu planetary sector, but that might not be the case, Luo Lang said with a cold face. Everyone knew that Luo Lang had sent his calm personality out. There's too little information. Moreover, it is delayed too, Xie Yi said. Base Nebula was in the opposite direction of Twilight. Hence, they were the last people to receive any updates of the war. If Ling Lan didn't use her hacking ability to get some news, they might be receiving them even later. That can't be helped. We're not at the front line of the battle. The news we received has been filtered by the people on the front line, Li Lanfeng sighed. The higher authorities at the military headquarters might be able to know the exact plan of assault, but people like them could only guess based on the bits of information they received. Their guess might be totally different from the real plan. Actually, I'm not asking for a perfect replica of the overall plan. I just hope that you can familiarize yourself with the current updates of the war. Ling Lan opened her mouth when she noticed that everyone seemed dejected at their failure to guess the overall plan. Everyone looked at Ling Lan in surprise. Normally, new divisions, including independent armies, wouldn't be allowed on the battlefield for the first 3 years of its creation. No one knows what will happen in the future. Thus, we must always be prepared for war. The more preparations we make, the fewer the number of unnecessary deaths. I hope that everyone can remember this, Ling Lan said in a serious tone. Yes, Commander. Everyone stood up. Ling Lan asked them to sit down and they continued the conversation. At that moment, the quiet Yen 3 hesitated and finally decided to speak. Commander, I'm an uneducated person. I don't understand a thing about strategies, so I can only use my past experiences to analyze this war. Just say it. Sometimes, your experience is more useful than wild guesses, Ling Lan encouraged him. Most of the time, if our goal was to end the war as quickly as possible, we'll attack the central command center and destroy it directly. Yen 3 told everyone his decision when facing such battles. However, it's almost impossible to attack the capital planet of a nation during such a huge war. We need to pass through so many lines of defense while remaining undiscovered by our enemies. This is too difficult, especially since we would require the strength of an entire division to take down a capital city. It's not like we are just sneaking in as a small group of people. The number of soldiers in a division is too high to remain undiscovered. Yen 3 sighed. Everyone pondered over Yen 3's words, they felt enlightened. Yen 3 got nervous when he noticed everyone was being so quiet. He was afraid that what he said might lead everyone astray, so he quickly added on, I'm just talking nonsense. You don't have to take my words so seriously. No, Leader Yen, you make a lot of sense. That is a very good way of thinking about it. To accomplish such a plan, the ambushing army just needs to find a way to hide from the enemy. Li Lanfeng acknowledged what Yen 3 had said. However, he understood why Yen 3 said it was impossible too. How were they able to make an entire division disappear from their enemy's vision? But based on our current technology, it's impossible to hide an entire division. Everyone shook their heads in disagreement. Yen 3's idea was good, but it was more suitable for small-scale battles. When they entered the territory of another nation, they would constantly be under the surveillance of the nation's satellites. Even a God-class hacker wouldn't be able to make a division disappear from the surveillance. Well, if they had a team of God-class hackers, it might be possible. But were there really God-class hackers? No God-class hacker had ever appeared in the history of the human race. We'll put this idea to the side and come back to it again, Ling Lan concluded. This plan was hard to fulfill unless her father had someone like Little Four by his side. But, it wasn't impossible. Yen 3's idea reminded her that she could do things other people couldn't. Hence, she mustn't be restricted by the thoughts of the average people. After Yen 3's seemingly impossible idea got acknowledged, everyone became bolder with their suggestion for what the plan might be. Those that thought their ideas were impossible spoke up too. Yen 3's idea sounded even more impossible than theirs, but their regiment commander accepted it, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Ling Lan took in some suggestions that were creative but impossible due to the current level of technology. At that moment, Luo Chao entered the meeting room and whispered into Ling Lan's ears. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise before she nodded. Vice Commander Yang, you take over, Ling Lan said. Yang Mingji nodded. Ling Lan left the room. Li Lanfeng watched Ling Lan as she left the room. He stared at Luo Chao and frowned. The smile of his face froze. Ling Lan walked out quickly and Luo Chao hurriedly caught up with her. What did Shiyu say? Ling Lan asked. Luo Chao replied immediately, Brother Shiyu said that Little White might have slept for too long. In addition, it has successfully evolved so its wild nature was awakened again. It's very aggressive now. He managed to tranquilize Little White, but it probably won't keep it asleep for long. He is afraid he might not be able to control it, so he asked me to come and look for you. I understand. I'll go there first in case the situation gets worse. The instant she finished speaking, Ling Lan disappeared. Luo Chao looked at the spot where Ling Lan was standing moments ago. She knew that boss was a female, but the amount of admiration she had for her didn't decrease but increased instead. Boss always did things she and Shuya always wanted to do but couldn't. Luo Chao believed that one day, boss would stand at the peak of the human race and look down on everyone. When the truth was finally revealed, no one would dare to say that a woman was weaker than a man. Luo Chao felt a fire burning in her heart when she thought about the future. She wanted to follow boss as she walked on the path of glory. She was willing to sacrifice her entire life to stay beside boss. While Luo Chao was hardening her resolve to walk towards the uncertain future, the medical department was in a mess. Many medics were moving the patients away from their original locations. Their department head had sent an emergency order for them to transfer the patients as far away as possible. Regiment Commander. One of the medics saw Ling Lan appearing in the medical department and exclaimed in surprise. Regiment Commander. Everyone started greeting Ling Lan with respect and happiness. Maintain order. Ling Lan threw this sentence at them before disappearing again. She could feel the turbulence in Little White's spiritual power already. No wonder Shiyu asked all the medics to leave with the patients. Once Little White's spiritual power went out of control, these people would be hurt by the force. The closer they were to the source, the more injuries they would sustain. In the next second, Ling Lan arrived in Little White's room. Li Shiyu was still trying to suppress Little White. He injected many tranquilizers but the effect wasn't good. Little White didn't become unconscious. Instead, it started resisting furiously. Fortunately, the medication had some effect, so he managed to suppress Little White for a while. Leave it to me. Ling Lan placed her hand on Little White's head. She could tell that Little White was about to change form soon. Boss, you're finally here. Li Shiyu heaved a sigh of relief. He felt his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He really thought that a huge disaster was going to happen. Little White, what's wrong? Ling Lan used her spiritual power to communicate with Little White. Squeak. Little White screamed agitatedly. Li Shiyu felt his ears exploding. He almost fainted. Some of the medics who were near to Little White's room felt dizzy and almost fainted too. Bastard. Ling Lan heard Little White screaming in anger. Rawr. He bullied me. Little White complained to its master furiously. Damn it. It just woke up and got a bit too excited, so it accidentally broke the things in the room, but this fellow just used a sharp thing to continuously poke it. It was so painful. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Ling Lan was so speechless that she almost vomited blood. So all of these were just a misunderstanding. What's wrong? Li Shiyu felt nervous when he saw Ling Lan's weird expression. Nothing. Ling Lan glanced at Li Shiyu. She couldn't tell him that this was all a misunderstanding. She didn't want to embarrass Li Shiyu, so she could only reprimand Little White. These are all Li Shiyu's treasures. Ling Lan tapped Little White's fat head forcefully. You're lucky that he only poked you with needles. If you really angered him, he might have used you for his experiments. Ling Lan purposely turned to look at one side of Li Shiyu's laboratory that was filled with wilted and yellowish plants. Just like those plants over there. You don't want to be like those plants, right? Little White immediately calmed its burning rage for needles down. However, as Ling Lan continued to talk about the poor fate of those plants, its body tensed up in fear. It remembered that it often came to this laboratory when it stayed with Li Lanfeng. It would always see Li Shiyu looking menacingly at the plants and torturing the plants with all kinds of equipment. In the end, the plants all died a horrible death, being dehydrated until crumbling apart to dust. There wasn't even a corpse left. It was frightening. Little White was so frightened by its thoughts that it jumped into Ling Lan's arms and buried its head in her chest. Its tentacles were trembling furiously. It had totally forgotten how powerful it was when it attacked Li Shiyu with its spiritual power just now. Ling Lan sighed as she looked at the naive Little White. What kind of pet did she raise? It wasn't befitting of her domineering image. Little White looked really pitiful, so Ling Lan decided to console it. She lifted a finger and started scratching Little White's body. Little White immediately stopped trembling in fear. After some time, it laid down voluntarily and hummed happily. This is so comfortable. Master, over here. I want more. It had totally forgotten how frightened it was just now. As expected of a stupid pet. After resolving Li Shiyu's problem, Ling Lan brought Little White back to the meeting room and continued the discussion with everyone. While they were discussing, a huge army had secretly arrived near the abandoned Zwijing dimensional wormhole. General, the condition of the wormhole is unstable. Due to the explosion of planet Zwijing, the wormhole had turned unstable, causing explosions to be quite frequent in the area, which also caused turbulence in the wormhole. Even if we don't encounter any strong turbulence, it would be hard for us to pass through this wormhole without endangering the lives of soldiers. He Shiyang told Ling Xiao the report of the condition on planet Zwijing. Ling Xiao frowned. I didn't expect it to be this bad. This abandoned wormhole was a very important factor in his overall plan. As long as they could get past the wormhole successfully, they would be able to reach the center of the Twilight Empire. Even if they were discovered, he would still be able to use his raw strength to defeat his opponents as long as Qi Yaoyang was able to hold back one God-class operator. If all went according to plan, he would be able to attack the capital planet of Twilight. Shall we find another way? He Shuyang suggested, although he knew that wasn't a viable option. Ling Xiao didn't reply to him. He pondered for a while before suddenly looking up and said, "Prepare my mecha. I want to enter the wormhole using belief." He wouldn't be able to make a decision until he personally saw the condition of the wormhole. He truly wished to defeat Twilight, but he wouldn't needlessly endanger his soldiers' lives. He Shuyang had been following Ling Xiao for many years, so he knew that once Ling Xiao made a decision, no one could make him change it. Hence, he nodded and said, "I'll make the arrangements immediately." Moreover, he knew that the protective shield of a God-class mecha was strong enough to protect his general, so he had no reason to stop Ling Xiao from doing so. Soon, the entire 23rd Division was aware that their general was going to operate, belief, to inspect the wormhole ahead. Everyone who was free tried to squeeze beside the windows of the starship just to get a good look of the God-class mecha, belief. Although General Ling Xiao was the general of the 23rd Division, his God-class mecha was rarely ever seen. Even at this moment, the God-class mecha was kept in a secret compartment of the mecha hold. Only designated logisticians were able to enter the compartment to perform maintenance on the mecha. No one else could get near it. While everyone was shoving and pushing their comrades to get a good look, the sound of engines revving was heard and a flash of bright light shone past them. Then, nothing happened. Where is belief? The soldiers in front of the windows were stunned. What did they just see? Where was belief? It has already entered the wormhole. A few ace operators shrugged and sighed in pity. Their eyesight was a few times better than a normal soldier, but even they could only manage to catch a glimpse of the lingering shadows of a God-class mecha. As expected of a God-class mecha. The speed, it hadn't even activated its divine wind system. If its divine wind system was activated, they probably wouldn't even be that flash of light. Of course, this was an exaggeration. There would still be traces left behind, but those with poor eyesight wouldn't be able to catch it. Who can fight with this speed? Many soldiers were in awe. That's why only God-class operators can fight with God-class operators, the ace mecha masters replied to the shocked crowd. If they met an Imperial operator, they might be able to defeat him with overwhelming numbers, but if their opponent was a God-class operator, no matter how many ace mecha masters there were, they would die. One attack from a God-class operator was enough to pulverize an entire mecha clan. Divine punishment was too frightening. Ling Xiao controlled belief and entered the Zwejing wormhole. Before he could see what was going on, he felt a powerful force sucking him in. General, the force is 1237N. Belief immediately reported the strength of the suction force. Continue flying in to gather more data, Ling Xiao ordered. Yes, Belief understands. Belief slowly moved forward and gathered data of its surroundings. Ling Xiao looked at the wormhole that was filled with ruins and meteorites. He couldn't help but remember what happened that year. The destruction of planet Zwejing and the entire Zwejing wormhole was caused by him. The first mission he chose when he advanced to a God-class operator was the destruction of planet Zwejing. Because of this dumb act he made in the past, he would forever be at loggerheads with the Twilight Empire. Thinking about it, this was probably the reason why the Twilight Empire kept wanting to kill him. I was too naive in the past, Ling Xiao mocked himself. He thought that he had hid his identity well, but he didn't expect a spy to exist among the higher authorities of the Federation. Somehow, this spy knew of his mission. Luckily, he acted quickly. If not, he might have been killed by the Twilight Empire while he was carrying out his mission. Detected a faint thermal signal in the northeastern direction, Belief suddenly reminded Ling Xiao. Why would there be a thermal signal in an abandoned wormhole? This is interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. Let's go and take a look. Yes, General. Belief's mecha body disappeared as it moved silently towards the direction of the thermal signal. While Ling Xiao was thinking of all the possible reasons for there to be a thermal signal in an abandoned wormhole, Belief suddenly stopped moving. Ling Xiao woke up from his daze and zoomed in on the floating object that was emitting heat. It looks like a metal fragment, Ling Xiao said softly. The explosion of planet Zwejing will result in such rubble. Belief thought that it was normal. Well, what kind of rubble can emit thermal energy for almost 30 years without depleting? Ling Xiao smiled as he asked, Belief. To anyone else, Belief was just a mecha. However, to Ling Xiao, Belief was a member of his small family. It was a comrade he could trust with his entire life. He treated Belief like a brother of his. Belief thought carefully before answering. Nuclear energy, it sounded hesitant. The explosion on planet Zwejing was caused because I ignited all the energy on the planet. Ling Xia immediately rejected Belief's guess mercilessly. There's nothing else then. Belief was disappointed. It always lost to its master in arguments. Thus, this metal fragment must have been here after the destruction of planet Zwejing, Ling Xiao said. Moreover, since I can enter the wormhole, the three great mecha lords of Twilight should have came here too. What is it? Belief was curious. Can you scan its internal structure? Ling Xiao asked. No, Belief tried to scan it but it came back with bad news. That means that it's not a normal piece of rubble. It would be best if they could scan the internal structure of the object. If they couldn't, it meant that things were complicated. What do we do now? Shall we take it? Belief was excited. It was very interested in the fragment. Of course not. It might be a trap. Ling Xiao was in deep thought. Huh? Belief was confused. Let's go back. It looks like we need to go on a different path. Ling Xiao decided to give up his original plan after much consideration. Why? Belief asked as it retreated silently. Our plan was leaked. Ling Xiao gave a cold smile. When they found the spy, he had the feeling that this person he caught wasn't the most important spy in the Federation. Now, the most important and secretive spy was finally starting to create trouble. However, this wormhole wasn't his only plan. He was using it to probe his enemy too. He wondered who the spy was. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and considered all his options. He decided that he must find this spy. If not, there would be serious implications. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough information for him to deduce the identity of the spy. Ling Xiao sighed. He was given too little time. His intelligence network wasn't as vast as some of the elite families who specialized in intelligence. General is back. After some time, He Shuyang received news that Ling Xiao was back from the wormhole. Did the general find a way through the wormhole? He Shuyang wondered as he saw Ling Xiao walking into the command center. He Shuyang quickly welcomed him. How is it? The situation is terrible. We need to find another path. Ling Xiao trusted He Shuyang, but he needed to make sure that the information wouldn't be leaked. It was the safest if it just stayed with him. He Shuyang was disheartened. The Zhuejing wormhole was the fastest route from the Federation to Twilight. In the past, the Federation was wary that Twilight might use this wormhole to enter the Federation, so they stationed many soldiers in the wormhole to defend the area. At that time, this deployment was like a black hole in the finances of the military. If planet Zhuejing hadn't exploded, which in turn destabilized the Zhuejing wormhole, the Federation might not have the finance nor the manpower to deal with the frequent battles around its borders just because the strain of upkeeping the peace on the Zhuejing wormhole. Soon, the 23rd Division left as quietly as they came. Ling Xiao's 23rd Division is still not found. Didn't you say that he will go through the Zhuejing wormhole? Why aren't there any movements there? Some of the upper echelons of the Twilight Empire were frustrated that there was still no news of General Ling Xiao. We're having a hard time suppressing Qi Yaoyang. General Black Wing, if we don't find the 23rd Division immediately, we might not be able to pull through. At the Central Command Center of Twilight, a 70-year-old general shouted angrily as he pointed to his superior who was around the same age as him. General Shanya, if we don't find Ling Xiao, we can't send our main force away, General Black Wing replied coldly. Are you going to abandon my Shanya army? Bastard! General Shanya took off his cap and threw it on the ground angrily to display his frustration and anger at the situation. We're doing this for the sake of our country. If we're able to find Ling Xiao, any sacrifices will be worth it. General Shanya, please bear with it. The general sitting on the commander-in-chief's seat looked at General Shanya with pity. However, his tone was resolute. So what if we found a mortal bird? Who can kill him? The three great mecha lords. They deployed 4 god-class mecha masters for this war. They won't allow our 3 great mecha lords to encircle Ling Xiao. General Shanya didn't believe that finding Ling Xiao would be useful. He only knew that his subordinates were currently being reaped like crops in a farm. Many more of his soldiers would die if the battle continued on. He couldn't accept this. The 3 great mecha lords aren't our only trump card. General Black Wing gave a sinister smile. They allowed their nation to be at the losing end so that they could lure Ling Xiao out. As long as they were able to confirm his position, there would be a way to catch him. Immortal bird, when everyone wants you to die, can you remain alive? Ha 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 ha. So, where were Ling Xiao and the 23rd Division? No one knew. After the 23rd Division left the Zhuejing wormhole, they lost contact with the military headquarters as well as the other 3 divisions. They disappeared completely from everyone's detection. Twilight wasn't the only one looking for Ling Xiao. The military headquarters of the Federation and the other 3 divisions in the mission were looking for him too. General, there's still no news of General Ling Xiao. Jin Anlong walked into Qi Yaoyang's office with a worried look. Don't mind him. We'll just focus on our own battle. Qi Yaoyang wasn't worried about Ling Xiao. He already had the assault plan in his hands. Unless Ling Xiao gave a new order, he would follow the plan meticulously. Thus, it didn't matter if Ling Xiao was present or not. But the commander-in-chief of a war can't just disappear like this. Jin Anlong was anxious. He was used to having a commander-in-chief that constantly kept in touch with them. This is your first time working with him, so it's understandable that you'll feel uncomfortable. That little. I mean, the general has always been like this. You'll get used to it. Qi Yaoyang laughed and patted Jin Anlong's shoulder. Get used to it? How could he get used to it? He had been fighting wars for half his life, but this was the first time he met a commander-in-chief that disappeared in the middle of a war. Was this something a commander-in-chief should do? Shouldn't he know that the people below would be worried? How's our progress? Qi Yaoyang noticed Jin Anlong's silence. He knew that Jin Anlong wasn't able to accept such an irresponsible commander-in-chief yet, so he quickly changed the topic. Jin Anlong gathered his senses and replied seriously, everything is going as planned. There are not many obstacles. However, rather than a smile he frowned as he continued, however, I feel that this isn't Twilight's real strength. He was happy that everything was going smoothly, but at the same time, he was worried. This was a war that affected the survival of their nation. Shouldn't they be fighting for their lives? Why wasn't the Twilight army as powerful as he thought? Indeed. Qi Yaoyang agreed with him. Jin Anlong looked at him in surprise. He waited for his regiment commander to explain his doubts. I've fought with Twilight countless times. I know deep down they're as vicious and ruthless as us. Qi Yaoyang didn't have any good feelings towards Twilight. However, he had to admit that they were strong. He turned on his optical supercomputer and a virtual screen appeared in front of them. The live feed of the war at the front line was displayed on the screen. There are 5 divisions fighting with us, but besides the Shangye division, the other 4 divisions are actually all garrisons. They're much weaker than an intergalactic division. Even though they seem stronger in numbers, but their strength only equals up to 2 intergalactic divisions. It might be even lesser, Qi Yaoyang said. Jin Anlong nodded in agreement. This was why he felt uneasy. It was true that the Twilight Empire didn't have as many intergalactic divisions as the Federation. However, there are still 9 of them. However, only 3 of them appeared on the battlefield that determined the survival of their nation. The other 2, Jinyu Division and Puxian Division, were fighting with the 13th Division. The 6 rest divisions hadn't appeared yet. I think that there is another intergalactic division hiding around us. They must be waiting for something. Qi Yaoyang frowned. They must find this division soon. Are they guarding against the 23rd Division? We have the 4th Division at our rear. They might be worried about them too. Jin Anlong took a guess. 1 intergalactic division and a few garrisons are enough to hold off the 4th Division, Qi Yaoyang replied. Twilight just had to leave 1 intergalactic division behind if they were really worried about the 4th Division. But they don't know that it's the 4th Division. They might think that they are the 23rd Division. Jin Anlong thought for a moment before continuing, maybe all the 6 remaining intergalactic divisions are hiding around us. They're just waiting for the 23rd Division to come out. If Twilight thinks that the 23rd Division is bringing up our rear, they will have 2 intergalactic divisions stationed here. The other 2 intergalactic divisions might be placed somewhere else so that they can attack the 4th Division the moment it appears. Qi Yaoyang pointed at 2 locations on the map. Suddenly, he had an interesting idea entered his head. What if they knew that the division bringing up the rear is the 4th Division? How is that possible? Jin Anlong refuted. Why not? Qi Yaoyang stared at Jin Anlong. Under Qi Yaoyang's intent gaze, Jin Anlong started wavering. He struggled before replying, only the higher authorities know that the 23rd Division and the 4th Division had swapped their roles. They only knew about it after the war started, so it hadn't been too long. Twilight wouldn't be able to get the intel so quickly. Yes, that's right. The last sentence was to convince himself. What if someone purposely leaked the swap? Qi Yaoyang asked calmly. Impossible. Jin Anlong didn't want to believe this. One of Twilight's spies was able to become a general of the Federation. What is impossible now? Qi Yaoyang scoffed. What do you mean? Jin Anlong turned serious. We must think of the worst-case scenario. If Twilight is aware that the 4th Division is the one bringing up our rear and the 23rd Division is the one that disappeared, what would they do? Qi Yaoyang stared at the virtual screen and pondered carefully. They might leave an intergalactic division here to guard against the 4th Division while sending the other 5 divisions to search for the 23rd Division. Then, after the 23rd Division gets found out, they will surround the 23rd Division and swarm them. Qi Yaoyang punched his desk. If he was the commander-in-chief of Twilight, this would be his plan. Once their enemy killed the commander-in-chief of the war and the idol of the Federation, they would easily win this war. If the Federation were to attack Twilight again after that, Caesar wouldn't allow them to, as Twilight had proved their ability to Caesar by killing a prominent god-class mecha master. Caesar would never abandon a reliable ally. The morale of the military of the Federation would drop due to Ling Zhao's death. The situation of the war might also spiral out of control, quickening the despair and destruction of the hearts and minds of the soldiers. Twilight isn't giving their all because they are using their main force to find Ling Zhao and the 23rd Division. I'm afraid that 2 of the 3 great mecha lords have been sent to find Ling Zhao too, Qi Yaoyang continued. What shall we do? Qi Yaoyang's analysis was too reasonable. Jin Anlong couldn't help but worry. I don't want to trouble King Myuki, but based on the current situation, I need his help to lure the 3 great mecha lords out. Qi Yaoyang was decisive. He must stop the 3 great mecha lords from finding Ling Zhao. That way, even if the 5 intergalactic divisions discovered him, Ling Zhao would be able to defeat them with his god-class mecha.